Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Just wanted to take time to welcome everyone here and we go ahead and get this thing posted out. Thank you, Parrot Head, for stopping by earlier. It is much appreciated. Uh, that is the sentiment of everyone in our community, and I must much appreciate you saying that. However, on that note, I must say it has come to my attention that there will be people among us at the memorial service with less than honorable intentions. Uh, I'm not doing this to draw attention to them. I'm saying so because I believe it is important to know. They will be dealt with. There will be moderators there to handle messages that are inappropriate. Um, don't allow those people to dissuade us. We are there not only to mourn the loss of our friend, but to celebrate his life. And we must be able to do that honestly and openly. And people with less than our honorable intentions will be dealt with appropriately and blocked. Yeah, it wasn't exactly the way I wanted to start out this morning, but with what happened last night, I felt it necessary to say something. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share out the stream, and I'm honestly, I'm without words right now because of what happened. Um, I I'm hoping that people will be respectful, and I'd like to ask that anyone who wants to come on this morning, feel free. We can talk about anything you want. The only exception is we are going to honor the memory of Richard Simpson, aka Admiral Oliver Franklin Doom, in everything we do. We had a lot of laughs, cried a lot of tears, made new friends. And I think it is important that we continue in these new friendships and continue to grow and strengthen our community. Because I know that's what Richard would have wanted. So, with that, I'm going to go ahead and send out the link Yeah. So I will say this: I have begun this morning already. I have already drank my first cup of coffee. So the sooner I get a co-host, the better, because I want to be able to talk and get some more coffee. So let me start out. A couple of days I haven't gone on Discord as much as I had been. I am going to, excuse me, go ahead and promote the stream. And I hope everyone is having as good a day as possible. And let's see here. Getting the promotions out. And let me check something real quick. I didn't even check this morning. Okay, good. I didn't know if I hear somebody backstage. Good morning, Yosef.
Greetings from the future. Good morning, Captain. You are waking up and it's early morning and I'm making myself here something to eat for my lunch. Crazy. I'm actually really standing at the stove but nothing fancy. Just I put some mushrooms, some ham on a small pan and put in like 3 eggs, sunny side up, and that's basically it.
So,
Lazy omelette.
hey, nothing. Let's put it this way: you actually had to crack the egg, so you had to put some effort into it. So.
Yeah, there was some effort in cracking the eggs, exactly.
It's not like some people opening a little container of fake eggs and pouring it in.
What are fake eggs?
Seriously, they contain eggs, but other chemicals in a container, and you just pour it on like you would using regular eggs.
Really?
Yeah.
And I'm actually using like the eggs that I'm getting from here in the village. So really from people who have their own like hens and everything. Really like from a farmer's market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, I've had some of the best eggs that way. Yeah, I was raised, here You go to the store, they got tons of eggs, blah blah blah. Yeah, no, these things are not the same.
I don't know, how is it in the United States? Is it still allowed to have the chicken farms where like chicken farms egg for eggs where
Yes,
the chicken are in cages?
yes.
Yeah, because it is here in Europe still, but there are laws, and by 2025, cages are not allowed anymore, and there are actually many stores and chains that refuse to have in their offering eggs from those from chickens that are raised in the cages.
I, you know, I've had what are called free range
Yeah, the
eggs.
free, yeah. Hmm.
Um, and those are, I would say, slightly better.
Yeah,
But
and
the ones
the
I've
fun
had
part.
from a
Sorry, go.
real farm were so much better.
Hmm.
For some reason, there's a difference between a industrial farm, whether it's free range or not, and a real small farmer where you're getting real eggs. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, because the more you have, the more. Do you hear it?
Oh yeah,
The more chicken you have, the more industrialized you actually are anyway, and the more you need to, I don't know, select what type of food you are going to serve to the animals and everything. Yeah. Plus, the fun part is many people think that the yolk needs to be really like orangey and like like saturated colors or everything.
mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily true. It really depends on the season and what is happening. That many farmers put some coloring. It's like food coloring, so it's nothing dangerous um, into the food
Mm-hmm.
of the chicken, so that the egg yolk then is more like dark yellow to orange.
Yeah,
But it's not necessary to do that. But the people somehow have in their minds that a healthy egg with a nice looking yolk that is bright orange is better than the basic yellow ones. But actually, in the winter, pretty much the yolks are extremely light yellow, and it really depends on what the chicken eat, what type of food they have, and definitely if you have like free range or really like locally, it's literally like people who have like 20 chicken,
yeah. I know a farmer who has like 25 to 30 chickens, depending on
Hmm.
when. That's it. We're not talking the industrial farms with thousands of chickens.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the best thing. But unfortunately, yeah, people living in the cities, they don't have this opportunity. But for those at least, what the big chains said, okay, some of them still like the cheap like with the like the cheap stores, they still keep the cage
Mm-hmm.
eggs, but the bigger chains, they are already are switching completely over to either it's not like completely free range, but it's like the level between, I even don't know the correct naming of it, but they have like hay underneath, so it's like they are in it's not like free range, they are in holes, but there is hay under them, and they can move, they can freely like move within like a certain compound, so
Right.
there is this as well, so yeah.
Yeah, I've
Why?
seen those.
I wanted to
Okay.
right now yell at somebody who put into the fridge a pickle jar with one pickle in it, and then I remembered it was me yesterday. I just wanted to complain about my wife, and then I realized, okay, it was me. So
Why didn't you just eat the damn thing?
yeah, exactly. You know what? But it's like I was just scooping those pickles with a spoon, and I had enough on my plate, and I was like, okay, that's enough. And then I just put the jar back into the fridge, and now I open the jar and I see there is one pickle. What type of sorcery is that? Okay, I have to admit I don't have homemade pickles. I bought them in the store. It's way cheaper and
Oh yeah.
way less hassle, because I can tell you that it is so annoying making your homemade pickles, and especially when you have to grow them. So, and I like the taste of what they sell me in the stores here.
Oh yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. And yes, I've had homemade pickles, and oh, because they were, again, farm grown cucumbers. They were done everything. It was, freshly canned. Yeah, it's a difference, but yeah, the pickles from the store are too convenient. They're too convenient, and tell you a secret:
Exactly.
boil you can boil eggs and just pop them in there to keep them a little longer in the jar of pickle juice.
I will mute myself for a little bit because I want to
Of
eat it.
course,
It's so tasty.
eat, please, Joseph, eat. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Uh, Good morning, mountains, and how are you this morning? Or uh, let's see here. I don't know. I get lost with time sometimes. I think it's still morning there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyhow, barely. So, let's see here. What's going on this morning? I did get a few invites sent out. However, got a little distracted. And good morning, Fender Fire. Hello, Sci-Fi Nation. So, what's been going on this morning? Let's see here. Got that done. Moving on to the next one. Oh, it's funny. Um, Posting some stuff in to, try to get uh, a few people. It's funny because uh, I've done it so much that there are people that have said, "Well, I was looking for the link to your stream," and well, I said, "Okay, maybe I need to keep sending it out because not everybody, everybody is going to necessarily get the notifications." So I'm going ahead and I'm sending out the notifications to the appropriate groups. I do not, however, uh, normally send the backstage link out, and I'm not doing it this morning either. But I am making sure that people are notified that we're on today. And let's see here. There we go. That's that taken care of. I'm getting back to the chat. And yes, I realized that. It's still morning, mountains. My brain still in a fog. I've only had one cup of coffee. And let's see here now. Mountain says, I have a few projects to work on. If I hadn't cut my hair last week, I'd be pulling it out, pulling it in tufts. Okay. Oh, so and yes, greetings, Stone Cold Jeremy. Not much is going on this morning. Just waiting for oh. I'm not upset about what happened, but just we're going to talk about that another time. Privately, sci-fi. And I'm glad to report that sounds like Joseph is enjoying his lunch.
Yeah, I am. So good. And the fun part is I could order delivery, but the range of food that I can order is so limited. It's either like Chinese or it's or Asian, whatever, because it's not a proper Chinese anywhere.
Right.
Or some pizza or pasta or the type of stuff that I actually shouldn't be eating. So I cook.
Oh yeah. Okay, what kind of stuff should you not be eating that we need to know about so that we can make sure you don't eat it?
But it's my own decision. It's not like I couldn't
Oh,
eat it.
okay.
It's my decision. It's basically as I said, I don't eat bread and pasta and this type of stuff.
I'm sorry.
And pizza is actually bread.
There are always exceptions. I'm sorry, I can't. I love a good pizza.
Trust me, I do too.
And I am not one of those who believe in thin crust pizza.
I do. I do love me a good pizza, but honestly, I didn't have one for 2.5 years.
I don't think I would. I don't think I've gone 2.5 years ever.
I didn't have a slice of bread in 2.5 years.
I did, however, go months without it because a choice. But
but it was health related, right?
no,
No, by
no,
choice? Really, by
by
choice?
choice. Yeah,
Okay.
I just didn't. I didn't
It
choose
is
to
as
have
well
it.
my it is as well my choice. But you know what? Once I basically removed it from from my diet, I didn't have a single time heartburn, which I used to have all the time.
Ah, No, I was at the time I was having some problems eating, uh, and the only way I could eat enough was to make sure to cut down on bread, which was actually filling, and eating more protein.
Mm-hmm.
This was right after surgery, and my appetite had not yet returned. Um, so it was funny because right after I had my surgery before, when they were bringing me food, I would end up eating the protein first. Then I go to wound care therapy. Oh, and make sure you have mostly proteins. I'd already been doing that on my own. It just came naturally. Just like, okay, sure, I'll it's already done, but why not?
Yeah. Sourdough doesn't do me good, so that's my biggest problem. And pasta, I love pasta, but I didn't have it for such a long time. But I completely understand you, yeah. And you know what? Everybody should eat whatever they like, and it was really my own decision to cut it out, and yeah.
Of course. And hello, not Ryan Johnson.
Hello, not Ryan Johnson. And I see Itza is here as well. Good morning. Or good afternoon, actually, to you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna add sci-fi and see where things go. Good morning.
Good morning, Joseph. How you doing?
Good morning.
Unfortunately, unlike last night, you are roboting.
Son of a bitch.
Son.
At least that part got out, but that was about it.
Mhm. From this son of a bitch, I literally heard son.
I heard "Sun and the Bee," and I have no idea what the hell that was. Oh, God.
Well,
Oh,
that's the difference between my stream and yours. See, this is a shit I deal with.
this is a shit I deal with. That's all I got out of that.
Yeah, in between
So
the cracks. Yeah.
yeah, I just trust me. I understand all too well about that.
This is the one thing. StreamYard is a real resource eater.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy, and you have it all the time with people who are connecting through their phones. That the phones overheat, the batteries drain faster than the charger is able to charge those phones. Then they
Yeah.
overheat, and people are starting. As people start roboting and everything. It's so crazy. And
This is a phone, Joseph. This is a phone. In your laptop, HP laptop. It's bullshit.
Sci-fi, sorry, nothing comes through. I know that you're talking, but it's more crackling than actually your voice.
I hear what are you saying?
Oh, come on. Go ahead.
Shut up now.
Don't worry about it. I'll just take you out. It's a little easier. Uh, I hate having to remove anybody. It's just so hard to even hear.
No, Ryan Johnson says Sci-Fi Nation sounds like a robot on speed. Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, really, we couldn't hear a thing. Sci-Fi. Try to reboot your system.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with StreamYard, a lot of times it's like, yeah, you gotta close down as much as you can.
Hmm.
Even though I have several tabs open, I don't have other programs open because it's a resource hog. Oops, I forgot. I have a group I always have. Let's see.
I'm just
Wait,
chatting here with my colleague. He ordered a headset, and manager approved it for him. Because I'm using my own headset right now, and the companies obviously looks like they are providing good headsets right now. If I order one, so I will try to order one. And he said he approved, like the manager approved me a headset for 350 euro. 350 euro headset. Which one? But I want one too. Yeah.
Well, I would say go for two that are 300. That way, or 350. That way
Yeah.
it'll last longer.
So anyway, I'm checking here. I'm checking here all the work. It's just crazy what people are asking from me. And my wife turned on the vacuum cleaner downstairs, the robot one.
Yes.
I need to
Did it
close the
need
door
to
to my
update
office.
again?
No updates today. But you know what? That was so like I was like, okay. I opened the app and I was like, okay, go and clean, and it was like updating, and not the app on the phone. The vacuum cleaner itself pulled some updates, and I was like, really, vacuum cleaner updating? I don't know, because it's doing exactly the same thing as it was like the day before.
Okay, I get some things needing updates, and particularly computers like what we're using, but yeah, vacuum. It wouldn't be my first thing on my
No,
list that would go, okay, sure, why not?
just imagine your fridge would get an update, and while it is updating, it's not cooling the food or something.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's quite possible that there are models that are doing it, because you have fridges that are connected to the internet, because they then even can tell you what's missing in your fridge, and they put it on the shopping list, and then you have your shopping list connected to your phone, and then you can go and either order the food in, or you have a list that you have to buy once you are grocery shopping. So yeah.
Or even have that list connected to your, whatever account, and have it automatically ordered. Yeah,
Yeah,
that all of a
yeah,
sudden,
yeah,
boom, at your door. It's like, what?
yeah. Food delivery. I didn't order. I didn't order a thing. No, you didn't. Your fridge did. But actually, if I paid it more attention, I would know that I ran out of tomatoes yesterday. So I need to buy some tomatoes.
I love. See, that's the thing. I love a good homegrown tomato.
Oh man, yeah.
Actually, I have a next door neighbor who grows, has a small garden.
Uh-huh.
I say small, but um, it's actually quite large. Um, that he has all sorts of stuff every year. Tomatoes, cucumbers. I'm trying to think of everything he has. It's just like, oh. So then, of
You know what?
course,
That's perfect. But the problem is that it is so seasonal that
yeah.
you plant it, you take care of it. Basically, you start with it somewhere, or at least where I live. You can have the first plants because you go and you buy those plants. I don't grow it from the seeds directly. I just
Mm,
go to a guy here in the village who basically just grows it from the seed, and he sells it in basically in yogurt cups.
right.
Yeah, and I go there and I used to buy like few of those plants. I didn't do it like the last 2 years, but I used to buy like few of those plants, and then have it in my yard and in the garden. And you water it, you give it like the fertilizers that it needs. Usually, I went directly to buy like granulated manure. Uh,
Hmm.
Basically dried out cow shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so, and Jesus, that smell. But then I got then I waited, and then in July and August I had like everything, cucumbers, bell peppers. I had tomatoes and everything. But it was once again the problem is you have it for 3 or 4 weeks, and then once again it's done because or maybe okay, not 3 4 weeks, like 2.5 months you get your
Hmm.
tomatoes and everything. But this is the only time of the year where you can have your own tomatoes, and the rest the time of the year you need to buy it in the store because it's here it is imported usually like from Spain or like more southern Europe, just because they have like what is it called? Um, those. Uh, how is it called? The covers, the covered things, not glass house, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Damn it. Yeah,
I had
like
the
a hot
Google
house,
Translate here.
terrarium. No, not that. I need another cup of coffee. That's all there is to it.
Greenhouse.
Um, greenhouse,
Greenhouse.
greenhouse.
Yeah. It's like they have like huge greenhouses and they grow it there. And because here I really get it only like, and they have mild winters, and they have as well heating in there. And many in many of those areas they don't even use like the heating like gas heating, but they use, let's say, uh, hot springs
Hmm.
they are using the hot springs for heating those greenhouses. And but this is basically the way how we get tomatoes throughout the year. So, but yeah, it definitely and there are as well certain producers here, like local producers, who are doing it. But the tomatoes, if it's grown in winter, and despite all the greenhouse and everything, no, it doesn't have the taste of the summer. When
No.
you have your own tomato. And I always say that those tomatoes taste like potatoes, not like real tomatoes. Because once you tasted a really good tomato, you know what's good.
Oh yeah. There is absolutely no doubt what a good tomato tastes like after that. It's just, yeah, so different.
And
Yeah.
so definitely, yeah, good food is good.
Yeah. Actual, yeah, yeah. What I get from Twitch, getting a message that actual warmth and sunlight converts carbs to sugars much better, making for much better tomatoes. And I have no reason to doubt that. There's a distinct taste difference.
Yeah,
So,
that's exactly the thing. And you know what? I love it when the time of the year when I'm watering the plants and you see a red tomato and you just pick it from the plant and it's like warm from the sun and I just bite into it. Everything just the tomato just goes down my chin and everything, and it just
oh
hose
yes,
myself down basically. Just to clean myself. Yeah, those are like the things where I always say this is why I love so much summer, the summertime and everything, because that's the time of the year where everything is like perfect. Because now in the winter, what can I do outside? Nothing. I can just sit here inside, and when I go out, it's cold and despite when I look outside the window today, it's sunny but still cold.
yeah.
It's below freezing. So
Oh, it's in fact it's been snowing here today. I
we
have to
had like
admit,
really 3 days of snow here, nothing more. But in the mountains, they have snow there. Definitely, there is like, but the problem is all ski resorts are closed. So all the tourism is basically done for this year. I'm just so sick of everything right now. We got tested once again. The whole country got tested here, and uh, they were like, okay, once we have numbers below 1%, we will start opening everything slowly. You know what? We the whole country ended up with the test results at 1.18. So no, they are not opening as a thing. We are getting another round of testing this coming
oh,
weekend. So yeah. And if I don't get tested, I cannot move outside the county, because they cannot limit you going to outside of the city or village, because basically the sizes of the villages or towns are so small that you can basically drive 5 minutes with your car and you are already outside of the city. So they basically we have the whole country is split into 60 72 counties.
wow.
Uh, uh, okay, my manager is typing here something. Give me a moment. good one. Okay, but it's only confirming information that I gave him today already. What is wrong with my cigarette charger here? It's blinking red. Blink white. Red not good. White good.
Exactly.
White LED light. White LED light. And this one is okay as well, so fine. But in the meantime, my mouse started blinking red.
Oh,
Like, no! Okay, charge. No, but the thing is, I'm really using here a keyboard that I bought in 2005 or 6.
wow.
And you know what? It was a keyboard that they were selling it at the time for over 300 euro. But since we had a good cooperation with Logitech at the time, and they were I got like a good discount on the set, so I bought it for something like $170 at the time, or euro, no, 170 euro at the time.
Great.
And yeah, it's still working, but the problem is everything is Bluetooth, and without so not like the typical radio wireless mouse.
Mhm.
Everything is Bluetooth, and the problem is that the years ago it didn't have like current devices with Bluetooth. They have like better power management. So basically, everything I already like changed the batteries in everything, but it looks like I will have to change them once again because it's just hungry for electricity, the whole set. And it's
Oh, yeah.
and it's not only like a mouse, it's as well a keyboard. And just imagine that the numeric part of a keyboard is separated as basically a third part of a keyboard and mouse set.
Right.
And actually, what I can do, I could Google it, but it's in a very old model, and it's just energy eating like crazy. But
Yeah,
I'm
it's
using
funny.
sorry.
Yeah, go, go.
I wanted to say that I'm using rechargeable batteries, which is the only thing that saves me.
Oh, and well, sorry you have to go, Joseph. I mean, Joseph. Sorry you have to go, Mountains. I hope you're back later as well.
Yeah. Take care,
Um,
Martins.
but
And Andreas Brook is asking here from Twitch, is this a show? Where are you guys? I feel like I'm interrupting something. Is this a remote co-working things? No, it's
oh no,
actually YouTube stream. It's a YouTube stream that is restreamed by Captain Track to Twitch.
yes.
So you can either stay there on Twitch in the chat, and we can read your messages here, or you can switch over to YouTube to Captain Track's channel. It's basically just YouTube restreaming to Twitch. Did I say it correctly, right?
Yes.
All the information. So it's nothing work related. It's literally us just chatting
Bullshitting.
here in the on a public platform.
And one of the reasons I do that is I've had problems in the past with excuse me, with YouTube, and I thought with this, at least if I ever have another problem with YouTube, I can always send out the link to people I know and say, okay, pass the word. This is where we're going to be today.
Yeah. And I know
Yeah.
there are people. No, it's not that many people who are looking for this type of content as well on Twitch. So
No.
yeah.
No, exactly. Well, that's why it's marked as it is. It's talk. Most of the people on Twitch are into gaming and such. Um, and this is marked under talk. So, and that's because all it is really. But I like I said, I like having the different platforms to stream on. That way, it's always available. And there's nothing wrong with growing the community.
No, definitely, definitely nothing wrong there.
And good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning,
Good
Joe.
morning, Dave. This is so funny because your picture of you sleeping on a mix pool is so funny.
Glad you like it.
So I'm curious, have you ever actually done that?
Well, that's me doing. That's me doing it, but obviously I was posing.
Oh yes.
No, I've never actually slept on a console. I've slept under one, but not during a show. You know, we'll do a sound check, and then there will be like several hours. So once everything is done, you can't just work if there's nothing to do. Once everything's set up and checked, it's waiting time. Grab a nap on a catwalk or something if you can. I mean, a big show is a big show. A big show will start the day before for setup, maybe even longer. But like a regular large one night show is a 16-hour day easy.
Oh yeah. I have no doubt about that.
I just read Itz's comment.
Oh, Lord.
If this is working, it has shitty pay. I'm calling my union. Oh man. And Andrea says it sounds better here on
Yeah.
YouTube.
And yeah, it does sound better on YouTube. But like I said, I use it to bring attention to the channel and to also have a different platform. The other thing is that it's also delayed more on Twitch than it is YouTube. So, like we're 10 seconds behind from, like if we're listening to chat, they're hearing us 10 seconds behind. Well, Twitch is hearing us about 10 to 15 seconds behind that. So it could be up to a 30-second delay. It's like, that would be irritating. Because I've literally heard myself just testing it to see how bad it was. And it's like, oh, this is a bad time thing.
No, no.
Well, that's also when you'll see somebody type something and then ask if they're being ignored, and it's like, no, I hadn't read it yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm literally, there have been times it's like, why are you ignoring my comment? Because it just popped up. That's why I like looking at the comments in the YouTube versus going by what's in StreamYard, because it'll take even longer. Actually, what I do is StreamYard allows for streaming on multiple platforms. The plan I'm on, which was only available for a short time, was a basically a $10 a month thing that allows you to stream to up to 3 different platforms at the same time.
I'll be right back. I got to get out of my work shirt.
And yeah, like I said, I the delay depends on what's going on at the time. Usually in the morning like this, it's not major. I've done it later in the day, in the evening. Whew, it can get bad.
Better.
But
I'm getting work requests. I need to work. But
yeah, of
it's
course.
okay. It's okay. I can stay in the stream, but just.
Could you know?
I always say work is the last desperate attempt how to get some money, and I'm desperate.
No, at this point, it's probably also a distraction.
You know what? I'm considering myself lucky that I have work and everything. I'm not complaining. It's just joking, literally joking.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
man.
Trust me.
I mean, they don't call it fun; they call it work. It's a pain, but I agree with you.
And I said, Dave, I said yesterday on another stream that I actually love my job. It's work that I like. I can do it from home. Uh, I'm getting paid so that I can have roof over my head, and I don't get hate or blame from my wife. Everything's fine.
Exactly. And
That's cool.
have a good day, Fender Fire. Always nice to have you in chat.
Bye, Fenner. Have a good day at work.
So, how much did
question,
my
Andrea.
mouse charge within 5 minutes? Okay, is it working? Yes. Sorry, Dave. Sorry, what was it?
No, Andrea asked Captain. Would like to hear how you started it.
Well, let's see here. Basically, I just started a YouTube channel, and I mean it can be done on Twitch. I use StreamYard for ease of use and for adding a panel. If you're just going to be making straight videos or live streams, you can do that without using a secondary program. But like myself, I usually have a panel on, so that's why StreamYard comes in handy. And normally, there's a free version that allows up to 20 hours a month. And once you burn through that time, that's all you get for the month, except if you pay for a monthly fee. If you get a monthly fee, if you pay the monthly fee or buy it annually, you can go unlimited.
Andrea is saying the main question is actually why you decided to do it.
Honestly, originally I had wanted to mainly talk Star Trek, Star Wars, that kind of stuff. And then things happened, and the whole idea for the Morning Brew came up, where it was more of a community talk, where we were talking all types of quote unquote nerd topics, where it's just anything that happens to come up at the time. There have been times we've talked about old toys. We've talked about oh my gosh, it's been. You know what? I may have to start keeping a list of the topics we talk about.
It's
We talk
basically
about
where
everything.
it's
Pies,
basically
if you
where it
like
takes
pie,
us. Yeah.
if you know of a particularly scary bridge to drive over, we talk about things like that. It's kind of wherever the conversation takes us. It's just an entertainment social show.
I
Oh,
always,
no,
I
it's
always
nothing weird
say,
about it. Thank you.
yeah,
I'm glad.
I always say it's like meeting your friends in the pub,
Mm-hmm.
basically,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and we talk about whatever we want to talk about or wherever the topics take us. Here we are mainly geeks and nerds
No, there's no
who
doubt.
who like sci-fi, but there is always like a gazillion other things that we can talk about. And good for me is that I'm 7 hours ahead of the captain. So his morning brew that starts at 5 a.m. for him starts exactly noon for me.
Yeah.
And Andrea, you'll find that the conversation will go from very whimsical to very technical. We'll talk about books. It can be very somber at times. It's pretty uncensored, and there's not really. It just is a flow. It's not really a topic thing. It's just kind of seeing what everybody's doing on a particular day, and
Leave it open. Come on.
Yeah, pretty much. And we have sometimes radio silence because everybody's thinking for themselves, and yeah.
well, there has to be time to sip a cup of coffee.
And
Oh
and
yeah.
and there is often so a little radio silence, but that doesn't mean there's any the show's ending or anything. It's exactly as Joseph said. It's like let me contemplate.
Oh, coffee. I love coffee, and that's part of the
Yeah.
reason I named it the morning brew, because it's like, what can I do? Oh, I'm gonna brew another cup of coffee, and
Or there's also a beer on that photo.
yeah, there are ones
You know.
who
Well,
enjoy
I
a
get
beer in
off
the
I get
morning.
off work, so to me it's the evening.
Yeah,
I mean, even though the sun's coming up.
and I have no issue with drinking. We have no one under 18 usually comes to the streams anyhow, so it's not a problem. Streams
Well,
are
it's
always set
actually
to over 18.
yeah, but you can actually consume alcohol in front of people under 18 because if you have wine in a restaurant, unless it's an adults only restaurant, that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
is the one thing, plus, as the saying goes, there is always somewhere 5 o'clock.
True. I am in the U.S.
Well,
in
that's technically
Missouri,
if yeah,
and
I mean, but if you're
Joseph is in
following the time
Slovakia.
zone, but if you're following the time zone, and let's just say it's 4:54 where you are, well, okay, technically it's not 5 anywhere. Now I know what you mean. Scientifically, it would be,
Yeah.
but since you're in a block of time that's been assigned to your area, then no, it's not always. But I know what you mean. Scientifically, it is. Yes.
The question is, do we need to find excuses for having a drink or not? If we
No,
don't have to
No.
find excuses,
no,
the discussion is completely pointless.
no, no.
And yes, this is again how technical we get sometimes.
Yeah.
And one
Yeah,
of the reasons
if
that
you go to a store, do you automatically feel like you have to like you buy like 5 bottles of wine? Do you feel like you have to tell the cashier, I'm having a party? Or do
No.
you just not care? It's like you just bought 5 bottles of wine, 2 days ago. Yeah, having another party.
I go to the self checkout in that case.
See?
No, it's like well, from what I understand, I heard it on multiple channels when they are because there are
IJPs.
people who are comparing living in the life in Europe and life in the United States, and they said that in the United States the cashiers are actually chatty.
Here,
That there
yeah.
is like a,
It does depend on the cashier. Like when I worked at the hardware store, I was the primary cashier, and everybody knew me. Everybody in the neighborhood who would stop by knew me. And they'd ask me, hey, how's the new dog? Or hey, like we actually knew each other, often by first name.
Mhm.
But like in a larger place, like a grocery store, people know you and recognize you, but it's not because there's such a larger volume of people, and they come at the same times. It seems, you expect to see that guy that always wears his hat kind of wrong come in at 5:30 on a Tuesday, but not a Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't really interact other than good to see you.
And I honestly think Andrea, I don't know how you pronounce it, would fit in perfectly.
Yeah.
Nah, space time has been debunked. The word is
Andrea, where are we?
quantum.
Well, Joseph is on a satellite orbiting over the Earth at about 70 miles. And Captain Trek and I are in the United States.
Yes.
Yeah, the
That's why he
Russians,
gets to work at home and doesn't leave and has all his computers and stuff there.
the Russians send me to
It's a
space and they don't
it's a
want to
powered
bring
satellite.
me
No, he
down.
can fly it around. He can fly it around. He just doesn't. And the windows on it are really clean, so he has a good view.
Make it sound like he's Joel or whatever.
Oh, Joel from Mystery Science Theater.
Yes.
Now that you mention it, sure, why not?
But no, we
I
have
told you how cool he was, right? When I got to work with them, man, Joel was just as mellow as he acted on the show. He was not. I don't think that he worked a day doing that show. It was just that's exactly how he was in real life. I mean, he took it. He took the reading seriously because it was Mystery Science Theater 3000. It was the old crew, so they called it Cinematic Titanic when they did it live. But he was just as mellow and friendly as he portrays himself on the TV because he wasn't portraying anything. He was just being himself. That's exactly how he was. I mean, backstage, like when nobody's watching, he's just like that. It's cool. Actually, they all were, all of them. It was fun.
I'm sure there, were a few comments made that weren't aired, but nothing, bad, of course. Just
No. Well, that's the one thing that is so fun about that show is they can get away with is clean comedy. It's such a rarity, and there's a couple folks out there that have nailed that to where you're like, I don't even understand what I was missing. Like they actually do it so well. But it's not. I don't require it. I curse all the time, but it's refreshing to be so entertained by watching like a stand-up do 45 minutes and then you realize they didn't curse once. They didn't even say damn or darn or something, and it's like how did they do that? It's brilliant.
I wish that the one member of the community that isn't on here often, Life with Matthew,
Yeah,
who's often teased because of his lack of cursing and his politeness.
I found it refreshing. I just watched his video where he was talking about Voyager the Intrepid class anyway.
Hmm.
I just watched that video and it was fine. It was great, and it was amusing, and it was mellow and polite, and it was nice, man. I was like, that's cool. I gotta feed the dog. Hey, Franny, hang on a sec. I'll be back.
And I do miss MST3K. In fact, when I first started watching it, I watched it because a friend of mine did. And so then we started going over, several different friends started going over to their house when it was on, and we would just sit there, watch, have fun, laugh, and then, go home and end up going to bed for the night. But it was always fun to just kind of chill out, relax, laugh. Um, that's why, uh, really, why this show started. Um, and I will say that right now we are in a more somber time than we normally are. Friend of ours recently passed away on Friday, and we are celebrating his life, and we are doing things that to honor him. And so, like I said, there are times it'll get serious. There are times we just go off the rails. It just not even a question about it. And JP says, I only watched MST3K when I was high or drunk.
Welcome to the club, JPs. I think that was kind of a lot of people.
And good morning, Professor Brady Specs. How are you this morning? And thank you. That is much appreciated. Like I said, we it's funny because we really have come together mainly because of the what's been going on in the world with the pandemic, and I think eventually some of us would have come together, but not in the same way that we have now, because when this all started, there was really, what else are we gonna do?
Jeff, what's up? I'm sorry, man.
Oh God, what's going on, Jeff?
Oh, sorry to hear that, Jeff. Good morning.
Yeah, I asked, but I know what it is, so I just not exactly. Anyhow.
Anyhow, I just checking my messages here. I'm not sure if I know that I mentioned it. I think it was on your stream that 2 days ago my friend passed away, and they just sent me the notification about the funeral arrangements. But the problem is we have still limitations. Only the closest family, up to 6 people, can come.
Wow.
So, and I know he has 2 ex-wives and 3 kids. So I know a mother and everything. So yeah. Sucks. And it's on 3rd of February, so yeah. It takes a very long time right now. We have so many funerals going on that it usually took something like 3 days. Now it's like a week or so.
Wow.
Jesus, that's so stupid. And you know what? As well, heart attack at 48. That's so. It's exactly in 1 week. Yeah. It's crap. It's crap. And JP's good morning.
Hello.
What's going on today, JP's?
Hi, JP's.
I don't know yet.
It's fair enough.
All I know is that I got to be work for 5 p.m. So. And the only good thing about today is it's my Friday.
Yeah, good for you.
Definitely a good thing.
Yeah. Especially after a 6-day work week.
Are you seriously working 6-day weeks?
Oh, no, just for this week.
Okay.
Because I switched days off with somebody and it like threw a monkey wrench into my scheduling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That would be quite annoying. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear you had to work 6 days. That's a
Don't
makes
be
for
sorry,
1 week.
but it was by my choice. So.
You know what? I remember I used to have. There was 1 year, and I'm not sure if it was like 2005 or 6. Don't remember exactly, but I was literally working 3 months non-stop, like no weekends, for 3 months, like non-stop.
Like no days off.
Because no days off, nothing. It was Monday through Sunday for about 3 months.
No.
And but as well, I was young and stupid. Yeah. And the fun part was that, and the company asked me if I'm willing to do it, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? It's full of energy, and as I said, stupid. And they asked me, do you want? It's like obviously overtime when you are working during Saturdays and Sundays, which means Saturdays 50% of your daily salary, and on Sunday 100%.
Yeah.
And do you want money or do you want the days off? And I was like, of course I want the money, like additional days off, because I would get then to my standard vacation days. I would get like additional days, and I was like, once again, he was young / stupid, and he needed the money. So I was like, okay, I want the money. The money was great, but trust me, after the 3 months, I took a week off, like just to put myself together. And when they asked me about that was somewhere this first time, it was February, March, and April, and the next time they asked me in for 2 months, doing it for 2 months in November and December, and I was like, hey, I am willing to work on certain weekends, and for those weekends I take days off. F your money.
Yeah.
Because I realized then after the 3 months that it took me a lot of time to put myself together. And just to understand what I was doing at the time, It was a period of time when the company was hiring every single month something like 30 people for the sales department, and I was responsible for sales training. So basically ramping the people up from basically zero to salesperson who is able to sit on a phone and manage orders that are coming in. And during the weekends, I was delivering basically the same courses, but to students who wanted to work on weekends, like university students who had like school during the week and were able to work during the weekends. Or they had like basically shifts. They could select shifts when they want to come in, but the trainings for those specific people were happening on weekends. So just imagine Monday through Sunday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every single day in a classroom with bunch of people and working with them. And those courses were every single course was like 3 or 4 weeks, depending on the seniority of the group.
Something like that. I grew up around that. Dad working like overtime all the time, and maybe 2 or 3 jobs. So it was, I'm not going to do that when I get older.
No.
I am not going to bust my ass chasing the almighty dollar. I will work for as little as I need to survive. Seriously.
Yeah. You know what? And this is all about setting priorities. This is all about setting priorities. How much money do you need to have a comfortable life, and how much are you willing to sacrifice from your personal time for work? And once you find the right balance, you can actually even be happy with your job and everything. At least this is how I see it.
Right.
No, or else you're just like a monkey chasing, getting the boss making you dance for your money.
And I did put into the chat about the memorial service tonight. Of course, anyone who's not in Central Time can go ahead and adjust the time for your time zone. Sorry, it's easiest for me. And then I did put in about the memorial fund that is raising funds for the funeral. And so far, $2,940 have been raised. Anyone who can, there was no insurance, so Paula, his widow, is going to need the money to help pay the bill for the funeral. And if you can give, please do. If you can't, please share it out. Maybe people you know can, and it would be very helpful. Anyhow, go on, Yosef. You were going to say something. I'm sorry. I need to.
You know what? I was listening to you, and I immediately forgot what I was about to say. No, but we were talking about the work. But this is an important message that you just brought up. Definitely, it's for me 1:45 after midnight. So yesterday I was up at the time. So if I'm up at the time, I will be at the stream definitely. But because I consider it important, because I consider Admiral a good friend of mine.
Oh yeah. And hello again, Dave.
Hey, did you see the private message?
No, I had not. I was just getting around to it.
Well, don't if you want to have a good day.
Uh, yeah, yeah, I saw that.
That's why I didn't want to
I saw
mention
it.
it on the air.
Right. Yeah, and I I hesitate to mention this again, but I will because I think it's important. It has come to my attention that there will be people there tonight with less than honorable intentions. There will be people there to handle those individuals, but we still need to be aware.
No, Andrea, you don't need to leave.
No, I
Definitely
understand you
not.
don't
No,
have to
No,
leave.
not
no,
at
no, no, no,
all.
no, no. Why, why should you? Why should you? This is literally we are now talking about a friend of the community who passed away last Friday, and um, we are just dealing with the whole situation right now because he was a good friend of ours. So, but otherwise, no, it's completely fine. You don't need to leave.
Oh no. As
Yeah,
a matter
please
of
don't.
fact, I think you'll see more about us now than you would normally. Um, you know,
You know what? If it was really like something private, we wouldn't stream it on YouTube or on Twitch, and we would discuss outside of it. But it's uh, it's not private. It's intimate, I would say.
yeah,
Yeah, but definitely not private. It's all good.
it's just. I mean, we came together publicly. We've gotten to know
Sorry,
each other
Tom.
publicly. It's just very, we developed friendships over time.
Yep. Yes, we do.
And
Actually, the community here knows more about my everyday goings on than anybody I went to high school or college with, or any neighbors, because we grew close and we're always kind of chatting. And when somebody says, "What are you doing today?" they get the rundown.
and there are times it's like, oh, not much, and then other people will say exactly what's going on, whether it's you
Yep.
know shopping or whatever.
And yeah,
But and yes, no, we're all over, all over. You got JP's is in Canada. Uh, we've got people in different states, different countries. Let's see here. Uh, I don't know if he's still in the chat. Uh,
isn't PJ still in Spain?
yeah, PJ's still in Spain. Is he here now? Did I miss him in
No,
chat?
I was thinking about different. I didn't see him.
And Mountains of Elysium is in Ireland. So I mean, yeah, we're all over the place. It's funny. Um, it's kind of like this show. We're all over the place. Um, But let's see here. Actually, obviously, you came on via Twitch, Andrea. What brings you here? Obviously, you enjoy going to Twitch, but what like I said, I know most people watch Twitch for games. So what?
Or live streaming music.
Yeah, Washington D.C.
And what part of Washington,
Costa
D.C.
Rica
are you from? I'm from Arlington.
right now, and I'm sorry, that doesn't mean anything to me. CR.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Okay, sorry. Like I said, my brain does not always function that way. So,
Or just you haven't had the right amount of coffee yet.
Professor.
and yes, Murder Prey 5, one of the more well known in our community, is from the Twilight Zone or Coroga, New York. He sings horribly, has worse accents, but has a heart of gold.
No, his accents are awesome.
Yep.
I guess it depends on what
Yeah,
you're
okay.
on at the time.
Beverly. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, we could try to summon him.
Bird provide, bird provide, bird provide. Didn't work.
At least we don't want to. There are others we could try to summon, but let's not.
No.
But let's see here. You go ahead and send that out just to see if Bert is awake. And I actually am hoping he's not awake this morning.
Why is that?
Well, if he gets to sleep in, that would be nice.
Oh.
Well, let me just start randomly dialing New York phone numbers and see if I actually get it.
Yeah, that
that
would
always
be
works.
yeah.
Good morning,
you
Paula.
Might eventually get it. And good morning, Paula. No, I'm glad you decided to pop in again. How is your morning holding up? I don't ask. Sure, since you're up, you probably haven't been sleeping great, knowing what's going on. But how are you holding up? And of course, Joseph is at a call, so he'll be back. Okay. Andrea's a total night out and been thinking about starting a YouTube or Twitch show. Poking around and seeing what was available. Oh, that's cool. And let's see here. Good so far. I had to get the trash out by myself this morning, so I had to get up by 7. Got it done for the trash collector came. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I remember a couple times I had to
That's a waste
get the
management
trash out.
engineer.
Oh, that's a nice title, by the way. But yeah,
I remember the first time, what was it? Norton described himself as that. Was it Norton from the Honeymooners? Or am I just way off?
I don't know.
yeah.
Okay, that is interesting.
Because he was
There's something
a
weird
garbage
going
man.
on over here. Hang on a sec.
No problem. Yeah. Well, I I'm, I hope that you've been talking to Rambling Canuck. I know you have because uh, yeah, I talked to him last night. He had just gotten up from talking to you when he messaged me. So uh, it was um, and again, thank you for allowing us to participate tonight. That's that's something that we all want to do. Um, by the way, your sister and brother-in-law, how close in proximity are they to you? I mean, are you able to be with them, or is it more virtual? Well, I'm glad you were able to check in with him last night. That's I'm glad about that. I'll put it this way: he's a great guy. He's a good friend, and well, even though he's Canadian, he's a good guy.
What?
See, the joke wouldn't work if I didn't have a Canadian in the panel. Then it would just be mean. Oh, family all live within 60 miles of each other. Well, at least that's a drivable distance. That's um, obviously not ideal, but better than
Well,
hours,
that's
days
not
away.
so bad.
Yeah.
That's not so bad. That's not a 12-hour drive.
Trust me, I've had that type of thing where
I was
yeah,
thinking of Geek and how his situation was and the amount of time that he would have to drive
yeah,
to see his family.
yeah, and that's why I'm
That's a ways, man.
well, the good part about him moving, he'll be within equal distance each way now after he moves. Granted, it's still over 3 hours, but it's better than the reverse. But
Yeah, that's good, Paul.
1 hour drive or less, yeah. Well, I guess part of that depends on how you drive. I know some of us have a little bit more of a lead foot than others, so.
JP's. That's funny. That's like saying the deputy assistant undersecretary to the junior adjutant to the volunteer assistant of the intern to the. It's like, yeah, at least I have a title.
No, we gave him that self. He gave himself that title though.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, and yes, Brady, I'm glad to hear that that she has the support she does, and of course, several of us have made ourselves available should she want or need to talk to us. Um, and it's funny because we found each other randomly around, and some of us went to Doomcock streams and met him. Others met him on other streams, and then Richard started streaming himself, and of course he'd always talk about his wife, and it was good times.
yeah.
That's let's see here. I definitely let's see. What would you call those streams that he had? I mean, obviously, he called the name of it was short attention span theater. But what would you classify it as, uh, Dave or JP's?
Well,
Okay,
I don't know. It was it. I don't know. That was hard to. It's hard to do.
I would describe his streams as pure unadulterated havoc with loads of fun.
Yeah, Paula is listed under her maiden name. It's Richard Simpson Memorial Fund
They
for Paula
were.
Trafen. I know I'm slaughtering that name, but I'm sorry, Paula.
Wait, the other link that
Yes.
if you gave me a link.
Huh?
Okay.
Pre-fund. Okay. Pre-fund. Okay. I was trying to make it more. Yes.
I hope all goes well later on, and I will see you guys later tonight, probably.
Yes. Thank you. And I know that earlier that Professor Brady Speck said that he's been able to arrange his schedule so that he's going to be there as well. So we are all doing our best to make sure
Oh, I'll be there.
And like I said, everyone take care, and I'll talk to you later.
Yes. Talk to you later.
JP, see you.
Okay, and I'm back. Sorry, I was in a phone call.
Oh, no problem.
And I see Paula joined us again. Good to see you, Paula.
Yes. I am curious because I'm sure that there have been people who have been buying his merch from his store. I hope you have that information or can get access to it. I don't know how they pay out, so that's just I don't know how it works.
I know that
yes.
there were as well people ordering from the store like recently.
Yeah.
What is the merch site called? Is Paula asking? Was it? Do you have the link for the merch site?
Yes, I do. It's actually in the chat.
Professor Brainy Specs just put it in.
Yeah, it is on Stream Elements, and I also have listed your Etsy shop as well. What the heck happened?
I
thought I added NVD and then all of a sudden gone.
Oh, you mentioned his merch store. I was clicking on it, and instead of hitting right click to do an extended tab, it just clicked me straight over there. That's why I dropped it.
Like, what?
Hi, Andy.
Hey,
Hi,
Joseph.
Gabe.
Hey, Paula, how are you? Well, that was a stupid question. I hope you're doing better today. I know it's got to be rough.
And I know that, and I can say this because Paul has said that Rambling has been in touch with her. So, yeah.
Okay, that's good. I saw Rambling. He sent me a DM for the history with R&R stream tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm fairly confident all of us are going to be there.
Yeah. Anyone who can will be there.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will be sending you a private message later about that
Okay.
as well.
Well,
NB.
yeah, gotcha, bud. Oh,
And let's see here. We got to find somebody who else has a merch store on Stream Elements. I'm sure we can find somebody.
yeah, he's on Stream Elements. Most of you guys are using Teespring.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. Paula, I have asked before, but I would love a copy of those rules. But I would also, honestly, I would like to see them published. Have a book made about it.
Yeah, I agree with Cap on that one. Hands down. That would be an excellent thing.
And I know many of us in the community would willingly buy it. And hello, Professor.
Hey, Professor.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Paula. I'm glad you're
Professor.
able to come in again today.
I've been saving this for you, Professor.
And I find it funny, Gets the Lemons. I'm still of the opinion that his rules need to be made in an actual book.
Little late.
Sell it and make the proceeds go to the family. I agree completely.
Yep.
That's of course, and I'm that reminds me, Gitz, I'm going to need to talk to you about my background image, and I need an update on it.
Hey, real quick. So I was just looking at the wedding manual, the wedding manual, the wedding album that my wife had made. It was from a site called mixbook.com.
Mhm.
And basically, she just got the photographs and uploaded it, and they offer it's like a full color hardbound, nice. Reminds me of like one. For this, it's the size of about a children's book. I didn't look already and see what they have, but it's high quality paper. They weren't that cheap, but they shouldn't be. You know, it has a nice binding. It's hardcover. It's quite nice, and I don't know how much work she really spent on it, but I think she said that the completed ones, because I think we had maybe 40 of them made, or 50, and I think they were something about $15 each. That was the actual final cost that they cost.
Wow. I mean, that's not a bad
And just
price.
for 50, I don't think you'd have any.
Oh,
I
man.
wouldn't turn my nose up. Just you know, a thought. I know you've got a lot of other stuff going on.
Yeah.
I might actually get banned from Facebook if this keeps up.
Oh, that's
What's going on?
Oh, I'm in a veteran to
Geek?
veteran. Oh, I'm on a group with veterans to veterans. And let's just put it this way. One of the policies they're talking about doing, I made the comment. I said, I'm glad I retired from the military when I did. And that person goes, and somebody decides they want to come in and they're like, oh, I found all the losers on this site. Y'all are pit. And then they couldn't even spell pitiful right. And I'm like, I know. How dare us have different opinions and bring up valid points on why we disagree with it? I know. How dare us? And they're like, oh, I kicked the dog and it hollers. And I was like, well, you don't want conversation. Maybe you should think before you type.
That would require yeah, I don't know.
I know.
Some people just don't understand that we don't give into groupthink. We think for ourselves.
I got some on Twitter. This guy was trying to tell me reverse racism doesn't exist. I said, I know, but ignorance and racism does. Neither are exclusive to just one group of people. And they really hate it when I say white people can experience racism. Okay, I'll be right back. Madam Geek needs my help with something.
Let's see here.
Oh, hello, 47 Yorktown. I didn't see you in there.
Brother's doing something great with him. I think I wrote him Twitter bot randomly tweeting a rule periodically. Wow.
Right, that might be worth getting Twitter for.
That definitely would be. And Joseph is not the only one that needs coffee.
Yeah, I'm just back, and I got my wallet because I wanted to go to the GoFundMe page, and it's rejecting my credit card for some reason.
Oh, for the
Really?
love of God.
Yeah, and the one that I'm using for super chats and everything. That's
Wow.
just weird. That's just weird. So it definitely works, and I know that there is money on that credit card because it says please enter a valid credit card number, which I'm doing. I just checked it twice. And this is just weird.
So, Professor,
Yes.
the link that you had put in the other day, that was a valid link as well, but it's different than this one. To donate,
Link.
you put in a link to donate, but it's not the one that I was seeing.
Some people were putting in this huge link that was 190 some characters long, and I don't know where they got that.
No,
Oh,
This is the link that
Oh, sorry.
What,
that
the
I've been
expiration
using.
date or something else?
Yeah, expiration date was wrong. Yeah.
That's what I figured for some reason.
Oh, okay, okay.
For whatever reason, that's the first thing that popped in my head because I've done that before myself.
Okay, perfect, done.
Yeah, we are doing everything we can, and that's all. I think.
Kapla Bird of Prey 5.
Yes, Kapla Bird Prey 5. Hope you were able to sleep in this morning. You know, some mornings you get up early.
oh no, it's on here. Okay, I was just making sure. Okay,
It's
good.
almost 8 o'clock. Good morning, Bert. I mean 8 o'clock. See, he's what is it? Eastern.
Yes, the second most real time zone apparently, next to Central.
Sorry, I'm biased. Yes.
We're really close though.
I always say,
Maybe one day we'll catch up.
how about the GMT +1 as the real time zone, which is me?
Yeah, you're the only one in it.
Wait a minute. I think Yitz
you and
is
that
in that
satellite.
time zone.
Itza is in the same time zone as I am, so yeah, it's the two of us.
Is PJ in that time zone, or is he GMT?
PJ is still in Spain?
Yeah,
Yes.
that'd be GMT, wouldn't it?
No. Spain is the same as we are. Basically, only UK is GMT. UK, Ireland.
Oh,
Well,
UK, Ireland is
UK is
GMT. Yeah,
UK is special.
they are. They are.
So what is
And
your time
then-
zone called?
What was that?
What was
What
that,
is your
Andy?
time zone called, Joseph?
I am. It's a GMT +1.
Okay.
It's
the
as
prime
simple as that.
meridian goes further than England, doesn't it? Why is England special? I mean, Greenwich. I know Greenwich,
yeah.
but
That was the one where it was set like Greenwich Mean Time. There you go. That's the border, and yeah, and basically I think Greece is GMT +2. And why are people? Oh, it's okay. It's not a phone call. It's just a reminder to feed my tortoise. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Greece is GMT +2, but Spain is still GMT +1. and basically, where does it start? And then I think the more you go east in terms of like Romania, Bulgaria, and those countries, they are already as well +2. Moscow is +2 as well. So this is how far it reaches, and then it goes like up and up. But for example, Middle East they are 2 hours ahead from me, so they are GMT +4, and Oman, for example, Oman is plus. They don't have summertime and wintertime. They do not change. So currently they are +3, and in summer they are +2. Yeah, there are certain countries they don't switch. They are the Arizona of Asia.
I was going to ask. I thought, yeah, Arizona doesn't do it either, do they?
Nope.
Neither does Hawaii. Parts
I
of
didn't know
Arizona,
that.
parts of Hawaii. I'm sorry, parts of Arizona do. It's the Navajo lands that do.
And
Oh,
Andreas
for
said
everyone who
because it was Empire when initially time was established, and they still think they are the Empire.
Hey guys, I want to say this. I'm very proud of this community. I saw the GoFundMe. I checked it earlier. Man, it warms my heart to see this community really step up and help out another fellow family member of the community.
And that's what we want to do most.
So, Cap, I think I have my 7th grade history pretty much mapped out here. We're going to do Reconstruction of the South. That's going to go from 65 to
real
70.
quick.
Go ahead.
Can I just mention to Andrea, who's new here, that he is teaching. He is not taking 7th grade history. So I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, yeah, that is a good point. So, yeah, we're doing. So I'm going to go with expansion. I found this really nice breakdown that is really, really good. And I think I'm going to do go to the Spanish-American War. They got a section here called the American Empire. This is when we annexed Guam, Philippines, all that. I think I'm actually, if I can put this together good, we might actually make it all the way to right before World War I, and then I'll start teaching World War I in 8th grade. But that's the thing. I teach. I'm a homeschool teacher. I teach both my kids, and my passion is history and civics. It's one of the reasons me and the Admiral got along real well. And actually, some of his stuff for World War I, World War II era, I'm definitely going to be looking at because I want to hear some of that stuff too. We really need to get rid of daylight savings time.
Agreed.
Its purpose has long since passed. It's not needed anymore. All it does is just screw us up for like a week after we get, after that Sunday takes us a week to get used to it. Or more.
And that's at least a week on each side of it. So yeah, let's just screw ourselves over twice a year. Hey, and Paula, I'm glad that we've been able to help, and yeah, we know you appreciate it. That honestly, if it were different times, it probably could help more. But I know that everybody's going to do what they can. And like I've been telling people, give what you can. If you can't, share, because that right there is a gift in and of itself.
Cap, I have to jump on another call.
Go for
thank
it.
you for bringing me up on the panel, and I'll be leaving for work shortly as well. So you all have a great day.
Thank you.
And
I'm glad to hear that you were able to rearrange your work schedule.
Take care, Professor.
Yeah.
Take care, Professor.
Oh,
Take care.
hello, Bird of Prey. Please go ahead, Bird.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Prey 5. Kapla.
Kapla, Bird. And with that, I am off.
Yes, it's Klingon.
Take care, everyone. And I'll
Bye,
see
Professor. Have a good day at
probably
work. I'll see you
all
later.
of you. Talk to you later. Thank you for that. You all have a great day, and I'll probably see you all this evening.
Take care, bud.
Take care.
How goes the day, Bird?
Not too bad.
Excellent.
It means better than
Mornings go.
yesterday.
Yeah, it's better morning than yesterday for sure. I didn't
Well, that's
wake up
good.
vomiting. So. I did need to take a couple hours this morning, and great, now my headphone fell out. Sorry about that. I did need to take a couple hours this morning and just take a break from YouTube.
Yep.
That's why I've been up, but and I figured I better come over and say, awake and whatnot, since I usually do come in the morning. So then I figured I might as well say hello. So here I am. Hello.
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 And it's much appreciated.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
always good to have you around. Definitely.
Thank you.
Hello, Will Seabrook.
Yes, hello, Will Seabrook. Yeah.
Yeah. I got called a soft ass. That was funny. It's like, you don't like my comments. Why you keep saying something? I'm like, because I don't like people who belittle others who have a different opinion.
Good news, Paula. Excellent.
Awesome. That is good to hear.
Okay, good. It's one thing my wife and I we regularly do every year or so. We go through all of our accounts, and what we'll do is I'll write up a paper, and then I'll lay it all out, and I'll lay the usernames, passwords, security questions, and then I'll print it out, and then I'll delete it without saving it.
I use software called Keep Pass.
Yeah, I've
It's a
heard of that.
password manager, and it has a print function that lets you print. So every so often, I give a physical copy to Mama Prey, and she locks it up in the safe just in case.
Yeah,
because
Arthur.
after that first time I was in a coma and nobody knew any of my passwords.
I have a password book that looks like a little checkbook, but it's just for passwords, like a little alphabetical, and it has the things pre-printed on it, like account name, account number, webs, all that stuff. And, it's about the size of a checkbook, and I just manually write it down, and I have a really great hiding place that nobody would think of, and I wish I could tell you where it is, but because it's
I
so
prefer
awesome,
not to know.
nobody would think of it. It's really quite cool. But anyway, of course, the only other person that knows where that is my wife. So, like, if anything happened to both of us, then well, I guess it wouldn't matter because that's that.
Goddamn Breaking Bad ruined hiding things behind outlet covers for everybody.
Oh, my favorite one. My favorite one was the. It was from what was it called? Burn Notice, where you just happen to have your stash hidden behind a piece of drywall that you know about. So it's totally just a wall, but you know where it is, and you can just smash through it with your elbow, and there's your stash.
I just put
But
Bert's
it's
password into the
not
chat.
very accessible though if you happen to forget a password. You know.
God damn it. Uh, I have so many passwords, different passwords for different sites that that's probably partially correct for one of them.
That
Although
would be actually hilarious.
I don't think I have any that end in 69 anymore.
You don't think so, do you?
You're not juvenile anymore.
When I realized that the day might come that family might need to get into my accounts, I had to make some changes.
You know, one of the writers at IGN mentioned password changes about because it took Sony PlayStation owners a long time before you could change your original PlayStation Network name, and they were like, "How hard can it possibly be?" They say it's really difficult to make somebody be able to change their name. Everybody else does it, you know, on every other platform. And he said, why should you be punished 5 years later because your initial name was Bong Ripper 420, and now you've grown up, you know, and are done with college, and you can't change that.
Yeah.
Or you can, but you can lose all your data and just start from scratch.
The funniest thing is, at a certain time in the company, I was conducting interviews with people for that, applied for a job, and since and they had like the first round, and I was involved in the second round of the interviews because it was then not only like general interview, it was as well job related.
Right.
To find out if the candidate is suitable or so. And you know what? Some of the email addresses that the people had were literally like pig lover and similar stupid things.
That was what they put on their resume. They didn't even have a fake.
They didn't even create like a new Gmail address with their name and let's say like a bunch of numbers or whatever.
Did you explain to them that was pretty unacceptable in any business environment, or did you just laugh and
basically I just laughed at it, and I pointed it out because one of the things that I'm always trying to do within interviews is to put people in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, interview, man.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm an a-hole, but I learned it from my manager because one of those things I always ask the person is how they perceive themselves if they are looking at stuff as a big picture, or they are detail oriented. And whatever they answer, I counter them. Do you think this is acceptable? You say you are detail oriented, but how about the whole thing? Or when they say I'm looking at things at big picture as a big picture, do you think it's acceptable because you may lose track on details? You know. So basically, whatever they answer, I counter them with the opposite, and so that it even sounds bad. What they answer.
What if they answer both?
You can't be both.
That's what I would answer.
Yeah, that was my first thought too. It's like a little of that.
You know what? They are under such a stress that actually it never came up. But I was thinking as well about this answer. And actually, since I'm asking this question, I have a good answer that is true to myself, and I know how to accept an answer, and I don't care what they answer me, because in every single job you need to be as well detail oriented, as well as have the view of the big picture,
No, I
simply because
understand. You
it's
you want to see
situation.
how they answer.
Yeah,
Yeah, you want to
and
see what they choose.
and how they answer to my challenging question. This
Mhm.
is how quickly they are on their feet, how quickly they react.
How
Yeah.
quickly can they bring up some type of BS answer
Oh, I
to
don't
a
care. I
BS
don't care.
question?
Exactly. Are they able to react quickly in every situation? That's basically that's the main thought behind this question. And because my answer is that my natural approach is to look at the big picture, but I had to learn in in my professional life to look into details, and there you're done with that answer.
In college, we used to hear one of my friends' father was also an engineer and was responsible for hiring the other engineers at the company he worked for. And so by the time a candidate got to them, they were pretty far, in the employment. It was basically just up to him or not whether they were going to get hired at that point.
Right.
They'd already passed HR and everything else. So he would always do a lunch interview, take them to lunch to a diner. And he said one of the things he would do would be check to see if they put on salt or pepper before they tasted the food. And if
Hmm.
they did, that was a doubt. He's like, how
Yeah.
can you know if you want salt? Because you've never been to this place before.
Mhm.
How would you know if you wanted salt or pepper before you tasted it? So I just thought, well, that'll never be an issue because I don't think I've ever used salt or pepper at a
Same with
diner
me.
before. Yeah.
Do you know one of the most interesting questions that I've been asked in an interview? It was for a temporary security clearance, and I didn't have to take the job, but I wanted to do the job. It was an audio job, and they asked me, "How would you describe to somebody? How would you describe the color yellow to somebody who was born blind?" And I got up and pulled up my chair and I said, "That's a really stupid question." And they said, "That's the right answer." Because it made absolutely no sense. So I used that when I had to hire people at the auditorium, and I would explain to them, because nobody would say that because they really needed the job, And I'd ask the same question, and they'd say, "Well, it's kind of the smell of a flower." I'd say, "Wait a minute, that's a stupid question, right?" "Yeah, I guess." It's like, "Okay, you acknowledge that. Let's move on." Just to get them to think a little bit. It's a good way to judge. But I thought I was just literally going to walk out, and they were like, "No, that's what we were hoping for." It's like you're a critical thinker.
Okay, I feel like this one. So that guy I was talking to on the veterans Facebook, he started rambling some shit. You know how some people get when they don't like you, they want to just start rambling incoherent nonsense. This
Correct.
is how he ended. This is how he ended it. Yeah, I took a look at your profile pic. That's all I need to know about you. I'm like, really? It took me a second to figure out what he meant, and then I was like, oh, he's talking about my Yitza picture. I'm like, really? This tells you all you need to know? Well, if you understand my profile pic, yeah, you are going to understand it pretty damn well. I mean, Yitza, who made it, understood me pretty damn well when he wrote it. I'll bet you the issue is he doesn't like the fact that I'm wearing a Union cap with a Confederate blouse.
Probably.
Probably can't get that there's a reference to that.
Well, no, that would be beyond their ability Yeah, they wouldn't even
Will,
bother
you
to
can do
ask.
that now. It doesn't pay well, but you can do that right now if you want.
I just thought that was hilarious when I saw that. It's like my profile pic. I'm like, oh, you mean my picture? I was like, oh, okay. Well, you've already established yourself as a fucking retard. I just thought that was funny. I'm half tempted to get the bigger picture of it and just clip it to him and go, here's a better picture of it. But I just what was it he said here? How did he put it? Looking at your profile tells me all I need to know about you. I'm done here before a reader gets me confused with a real petty ass middle finger argue with you house husband. House husband. What's wrong? How is that supposed to be insulting? I'm assuming that was supposed to be an insult.
Yeah.
But I was a house husband for quite a while until my wife retired. I took no insult. In fact, I took pride on being a house husband.
Yes. I guess it depends on the kind of interview, doesn't it?
I did an interview. I remember when I got my first job after I got out of the Marine Corps. I was going to do an interview at a gas station, and I went in. There was two other people ahead of me. I was dressed in one of the few times I was dressed in slacks, and I did have a collared shirt on. I shaved and everything. I'm going for a job interview. I want to look presentable. First guy in front of me, the first guy doesn't look like he looks like, I swear to God, he just got out of bed. The other guy does the entire interview with his ball cap on. Now, for people like me, that's distracting as all hell. Because it's very hard for me to focus on someone talking when they're wearing a hat. It's just not something, it's something military in me. So
Yeah.
I go in, I sit down with the guy, and he looks dead at me and he says, "Look, I'm going to be honest with you. You've already got the job." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Really, sir?" He's like, "Yes, you're the only one who actually showed up like he wanted a job." So he's like, "All right, let's go over the interview thing." But he basically told me I already had the job because I actually showed up like I actually wanted it.
Yitza, neither does the fire department require wearing a
And
suit. But when you go to your interview, when you go to a personal interview, you always try to look as best as you possibly can, even if they say it's casual. It shows that you're making an attempt, that you do want the job, that you're not like, oh, casual, huh? Walk in, slinging a beer. You said casual, right? It just shows that you're trying a little bit. That's all. And yeah, I know people can't afford certain expensive clothes, but a button-up shirt and a belt and some pants, some slacks, and not tennis shoes. That's pretty much all you need.
Pants. If you said you needed pants, you should have said I needed pants.
Well, it says so on the door.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not
No
going
shirt,
to
no
work in a
pants,
restaurant.
no surface.
no, actually says no shoot, no shoes, no shirt. It never says anything about pants.
I know.
That's right.
I know that. That's why I said that.
Let's see here, Will Seabrook. I once interviewed a guy for an IT operations position, and his first question was, "How many hops or closest Doom server?"
Doom server.
Yeah, so that is true. Just a little bit of etiquette and dress code goes a long way.
Yeah.
You dress for the interview you're going. Obviously, like you said, a three-piece suit is not exactly what you're going to have when you go interview at a gas station.
Yeah,
but
Yetta said he's not talking about that.
Yeah, I know he's not talking about that. That's what I'm saying. You don't expect, but you dress appropriate for the job you're going for.
Correct.
Yeah.
Actually, I would say that even if you slightly overdress, you don't want to go too far either way. You don't want to slum it, but you don't want to show up like you don't need the job either. You don't want to show up with
right, and you don't want to show up in a tux to go work at a grocery store.
Yeah,
Maybe a tuxedo shop. But
exactly.
no.
You
But,
know,
you know, I
So
like what Real
chauffeur
said.
interview or something.
But I have a funny
It's also
story
a
from
matter of.
go ahead, Yosef.
NB. NB was talking.
No, I was going to say Will Seabrook just, it's also a matter of general courtesy. Yes, it is. And it also shows, it lets a person know how you view yourself. If you're on the other end of that and somebody comes in, looks like they didn't put any effort, they're slouching. Yeah, man, yo, what up? It's not going to be a good interview.
I hear you're hiring, bro.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that what happened, it was 2006, I think, something like that. I was supposed to conduct an interview with another salesman, with a sales manager in our company, and the requirement was at the time that there need to be two people present in that room, and it was a person who was supposed to be hired for his team, but the guy had that week off. He just took a week off, and it was high summer. And it was like, I'm having here a candidate who was supposed to go into his team, and the guy has a day off, and we didn't want to reschedule the interview because we already got a good feedback from HR that it's a very suitable candidate. So I called my colleague, where is he, and if he can come to the office just for the interview. And he was like, shit, I'm literally at a lake sunbathing with my at the time girlfriend. And I was like, can you come? It's literally less than 15-minute drive from the lake, because Bratislava is a very small city, and there's a nice lake just outside the city. And he was like, you know what, I can, but you will be shocked. So he jumped. So he came over to the office wearing wife beater, Bermuda shorts, and flip flops. We conducted the interview with the manager being dressed like a lifeguard.
But yeah, you know what? He probably also did that to try to show you that he was being interrupted. Because he could have probably changed. I don't know where he lives, but he could have at least said, "All right, give me an hour."
Yes,
And tell him to get some
go home.
coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what? It was so hilarious because there was a guy wearing a suit that we were interviewing. Okay, I was wearing like pants, shirts, and I was dressed like normal day in the office. But this one came in Bermuda shorts and flip flops and a white beater, and I was like, no, this is going to be. But he explained the situation that he is basically his week off, and yeah, that he came for the interview.
I'm sure that the interviewee was actually kind of like, "Thank you very much for coming in." For the interview.
Yes, actually,
because
yes.
he wants the job.
It was actually a good interview. We hired the guy, and the guy is still working at the company, so that was completely fine. But definitely we have a dress code. For example, it's business casual. You can wear jeans, shirts, jacket, but please don't come in like shorts and a torn up t-shirt or something like this,
Right.
and flip flops, and basically shoes that have that are open for safety reasons are not allowed. So you should really have like normal shoes.
Yeah.
But now, since I'm working
But
for
women
60,
can probably wear open shoes, right?
open toe is okay, but open toe is
Mhm.
okay. But I mean, you know that you don't have your what's the
Double standard.
I
No,
know
no,
we
no.
talked about this like last year, some at point about the open-toed shoes and the double standard.
You know what? It's
I
not the
remember that conversation, Bird.
is it what's the where's my Google Translate here? Okay, of course, heel. The heel should be fixed as well in the shoe. You know, like so that you don't wear like flip flops or something that is open, because we have it's a 10-story building, and the people don't use always the lifts. We are taking the stairs as well. You know, is it lift or elevator in the United States? No, I don't
Both
know.
works. It's
Both
elevator
work.
usually, but both
Elevator,
work.
but yeah, both work.
Lift is normally reserved for like a maintenance style elevator or a maintenance elevator. It's
Yeah,
that's sometimes called a lift.
cargo lift
Yeah,
for
cargo.
the
Yeah.
moving in
Okay,
furniture or
okay.
something.
Elevator's usually meant for reserved for individual people, and then lift is usually reserved for cargo,
Great.
heavy equipment, things like that.
Okay, so elevators.
Yes.
Because because UK, I think they use lift.
Yeah, they do.
Right.
Yeah.
I got in trouble once at a hotel that was like a real old hotel that had one of the lifts in the middle of the stairway that was just surrounded by a grate. And I rode up and down in that thing all day long. And the lady at the front desk was like, "Are you the one that's been riding up and down in the lift?" And I had no idea what she was talking about. And I honestly was like, "No." Because I didn't know what the hell that was. Because it was great. It was manual, with the two gates and everything, and it was totally open. I had a lot of fun.
I'd have probably done that. Maybe at least once or twice.
Well, I
Hey,
must have done it for over an hour.
Cap, I saw your DM
Uh-huh.
over our dead bodies.
Yep, that's why I wanted to say it there.
And I'm leaving it at that. I would never wear open-toed shoes to a job interview. Okay. I guess for me, when it comes to it, I don't really see. I guess maybe I don't have an issue with women wearing closed or open-toed. Both have been considered business appropriate.
Oh, I don't have a problem. I'm just pointing it out that there's a double standard.
Yeah, so that's okay. Doesn't bother me.
And personally, I prefer the look of a closed-toe shoe. That's just me. It just looks more professional, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is if you had a really great pedicure and did your nails and were working at a makeup shop or something, and maybe you would have open-toed shoes to show off that. But that's the only time I can really that, or maybe a more nefarious type of interview. But that's the
You
only
mean
ones I can
as a
really
personal massage therapist?
Yeah, to the extreme. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Or maybe Hollywood type of thing, but like I said, you get the professional pedicure and you have a professional paint job done, I guess, but not for any job other than those. I really couldn't think of one where that would be thought of as acceptable. But I know that you hate the standards and shit, and yeah, we've all been on shitty interviews too. I've been on an interview where I worked for an hour and a half doing an audio thing, and I knew I wasn't getting the job the whole time. I don't know why. I think I just wanted to play with their computer. But like seriously, they introduced me to the head of the company. I was like, "Hey, it's been nice to meet you," and like left. I knew I didn't have the job.
It just says being refused entry
Being
is
refused
also
entry.
fun. Yeah.
Huh.
That's ridiculous. And that kicked out of a place with a strict rule for wearing open-toed shoes. That I don't understand that. I mean, if you're not aware of the rule when you're going in, what
Was it like a dance club or something? Why or was it a factory?
I mean, what difference would it make if you're,
Well, if people stomp
just
on your
interviewing?
toes,
No, what I'm
And Didi
saying
you're
is,
Myers,
going
good
into a
morning.
crowded dance
and
floor.
yes, good morning, Didi Myers. No, what I'm saying is, there are people that it's like, okay, if you're not supposed to wear open-toed shoes and you don't know it when going into the interview, they could simply say, one of our policies is we require such and such
In the Capitol.
on the job.
Huh. That's weird.
We'll call you, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is for example one thing that I really hate. And when we were hiring many when we huge waves of hiring people, and we all they were only calling people who were accepted, and they never called people that we where we didn't hire those people. And I was so complaining about that in the HR department that at the time when every I called up every single candidate, even if I had like 10 interviews for one role, I made the effort to call all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than enough to say thank you very much for your interest, but we
The
decided to
position
go
has
with
been
a
filled.
different candidate.
The
Mm-hmm.
position has been filled, but we're letting you know. Thank you for
Yeah,
your interest. Please
thank you for your
apply. Please follow up and see if we're hiring again for another position. Something like
yeah.
that.
and
Let them
and
off the hook so they're not waiting because they were hoping for getting that job. Exactly,
Exactly.
and it's common
Or
courtesy.
or we told them your CV is will be for and this is actual policy. Your CV is in our database with all our comments that we made during the interviews. And if there is a suitable role open for you, we will contact you. And this is actually what as well happened.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
you're in the pool basically.
few times
You're in
because
the
because
pool.
because there were already certain interviews done. And also I had and fun part was I had not once, but it happened to me like 2 or 3 times where I had a candidate on my interview where he wasn't suitable for the role I was interviewing that person into our team. But I knew that there were people looking for other candidates, and I immediately, after the interview, immediately I told the candidate that I don't think you will fit in our team, but let me get you in touch with another manager because I think your profile is more suitable for such and such role.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it like 2 or 3 times. I literally pinged the person on, sent him an IM on my computer if the person can come. And they just met. And I told them, you know what, just agree on an interview because I think this could actually work. And I know that out of the 3 cases that the 2 people were hired, the third one wasn't. But
That's
but
excellent.
this is as well something where I wouldn't have to go that extra mile. But if I see somebody who is suitable for the company but not necessary for the job, I'm working for it's not a secret, I'm working for Dell here in Slovakia. And we have here working over 2,500 people. so many jobs, many roles, many departments. So it's not a problem to actually even move between departments. I did myself multiple times. I'm with the company for 17 years, and I changed within the company many departments. And this is
Can I ask you this
exactly.
about this interview? Because so did you know going into the interview that he was not suitable for the position?
Not necessary, because HR does a certain filter. They are filtering people for us that where they definitely go. Do you speak the languages that we require? Because just to understand, obviously, we are a small country serving different markets from within Europe. So we are looking for people who speak. Obviously, you need to speak English because it's a business language, and you need to understand as well. Sometimes I don't know, like German or
Russian.
German. Russia has their business on their own, but sometimes you need people with, I don't know, Italian, Spanish, Greek. We have just to put it into perspective, within the 2,500 employees, there is a mix of 27 different languages that we can cover.
Impressive.
So it is really interesting. And as well, of course, there are people working that came from from abroad. It's an anecdotal story. My previous manager is an Irish guy who married a Slovak girl, and they live now in Slovakia. And he used to be my manager directly from Dublin.
A Slovak
Andrea
guy
is
and a Slovak girl live in Slovakia?
Irish guy and Slovak girl.
Oh, Irish. Oh, okay.
He's Irish, directly from Dublin, and he married a Slovak girl. They met on an airplane.
That's cool.
And
That's pretty awesome, actually.
I mentioned it even before somewhere. Their wedding invitations were actually plane tickets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's like try to get out of that one. No, you're coming. Oh, I don't know if I can. Oh shit! It's awesome.
Is it too much? Is it just too much to ask for, if you're going to bitch about American history and how bad it was, to actually know what the hell you're talking about? Is that too much to ask?
I guess so.
And I'm not asking for you to be in-depth American history professor, but at least understand some basics. Understand a little bit of what was going on, at least have something. It's like when I hear people talk, it's like when I did my whole thing on the Civil War.
Oh man.
Yeah. And then you get to the end, because today's the last one. I was going to do Reconstruction, but I decided Reconstruction will be for 7th grade. But we get to the assassination of Lincoln now. And what a lot of people don't realize is there was he wasn't the only one who was getting assassinated that night. There was a coup to assassinate 3 people. And actually, one of the things that happened was they did, when they eventually they had 3 surrender, and actually because of this, we had the first woman in American history hung.
And good morning, Rambling Canuck.
Hey, Rambling.
Hi, Rambling.
Good morning.
You're the guy who loves history.
Yes.
Yes, Captain. Hey, Rambling.
Good morning. Morning, Bird of Prey 5.
Good morning, Rambling.
Kapla Rambling.
Oh, Rambling, I was on Facebook, and apparently somebody didn't like my profile picture.
Uh-oh.
And they're like, I know all I need to know about you. I'm like, I doubt it, considering you have no concept of what that picture even represents. But I didn't say that because I'm like, you're not worth my time anymore.
I don't know if Paula is still in the chat, but she was here
Oh,
earlier, at
very,
least.
very good. Yeah,
It's,
I'm slowly waking up. So,
You get
so
talking,
much so as I come on the panel as Rambling Canuck, and I'm in chat as.
oh,
Just yeah, still scatterbrain.
yes, Paula's still here. I'm glad to hear that, Paula.
Yeah, on the panel is me, and I had a multi-personality, I guess. With R&R in the chat, so we're good, right? There we go.
I had to get it to where it would actually, when I put stuff in the chat, it would finally say NB Geeks Let's Talk and not my actual name. Took me a while to get that figured out. Because I'd be in here as MB Geek, and then I'd be down there in the chat, and it's like I gotta fix this.
Hi, DD Myers. I didn't see you in there.
No, I think the first time it was called Let's Talk Star Trek. That was the original one. And I was like, no, that's not what it's supposed to be. I was learning my YouTube back then.
Trying to figure out how to make the link for his Stream Elements store.
For Dooms?
Yeah, for Dooms.
1 second.
I'm gonna go heat up my coffee.
I knew he could handle it. That's I didn't even have to ask.
1 second. I gotta go through my bookmarks. I have it here. There it is. I'll put it in the chat for you, Paula. There it is. And let's see. What other links do I have in here? Since Paula is in the chat, let's see. I believe I have it. 1 second.
Since Paula's in the chat, I'm gonna ask this. What do you think of my adding the Dooms Roll 129 as a permanent thing for my channel? Because that's one that I am personally inspired by.
Your background? Okay. I wouldn't replace your background. I was going to compliment you on your background.
Not replacing it. Not replacing it at all. Oh no.
Paula says she's great with it, but since we do have Paula in the chat, and she's asking for Doom's merch store, how about we put Paula's merch store in the chat? Because I have that one too.
The Etsy one, which is also in the description. Cool. Yeah, please do.
Yep, it's there.
I'm already going there.
Yeah, a lot of.
I have that one too.
Oh, that's right, Paula. I was talking with you about quilts, wasn't I? Or was that Madam Geek?
You were probably talking to Madam Geek.
Okay.
Maybe. Hey, honey.
I think it was Madam Geek. This is
I
great
have
stuff.
Yeah, I have that one too. When Doom was showing off how much his wife was a Yoda fan.
These are nice.
So, yeah. I have that one as well.
Madam Geek's taking a look at this store already. She really likes this stuff.
Yeah.
And
her being a sewer and everything, I mean, she can definitely relate.
And obviously, I don't know if they've talked yet, but she'll need to. She was saying yesterday about Paula was saying about not knowing how to add new merch. So someone familiar with Etsy could probably help her with that.
Yeah. I. The only thing is, I don't know. Yeah, that was Doom's department. I didn't deal with it. I just put the link in the chat all the time. I didn't deal with the store. That was Doom's department. Something like writing, but you know.
I have a question for Paula. Paula, have you ever did you ever get a chance to go to a quilt convention? Because Madam Geek and I went to. We've only been able to go to one. That's back in California. And man, this is just. I showed the pictures off here a few weeks back, right, Cap?
Yep.
Yeah, and we were showing some very impressive stuff.
What?
That would be his nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you haven't been yet, Paula? Okay, if you ever get a chance, I think you would quite enjoy it. Hopefully, when I move to Indiana in a couple of months, maybe there'll be a quilt show up there someday I can go to in Indianapolis. My wife and I are moving up to. Right now, we're looking at Sullivan, Indiana, right on the Illinois, Indiana border. Her family lives in Some of her family lives in Indianapolis. Some of them live a little further north, and then a lot of my family lives on the Mississippi River over near St. Louis. And with my daughter being pregnant with my future grandson, decided I wanted to be closer.
Right. So,
Speaking of
well,
which, I need to check.
hopefully we can get some of that merch sold for you, Paula. That's why I'm wanting to include that in the description. I'm hoping that'll sell and help out some. Um, and
And Andrea,
go ahead.
if you're still here, yes, we talk about quilts sometimes as well.
Yes, we do.
We do. At length.
And
Just
I
another
actually
example.
did. Paula, yes, I do know you're in Indianapolis. I'd even I talked to Richard a couple times about, maybe when I get up there, we could, have coffee or something, do a stream. That was something I was really looking forward to trying to put together. But I will throw this out there, Paula. If you need any help with anything, I'll be up there around March time frame. If you need any help with anything, and I can easily make an effort to drive over, give a hand at anything you need. I'm sure my wife would be more than happy to help too. It's just an offer out
Wow.
there if you need it. Your grandmother taught Andre. Your grandmother taught you. Oh, that's awesome. My love of quilts came from my granny. She used to hand make quilts pretty much all her life until her arthritis got so bad. Usually Christmas and birthdays, that's what you get from her is a handmade quilt.
I had somebody hand make me a quilt when I was but a tiny little child. And I have it. Would you like to see it? It's actually kind of fun. Since we're talking about it, let me go grab it off the chair over here.
Oh yeah. My granny used to make. Oh yeah, that was something my granny would do too. She'd make those baby blankets for all the family.
This is pretty much a baby blanket quilt named Quilt. It's gonna bother the hell out of the dog, but let me put it up here. All right, so let's see. Try and display it. It's all right with the sunlight, I guess. Okay. So, camera.
Yeah, my wife doesn't do. Well, there's the
Yeah.
Brainy specs. Brainy for prison. Oh, I like the colors.
Wow.
So that's the one side. That's all right, right? Nice colors on there.
Oh yeah.
I like that purple. I like that purple border.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite one. I don't know why. It's just so weird.
The
on that
pinstripe
one. Yeah.
or the
Yeah.
or the
No,
circle.
no,
Oh, the pinstripe.
no. And then, hang on a sec. I'm going to show you the other side, which is nothing that amazing, but there.
Oh,
Cool.
My little
cool.
quilt. Yeah. So definitely,
That's cool, man.
I've had this since it was made for me, and I actually got to visit the lady that made it in Aberdeen, South Dakota. Whoops! When we went up to visit my grandma there, with when my mom was alive, and she had her address and everything, and we stopped by, and she's like, "This is the lady that made that for you." Wow! I had it with me too. This was a long time ago.
Paula, I'd
That
love to
was
see
cool.
that flannel quilt of the Steelers penguin colors. That would be.
Oh,
that
that would
cool.
be.
That
Yeah,
would. I
that
bet
would
that
be
would
awesome.
cool.
So I've got one.
Go for it.
Well, you gotta.
Well, let me
Show
get up
my-
Dave first.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, my grandmother passed away a couple years back, and there were 5 just finished quilts in
Wow.
her room. And when I walked through, I figured that all my cousins had beat me to it, and because I remember the one she made me as a kid, and that one long since disintegrated. So I was like, well, what are we doing with the quilts? And they're, oh, we're just going to give them to Goodwill. After I flipped out on my family, I took all 5. And my kids have most of them. And then the one I've got is starting to disintegrate, but
Wow.
Pretty.
I like that.
the full size blanket. But yeah, there's my grandma. And when she was a couple of years younger, she used to hand paint them all.
Ooh. Wow.
Because the one I had when I was a kid was hand painted, so she'd hand paint birds and everything on them.
We're
That's
talking
cool.
quilts right now.
So, but yeah, they had 5. Grandma had 5 of them left there, and they were, I guess we'll give them to Goodwill. It's like, are you
Yeah.
on crack? Like fuck you are. like hell you are. They're coming to me to Winnipeg. Screw you. You don't want them. You're tough shit, not mine. Grandma made these. They're not going to no Goodwill. Forget you. Yeah. After I pulled them off. Yeah.
I'd show you guys some of my granny's quilts. I have 2 to 3 of them, but they're currently packed up. But once I get the new place and everything, I think I'm gonna try and find a place to display them. I have a couple of her quilts up. I miss those, man. That was like one of the biggest thrills to get was one of those handmade quilts.
Here's another one that I don't know where this came from. I've had it forever, but I mean, literally, I don't remember not having this quilt. And it started deteriorating, and I'm trying to find a place. I'm looking for the thread where my wife, I think that's one here. Yeah, she repaired it when it was ripping. Here's another one. And it's hard to actually find where she repaired it. She has all the sewing machines and what's the other one called that does the edges? I forget. Anyway,
I have to ask my wife. Let me
Whatever.
go ask her.
Yeah. Quilts. Kind of cool. Serger. That's what it's called.
Serger, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't remember.
The only things that were coming to my mind were Ripper and Serger, and I don't
I thought
know what
Ripper
the
came
hell was
for some
for.
reason.
Yeah, we already.
It's Serger.
Yeah, yeah, we
Madam, you
already.
confirmed it.
Yeah.
We already. But thank you.
Managed to recall that. It's a little slow. Yes, thank you, Andrea. Yep, Serger. Yes,
Serger,
Paula. Yep. Yep.
Madam
Hey,
Geek
I
kept,
remembered.
Madam Geek has packed up all our old uniforms, and she's going
Mhm.
to make quilts out of them, out of our old uniform patterns. And I think, okay, well, that's cool. That'll be interesting. If we can get some of the if I can, which won't be too hard, I can order some patches from our different units and stuff that we used to be a part of, and she can probably put those in different areas. I mean, we have some of the patches, but not all of them.
Right.
Like when I
Rachel
first
once
joined the
made
Air
a
Force, we
T-shirt
used to
quilt.
wear. When I first joined the Air Force, we used to wear unit ball caps. So we have a few ball caps from our old unit. Well, we're guys. We are a little slow, Andrea.
Yeah, it happens.
I'll be right back. I gotta go make sure the kid is awake. He's got to go into school today, so I'll be right back.
Okay,
Okay,
sure
bud.
thing.
All right.
I remember when I used to go down to Tennessee, visit my great grandparents. You know, my grandparents would go down, drive us down to Tennessee from St. Louis, and we go there. And a lot of times you'd see my grandfather, my great grandfather, would be sitting in his chair. He had his own recliner, which I, as a kid, always had fun sitting in. And of course, he'd come over and get the hell out of my chair, boy. This heavy, heavy Southern accent. And then my granny be sitting on the couch right there. Grandpa be watching probably a John Wayne or Clint Eastwood movie, because that's pretty much all he did was watch westerns. Just where one of my appreciations for westerns came from. And then my granny just be sitting there sewing, not paying a damn bit of attention to what was on the TV. For all I know, she said one time, she's like, I could have and she's like, Joseph could have watched that damn movie probably 16 times. I could have been in here and I don't know a damn thing's going on. Because she just focused, she tuned everything out, just focus on her sewing.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Stitch Cafe.
Yes. Good morning.
Hi, honey. So, Paula, I think you said. So, for those of you who don't know, the Stitch Cafe is my wife's. That's my wife. That's Madam Geek. And that's the name of her channel, the Stitch Cafe.
I actually thought that when you said hi, honey. But I was not sure.
Yeah, Dave. That is
because she might have been in the background. Okay, so Stitch Cafe, cool.
Yeah.
Still think you and Rachel should talk, Madam Geek.
Yeah, probably do more of that maybe when the move is done.
Oh, I know. Yeah, not
Oh,
like
no, I know what you
in
mean,
an
but-
hour and a half. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe Paula could talk to her as well
Yeah,
about some
Yeah.
things.
especially if they have a love of crafts, definitely. Oh, good. CompTIA finally is notified.
And Andrea,
Finally,
you'd be
CompTIA
welcome in
finally-
that too, as you have some quilt knowledge. That would be an interesting thing. If you'd like to
CompTIA
participate.
finally reminded me that my certification's due. So I'm kind of like, yeah, no shit. I know it's due in July. About time you guys finally sent me something.
Yeah. Well, thankfully they sent it to you before.
Oh, before July? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've got I finally found the Skillsoft certification Security Plus approved list, and I've gone to Skillsoft, and it's going to cost me $24 a month. But since we're doing no school for pretty much all of February, and school ends for the kids tomorrow, or actually no, today. Today is their 180-day mark. I'm going to focus on my 50 hours during that break. So
Andrea, there's no difference. It's just we
No.
usually prefer to just be in the chat, like
Right.
as an icon. That's all.
And the other difference is that the ones on the panel are usually just doing talking versus the texting in the chat. Although people do both.
Yeah, I try to stay aware of the chat. That's why I have it up on the tablet so I can see if somebody's saying something.
I always try to keep an eye on the chat, particularly. Unfortunately, when I'm looking in the StreamYard chat, it's delayed more than the YouTube chat. And against those lemons, panelists are elitist and we're the plebes. You know damn well, against those, you're always welcome on the panel.
Yeah, sure. It's a sure. Yeah. We are the elitists.
we live in our own bubble of superiority.
Oh, and Andrea
wait,
is
there's other
asking
people.
who decides and what's the criteria for being on the panel.
Well, usually I'm nice and let most people in. Usually.
Pretty much whoever captain wants to let in, up to his max amount of people. But there are sometimes he just is like, nope, I'm not letting somebody on.
And usually that's somebody who's not a not the right
house.
fit. Not fit.
No,
living at the Fundus house.
Yeah, just to explain it, just to explain how it works. Basically, it happens from time to time that people who are either not behaving or are not polite or are just a-holes can appear here and there in the chat, and those people can be dealt with very quickly. Usually people who appear like for a longer period of time and then they show interest to come on the panel, the owner of the channel decides if he lets those people on or not.
Right.
Basically,
and there
that's
are
the
people.
thing.
Yeah, there are people who try to who find a way in, and it's like they're not chatting, so you know they're not actually people from the chat. So, and I've had those come in before. It's like, okay, and I'll simply say, put a message into the stream, and I'll see who you are, and then we'll go from there. They don't.
Yeah.
So.
And just to understand, this is we are basically a community of people who met through different channels, through different YouTubers, and some of the people like Captain Trek decided to start their own channel and basically create something like I call it a virtual pub, where people can meet and talk among friends. And there are people who are like, it's let's say Jitse, who is always in the chat and rarely on the panels. And there are people who like to join the panel and talk. Yeah. And for example, I like to chat as well, but since I'm working right now and I'm moving between different screens and different applications, I barely follow the chat, so I can just talk. And
then there are people like me who join the panel but rarely talk.
Yeah, and fall asleep.
You talk when
But
you have something to say.
On his own streams, he reads every single chat, usually. So he'll get like an hour behind.
Yeah. But Andrea, definitely what I'm.
Can't hear me.
Oh, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How are you?
Hello, Andrea.
And then you have
Hi, how are
people like,
you?
and then you have people like me who had to learn the hard way a few times to learn to shut up.
You all
funny,
sound
but
very
it's true.
balanced, actually. I mean, a balanced mix of people talking.
We usually tend to be. I have to keep
We've gotten
NB in
better at
line
it.
sometimes, but you know.
I think we've gotten good at our balancing this out over time, Cap.
Correct.
What a funny thing. It's just a little, I didn't even know, 3 hours ago that there were people who did, live streams like this. And, I saw a lot of really weird stuff on Twitch and YouTube, like people just like expounding on strange things overnight. Yeah. And then I was just clicking through a lot of different things, and then I got to you guys, and I've been here for like 2 hours.
We kind of sometimes we just talk about a little bit of everything. Like, I know it's probably strange hearing a bunch of grown men talk about their love of quilts, but you know what? We're all comfortable with who we are.
Yeah, no, there doesn't seem to be anybody who's like worried about their masculinity here.
No.
No.
No, those who aren't here. So.
Yeah.
I'm married. I always have to ask about my masculinity, so it's okay.
I just do what my wife tells me to do.
Yeah, pretty
I'm a
much.
married man, so I just do what the wife tells me to do. That's masculinity enough for me.
Here, here.
And for example, Bird of Prey here on the panel, who is so quiet the whole time, he has the funniest channel where he with his content and the community, that basically he is one of those people who is responsible for many of us being on YouTube. And yeah, it's. I don't know how many of
you
you
can't go saying that, Joseph. My head will
why?
get bigger than it is.
Well,
I'm
yeah, we
already
don't want
God
his,
dictator of Kuroga.
we don't want his
Well,
ego becoming as large as anti-trackers. Although we want his channel to be bigger.
Yes, we definitely need your channel to grow, Bird, because your.
Is it possible? Sorry.
Oh, you mean Bird's channel to grow? Of course, he has only 2.5K subscribers, so definitely we need him to grow to. I'm not saying PewDiePie, but why not?
25,000
Why not?
subscribers. Why
not? I was
All
going to
right,
say, Cap,
I gotta.
Yes.
I gotta dip. I gotta go get a couple of things, get some shopping done before I gotta be back for the stream tonight.
Right.
So
Take care.
And let me know if you need
soon.
anything between now and then.
Will do. Talk
I'll see you
to
later,
y'all later.
Ramsey.
Take
Talk
her
to you
easy.
later.
Oh, what I was going to say, Cap, was is it possible for Anti-Trekker's ego to get any bigger?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Anti-tracker?
Yes, he is one of the biggest. Well, actually, Bird of Prey is more knowledgeable in most things Trek than anti-tracker.
Anti-Tracker has age on me, so he saw
Well,
the
that's
original
true.
series as a kid, so he he
No,
retained
it's
more of the info. He built
yeah.
his life upon it. I didn't grow up. My teenage years was mostly Deep Space Nine, so that's
Oh, we must be about the same age. I was born in 74.
78.
Yeah. Oh, I've
79
got
here,
you.
baby.
Oh my God, I'm an old lady here.
Andrea, you're the only lady on the panel because I think all of
Are
us.
you assuming gender, Joseph?
She just said
Nobody
it.
asked
She's
me how I
like,
identify. No, me.
I
You're
did.
saying she's the
Watch
only
your
one.
pronouns there, Joseph.
Has anyone asked how I identified today?
No,
oh,
because we
today,
Lord.
okay, because I asked you that question. I think yesterday. Sorry.
Well, today's a new day, Joseph.
Yeah, of course. So, how do
But
you
for those
identify
who
today?
wondering, I still identify as the same gender I have been for 42 years.
Okay.
I
Will
was
it
wondering
change by
because
tomorrow?
I don't
His
know.
gender is
We'll have to see what
ubiquitous.
tomorrow brings.
Oh, good Lord.
I can't help myself trying to suss out the political inclinations of everybody. It's just I have no problem with anybody anywhere. I just think it's interesting. But you don't have to tell
Neither
me.
do any of us.
I
Nope.
just couldn't tell. Like, is he serious
Oh,
about changing his gender,
yeah.
or
He is one of
No,
the most
we're
conservative on this panel.
I'm not conservative, goddammit. I'm a New York moderate. I grew up in New York City. Okay? I mean,
think I
to Texan, they'd look at me and be like, yup, go home, boy. But in New York City, they're like, get out of here, you bigot. Like, you don't believe in systemic racism. I'm gonna firebomb your house. Like, oh, son of a bitch.
I'm fairly confident.
I
I'm one
said
of the
I did
few
say on the
conservatives.
panel. I didn't say it could get too
Oh,
far.
on the panel. Well, just because you're. Well, no, I don't think I'm the most conservative on the panel.
No, that would be me.
Yeah, I
that
was
would be
gonna say.
NB. That would be NB.
That would be me. I'm the most conservative guy on the panel.
You know what, Andrea? About one thing I can tell you, on these channels within this community, you meet people from. When we are talking about the people from the United States, you meet people from both sides of the aisle, and there are sometimes discussions, but never is it like hatred or
That's
like
great.
looking down on somebody just because one is inclined to be more on the Republican side or somebody is more on the Democrat side or something. And I always joke that Trump wasn't my president and Biden is not my president.
Yeah.
Obviously not American. So,
Wasn't it you, Joseph, who got in trouble for that?
No, there was somebody else who
no,
tweeted
it was a few days ago. I put when there was like a political discussion, I put in the chat that Biden is not my president, and Captain asked me to remove that comment, so I removed it immediately. That was the only thing. But I'm joking about this all the time, and yeah.
No, Zuzana
It
is
was a
yours,
statement
right?
of fact that can be taken out of context.
exactly.
Doesn't she look great? Isn't she pretty?
Yeah, my God, she's a year younger than I am, and I'm an old lady.
You're not an old lady.
I know. I'm just playing. I don't care about any of that stuff.
You know, I always say ages
Mar got in
number
trouble
and-
on Twitter. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Mar. Okay, Mar was it? Yeah. Oh, yes, because he's German, and he said something like
right.
"not my president," and he got banned or something for that comment.
Suspended on Twitter.
Suspended on Twitter. Except
until they realized that he's German. So Definitely not his president.
Hey, Rambling could say, not my president, and you know what? That's perfectly fine because he's Canadian.
Yep. And
Now he's
that's another
still
thing.
president of Canada.
You were about to say
Canadians
Canada,
count.
weren't you?
Well,
Even Quebec?
yes, even Quebec.
Quebec. It's not.
And just to understand this joke, Andrea, there's a guy within this community. He is from Quebec. It's a very strong French accent and very
And a
communist.
true believer in communism.
Oh, yes.
Really? And Quebecois? I would expect him to be more of like
Quebecois.
a separatist.
Well,
And that's too.
he lived. He's a
I
he
guess they're
lived a
not
good
mutually
part of his
exclusive.
life in Russia.
Oh, that's weird.
So
yes, and he
he's
has
waiting for his.
And he likes the Soviet Union, or he liked it? Like every Russian I've ever met is like super loves Reagan,
He feels that Stalin and Lenin never actually did communism right.
Well, that's true.
But once somebody gets it right, then it'll be really good. We'll see.
What, like Cuba?
Hey, the funniest thing I
China?
still heard on the news, funniest damn thing I ever heard on the news was this leftist get on there and say, well, Karl Marx really didn't understand communism, socialism. Like, oh, you mean the guy who wrote the book?
Yeah.
He didn't understand it? He authored it.
I just got pinged for the State Department starting right now.
And I'm the only one on the panel who can say that communism doesn't work because literally been there, done that.
Split in half because of it.
Yeah. And yeah. Despite it was only the first 14 years of my life, but still more than enough to understand how it doesn't work.
I guess it's the other way around, though. It's that you were artificially joined because of it, not split in half, right?
We were basically as a Czechoslovakia as a country, we were basically it started after the Second World War, where basically the forces, U.S., U.K., and Russia decided to split Europe between the forces.
Yeah.
And we ended up on the
wrong side of the tracks.
Not so funny part of the track. Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah.
But then, and you know what? When you said that the Russians you met that they loved Reagan is because he was the one who basically started the talks with Gorbachev in the 80s.
To say tear down that wall.
Tear down that wall.
His advisors didn't want him to. They said it was going too far, and he just did it himself. And that's why, like all the I mean, I don't know that many, but a few Russians around Washington, they're all like they're pretty moderate Republicans usually.
Mm-hmm.
I have never
because of
met
market forces and so on. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying I've never personally met a Russian who lived, or anyone who lived under Soviet Union that ever came out and said, "Oh yeah, it was a great time."
Yeah.
I've yet to meet one person who's. I mean, I seriously have never. It's like, no, it sucked. I heard a story one time. I was watching a documentary once where this man had come over from the Soviet Union, and he was in I don't know what country he was in at the time. He was in one of the Western ones. I think he was able to get to the UK, and there was a Coke machine there, and he had never seen a Coke machine before and had no idea how it worked. He had to ask how a simple Coke machine worked because they had never seen one before.
Yeah. Well, where I spend a lot of, so I live, like I said, sort of between Washington, D.C. and Costa Rica. And I have there's a woman down here, I call her my Costa Rican mom, because she's like this, 65-year-old little Latin lady who tells me what to do all the time. And I told her this long story, and it was funny, and she smiled and laughed, and then at the end she was like, "What's a metro?" And I said, that's a subway. It was some story about that. And she was like, "Oh, what's a subway?" And I said, "Oh, it's a it's a train that runs under a city, and it has different stuff." So she said, "Oh, we have a train." Because in Costa Rica, they have one train
Joseph's
track.
got a train too. It's coming
And I
really
was
soon.
just waiting. I was just
I
waiting.
know,
for
Joseph. I
you
can't
to
ever
come.
pass up that joke.
You get no, never. Just to
Yeah, the train,
understand,
it's coming very soon. They're building it now.
I'm not sure if you ever saw the movie. What is it called?
Euro
Eurotrip.
trip.
Euro trip?
Eurotrip.
No.
Yeah,
It's a comedy. It was honestly, I was a little old for it even when it came out, so I'm not surprised. But it's funny.
Oh, the wiki says it's an American sex comedy.
Well, there's one sex scene in the club in Amsterdam, but no, it's a college comedy or
Yeah, it's
really
like
high school
Lampoon or
comedy.
something.
High schoolers going on to college, spend their summer in Europe. But one of the times they go to Bratislava at the end, and they just have a really dim view of Eastern Europe in the movie. And so they just make it look like basically almost like a Soviet town, like at the height of communism. I mean, there's a dog.
Almost post-apocalyptic outlook in that movie.
There's a dog running around with a human hand and stuff. And so there's people just throwing garbage out their windows. And they meet one guy and
bring out your
like,
dead.
Is there a train around here anywhere? He's like, "Oh yes, the train. It's what's it say? Yeah, the train. It's very close. They're building it now." And he's like, "You Americans?" And he's like, "I love America. Miami Voice, hottest new show on TV." And then he comes out with like this, I don't know, Eastern European built car looking thing that's painted like the Dukes of Hazzard.
Like a Lada.
Like, "I'll drive you to Berlin." They were trying to get to Berlin. They hopped a ride with somebody, but they didn't speak German. So every time he said Berlin, they didn't know he was saying, "I'm never going back to Berlin." And Berlin. And they got in the back of the truck and they woke up in Bratislava. The driver's like, "I stabbed a man once in Berlin." And like, Berlin, yeah.
The Wikipedia page says they were drunk on absinthe.
Yeah.
Oh, the wormwood liquor, yeah.
Yeah. And Will Seaberg is asking, is one of those National Lampoon movies
brother.
actually is your brother?
Not National Lampoon, but it's in the spirit of, I would say.
Yeah, right. It's in the spirit of those movies. It's a movie from what was it? 2004, I think, something like 2004.
Yeah, I think
so.
It's
Euro Trip. I'll stop texting you now that I can just talk and you hear me.
Yeah, it's a funny one. It's a funny comedy, and actually, you know what? The fun part is that it's basically making jokes, actually, of Americans, how they perceive and understand Europe. So this is the thing, because there was, when they were in Berlin, when they finally came to Berlin, they were at this one family where the little boy was basically walking like the Germans in the 1940s with his hands stretched out, and he was like running like this around the house. So
he was a little baby H guy. We don't say certain names on YouTube because
certain names and certain words
like
we are avoiding. Yeah, exactly.
What is H guy?
A 1940s German dictator. Who was a really bad dude.
I know that
with a mustache.
Yeah, because there are certain things that are not appreciated.
Trigger words.
Yes,
not
trigger words.
Conducive to happy conversation, or might get you canceled by people.
The YouTube bots listening And if
Yeah,
you say
and
things like
also
that, they
nobody
tend
really
to.
wants to hear it anyway. You know.
True.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, it's yeah, it is in part of the algorithm of YouTube, but we're more decent.
yeah. No,
Doesn't need to
I
be
can
said. We
tell, or I
can,
wouldn't be
with
hanging around.
those that won't be mentioned. There's many.
Hey, Cap, I noticed
William.
I was just skimming through Twitter. Um,
No,
man,
you can say Wilford Brimley.
Rosetta's got a fire under her ass this morning. She saw the same tweet I did, and she's lighting it up like crazy. It's funny. In her typical Rosetta fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's and oh, by the way, speaking of Eurotrip, that was something you had on Cinema Saturday not that long ago, wasn't it, Bird?
Yes, it was one of my favorite cinema Saturdays.
I can't seem to type in the general chat. Do I have to like go to a different page?
So for
You
you to
actually
type
have
in the
to.
general chat, you got to do it in YouTube.
You need to
Oh,
go back to the YouTube button,
Only
but
the
non-plebe.
admin.
Or the owner of the
only
channel.
Captain Track for this stream. Only the
Only-
stream owner can type into StreamYard
Oh, okay.
to chat back. The rest of us keep
And that's
YouTube
something
muted.
that was removed because
Yeah,
they used
early
to
on
allow
they
it.
let everybody respond, but
Yep.
I think the YouTube not algorithm, the YouTube what's it called?
Grubber.
API, I think stopped allowing them to send chats into YouTube.
Right.
So
But and that's
See what
something
Yoshi
that
put in the
you'll
chat.
learn. You come onto YouTube, you'll go to Bert's channel. He does a lot of stuff, a lot of different things every day. And one of them will be Cinema Saturday, where he watches a movie. And it depends on what week. Sometimes we'll vote for a movie. Sometimes he'll pick one. And what's for this Saturday? Do you know?
Joseph chose it. Fifth Element.
Fifth Element.
Ooh.
That's right.
I love that movie. Is it
Yeah.
Bird of
I
Prey? Is it?
love that movie.
I will. I'm going to put Bert's channel into the general chat.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Oh,
that's like
thank you.
everybody's.
And
My brother and I are I think, going to start something, and that's why I texted him to say like, come see these weird guys. We're talking.
Yeah. And we're talking. Yeah, we're definitely
Gonna
talking.
say,
So
when you brought up Costa Rica earlier, my sister loves Costa Rica.
It's a
She's
great
been
place
there
to
a few
live.
times. She's really considered moving there.
Yeah, it's it's a great place to live.
She just had a baby though, so she she still talks about moving there someday. I've never been, so I don't know, but
I
man, the
don't think
pictures
I'm
are
going to live
amazing.
here. Yeah, I don't want to live here for the rest of my life. The food isn't good enough. But I do like it. I moved down here, well, sort of halfway a few years ago when my daughter was going into 7th grade, and the school that she was in
Wow.
Washington was kind of not doing it for me, and it's so I came down and brought her into school here, thinking even if I screw up her middle school trajectory, middle school's not worth a whole lot. I think she'll know another language, and it's been great. She's now back in school in the States, although remote here right now, and now we go back and forth a lot. I will stop talking now.
Oh,
No,
don't
No,
worry.
why?
Stop
No.
talking.
I was gonna say, did she know Spanish before she went to school there, or?
No, but I'm up in the mountains in a town called Monteverde, which is it's a really, there are a lot of scientists here. It's kind of a hub of research in the cloud forest.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's a very bilingual town, and she went to a bilingual school here. So it's cool.
So all the world scientists are gathering in Costa Rica. You said.
It's not a
No, I-
bad thing to have to come down here. I mean, I don't know where exactly everyone is, but it is gorgeous here right now. It's about 75, a little breeze, blue skies.
How are you guys doing with COVID down there?
It was so much harsher from the very beginning. They shut down the border to anybody back in March, and this country is so heavily dependent on tourism that it and already it's a third world country. Although it has a lot of good stuff over like Nicaragua and stuff, but people really feel it here. It's just they're so much closer to not making a lot, and then when instead of making $40 in a day, a taxi driver will make $6. And it's been hard, but they've kept it, for a long time. I was here for a lot of it until the summer. Months and months, they had like 7 deaths from COVID. Then it finally started circulating a little bit in the fall, and so I think but nothing like the United States. I mean, they had curfews. They have real sort of serious restrictions.
And yes, Paula, you are more than welcome to join us this Saturday. I'm sure we can get you figured out on the microphone by then. And you could be the guest of honor on. Sorry, yes, if I'm going to pull rank. Paula outranks you.
It's completely okay. It's Bert's stream, so it's Bert's decision.
On
actually.
Cinema Saturday, Joseph usually watches with his wife anyway.
And
Sure.
this
Doesn't
is
come
this
on
is
the
one of the
panel
things
much.
that I don't come to the panels if there is a movie that because this is if I cannot go to a real theater, at least we are making popcorn here and we are watching movies together here. Yeah, exactly. So and if my wife appreciates the movie, like the Star Wars movies, she was like, nah, I pass. So I was like, do I have to pass too? And she was like, I'm not forcing you, but yes.
I'm not forcing you, but if you want to remain married.
It's like, I'm not telling you. It's like, his wife says, I'm not telling you you can't get another pet, but I am
Paula's
telling
asking
you
what time
you
on
will be
Saturday.
out of the house if you get one.
It will either start at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturday.
Yeah. Usually about
if one works better for Paula, let me know. But usually I leave it up in the air until I know what my day is going to be like.
Yeah, usually between 2 and 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way: with Sisso Prey possibly coming this weekend, it'd probably be closer to 2.
Okay.
But if she doesn't come, then it could be 3.
That's Eastern
Sisso
time.
Prey being, my
Correct.
sister.
That's the Eastern time.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a little bit chatting, a little bit talking. Then the watch party itself. There is always a link where the movie is posted, so everybody can watch the movie. So we can watch the movie all together.
Hey, Bert,
Yeah,
I found that the link,
okay.
when I watch your movies on the link, it seems to be off from the chat by a few seconds.
Well,
right.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess that's the same thing
we're
as
watching
the chat.
it. The movie is playing in real time, and then we're chatting, and then there's a YouTube delay by the time you hear our response, like 30 seconds or so.
Because I'll be watching, and then something will happen, and then like 10 seconds later, I hear you all chortle about it, and that's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the best we can do.
Right.
There is always a delay between the StreamYard and the real YouTube, and it is usually somewhere between 10 and 30 seconds. You never know.
Yeah, but I mean the bit, whatever the one that is where you show the whole the actual thing instead of the the little splices that you show.
The
Screenshots,
screening
yeah.
room.
Yeah. Yeah. That one, whatever it is bit something. Bitty or
Oh,
whatever it
yeah.
is.
The web page. What's the name of the web page? You
I
mean?
can't. That's another thing
No,
that I can't say on
that's
YouTube.
another thing we can't say on YouTube.
Yeah,
We
that's
do
that's
not
that's
talk about
But that's
that.
what we just call the screening room.
we
Right.
call it a screening room. And when you go to the web page birdofprey5.com, you find there all the information, and down on the bottom you have the link to the screening room, and you can look it up.
Yeah.
Because on the Bird of Prey 5 webpage you find all the, how do you say it?
All your Bird of Prey 5 needs.
Go to birdofprey5.com for all your Bird of Prey 5 needs. Yes.
Needs. Yeah, exactly.
And you can scroll down and find screening room. You click on that, and it links you to the screening room.
Yeah.
Links to the YouTube channels.
The thing that you
to the
couldn't say, is
stores.
this now like a corporate thing, or is it back to
It's
the
a specific website that lets people share
okay.
videos they own or at least have a copy of, but YouTube doesn't like it because they consider it competition.
Correct.
Okay.
And you can't show it on YouTube directly because there would be a copyright problem.
Right. Yeah, it would be a copyright issue.
Compulsory consumerist state?
Oh, did you found Kuroga?
Today is a good day to die.
Yeah, so
it's also a good day for a
nation state
sandwich.
of Kuroga. Early on in my YouTubing, I was playing a game called Nation States, as you can see, and a lot of people created their own nations. I created Kuroga, which is named
missile
after
silos, ritual sacrifices, and frequent executions.
Basically, you choose over the weeks and years. There's every few days you get issues you can decide upon, and depending on how you choose to answer an issue, it puts together kind of your nation as to its policies and whatnot. Now, Kuroga was named after a town in upstate New York where my family has property, so I went with Kuroga. And now Kuroga is much bigger than just that nation state. We have songs, we have anthems, we have flags. You will hear about Kuroga
video games. It's under attack constantly.
Attacking other people, and because we play games. Like one of the games we play is Space Engineers, which is kind of like a Minecraft in space. And like right now I have like a Kuroga as one of the teams. And then we have Turdistan was Anti-Tracker's country because after I made one, he had to make one. And since his avatar is of a turd, he called his nation Turdistan. And yet, for some reason, a lot of people wanted to become turds rather than mighty Kurogans. And so there's been an ongoing war between the turds and the Kurogans. And then at some point, I created Alpacans because we needed a third team. So then the Alpacans began to rise. And then Cinnabon, who, by the way, guys, has anybody seen Cinnabon? Because it's been a few days. I haven't heard from him.
I can ping Jim. Not a problem.
Cinnabon
I
came around and
guarantee he's
created the
planning
Empire
something,
of the
Bird.
Bun. The Bunny Empire. Yeah, well, honestly, I thought about it today. I was like, it's really weird they haven't seen him on the game or on YouTube in like at least 3 or 4 days. So I was just, starting
Andrea,
to get a little worried.
just one thing that I would like to say right now. We are otherwise sane. We don't belong in an asylum, because what you are listening here to, it must sound like completely otherworldly.
It sounds nuts.
No,
I
my friends and I
understand
used to like talk about Trash Canistan. and have like a, no, I'm a journalist. Don't take that as an offense. But like I'm just offendable and only interested in
She's the gotcha
interesting things.
media.
No, I promise I'm not. I'm probably risking my career by being on this live stream, but who cares?
Yeah,
I doubt it.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking.
But yeah, so we have our fun.
I love that the national anthem is the T-Rex, the national animals. The T-Rex, which frolics freely in the nation's many lush forests. It's funny.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
our
Quiet.
currency are
Scared.
rounds.
You'll learn quite a few things coming into these live streams. Where we tend to be very open, honest, and yeah, what's going on, Dave?
I'm just muting for a sec.
Okay.
Make Klingons great again. I like that too.
I've got a hat that says that.
That's
Yes,
all.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Two,
it on your page.
Discussions of Karoga are not strange. I'm a gamer and love playing Xbox. Yeah, Paula, but still, I just for the new people, I'm trying to make them understand that we are trying to be normal. We behave like 12-year-olds, but we are trying to be normal most of the time. Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Love playing Xbox. Well, and actually, there are people in our community that love playing games. Not all of us are gamers, but some are. And, that's, maybe, Bert, have you thought about having a different, how do I say this? Different sections on your page, similar to what Andy Trekker has.
You mean
but better?
Similar to the page I created for Anti-Tracker?
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. You did it, so you might as well have it on your page because it would be better. For like a gaming
what
section.
Anti-Trigger has is a forum.
Right.
I already have a forum. I know you got, I advertise it slightly, but at juot.net. So I feel like if I just did Bird of Prey 5 as a forum, it'd kind of be like overlapping with that. I just feel if I keep birdofprey5.com fairly simple, it'd be,
Well, even if you linked to the juot.net.
I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay.
On birdofprey5.com. And I know nobody sticks around for the ends of videos, but I do advertise it at the end of my videos when I play my credits.
And yes, I've heard that. So yeah,
so
I do stick around.
That said, I don't suggest people rush over and join juot.net because it's its own, community with, let's see, 20 plus years of history. And some people have been there for longer than that. And, it's not the most welcoming to new people all the time. And if you think our history with Karoga is weird, that's only been over 3 years. Just imagine the stuff that would grow over 20 years of knowing the same people.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of inside jokes and whatnot. It's not the worst place. Don't get me wrong. If you want to join, by all means do, but don't expect it's going to make a lot of sense.
No, I'm starting a world on nation states, but I do like on JUOT the affiliate links for Amazon, Walmart, Target, Palmetto State Armory.
That just happens to be one of the ones that people use the most. JUOT is, well, up until the last couple of years was very right leaning. But through our American politics, it's also very American. There was almost nobody from outside the U.S. except a few Canadians. With our American politics, people
That's racist.
changed recently, and we do get some good political debates going, although it all usually just falls down to, you're an idiot after a while.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, these are the same people we've been arguing with for literally 20 years. And it started as a Jeep web forum. It was we were all Jeepers back in the day. And then it transitioned. The original website shut down. So then I created JUOT, and then I tried to buy the old website, but I couldn't. They wouldn't sell. But I did get the off-topic posts. So it's a long story, but just know everybody there knows everybody very well. And even if we're yelling at each other, we generally would have each other's backs. Push came to shove.
Just don't go there, in other words.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of got that.
Yeah.
I'm the guy who generally enjoys talking politics with people.
Arguing.
I do not rant. I lay out proper facts.
Mhm.
Well, my brother and I are starting a political party.
Oh, this would be interesting. What is it?
Well, it's called the Damn Fine Party.
Good. Thank
I'm
God, because
I'm
I was going
actually
to say
serious.
the cocktail party is my party, so that's already taken.
No, this is do you guys know the philosopher Karl Popper? Sort of early 20th century philosopher. It's basically a pragmatist party. It's an attempt to step outside of left right, and these parties, which my contention is that parties exist to obviously to reelect the parties, but it's gotten so bad that that we can't even have like new ideas. So this is an attempt to like actually take some things that have become wedge issues off the table for a couple years at least, and talk about basic things like infrastructure, stuff like that. It's the
Well, at
most
least
it's the
you're a
most boring
pragmatist
party
party.
you've ever heard of.
Oh my God! At least you're not an existentialist party. At least you're pragmatist. That's much better.
Yeah,
actually.
what would an existentialist party do? Like, sit around and
Right,
talk to your
right.
mom?
Well, hey, it sounds like you're a new member.
Yeah.
What would we do? Let's think about that for. Oh, that's every political party, isn't it? Let's think about it for about 20 years. We'll end up with a good message.
Oh, here's a shocker for everyone. Last of Us 2 is now the most awarded game in history, I guess. Game of the Year awards. It's won more than Witcher. Yeah, who didn't see that one coming? Oh, wait, we all did. Didn't we
Last
all
of
call
Us-
that
Well,
a
it
long
depends
time
on
ago?
what you
Didn't we
mean
all
by an
call that a
award,
long
too,
time
doesn't
ago?
it?
That's true.
What was that?
I have a notebook in front of me, and I can write award for this, award for this, award for this, and I could be the most awarded person that you've ever known if I just keep writing. But by who? By me. So that's what they're doing with that industry right there, and everybody knows it. And you've heard the reports about that. How after the big industry shows where they're awarded everything, everybody's like, okay, but the real winners were like, here's what the people actually liked. But we kind of had to do this because we were obligated through business transactions. So it's not even a real award, but it counts apparently.
So somehow this outbeat Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, well,
Seriously?
that sounds right. No, it sounds right from what I've heard. I've not played it. But from what I've heard,
I
From what
played
I've heard,
Ghost of
it's
Tsushima. Now go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
I love the. I love you.
no, because
comment
this
in
is
the chat.
what. Thanks for showing me that game list. Oh,
Let's see here. I'll highlight it. I gotta get to the public chat. There we go. My wife is dragging me out of every single toy store in the malls because I always end up in the Lego section drawing. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
that definitely. I've done that. I'm like, why don't you go walk around the mall? I'll be here. And no, I won't buy anything because I'm looking at the Lego Death Star and stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh, that is so cool. And she comes, she's like, well, you're not gonna buy that. And I'm like, well, I couldn't I? She's like, yeah, but what are you gonna do with it? So I'm gonna build it. And then what? It's like, the mantle is not really that way.
Do we know anybody that plays Diablo 3?
I think, Bert, correct me, but I think Anti-Tracker and Mrs. Anti-Tracker is a Diablo fan.
Yeah,
If
I
I'm
think
correct.
so.
If I'm correct, Loki plays it, and I think Live with Matthew played it too, I think, as well. I'm not sure
I
because
played it, but not. It just.
him being Matthew, I don't know because he says he's a man of God and faith and everything, and then he plays all the games with all the demons. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, but you slay the demons.
And Paula says, I want a Lego Millennium Falcon. You know what? I have the small one, but I definitely would like to have the big one. But
I did a Lego X-Wing. That was pretty cool.
But you know what? I don't have money. I don't have the money. My wife has it. And she doesn't.
That's a good thing. That's a damn good thing.
No, this is exactly what I'm trying to say all the time. It is very good that she keeps the finances in our household because otherwise I would be homeless with bunch of Lego boxes.
Yeah, but you can build your own house.
There would be no place to put it.
So here's the deal. I've never really had this issue. I've got an issue here in Kuroga, and I guess I need some input from you guys because there's 3 good options, and I'm not really sure which one to choose. So apparently,
Bird, ask the journalist.
It says, some 200 years after its original removal by a team of archaeologists from Kuroga, the Maxtopian government is demanding that the mummy of the ancient monarch, King Maxbari IV, currently on display at the Kuroga National Museum of Antiquities, be returned to its homeland. So there's 4 choices. And number 1, obviously, is return it, which, no, they're not getting it back. It's been in Kuroga for over 200 years. But then 2, 3, and 4 are all good options, and I'm not sure which one to choose.
Is there something like basically annex them, like part of Kuroga? Like say, okay.
No, annex them is not an option. Otherwise, I would do that. So number 2 is to just tell them, no, it's ours. We had it. It's part of our history now, which I was originally going to choose. But then number 3 says, why not cut it in half down the center of the body, put a mirror next to it, and then we each get a whole king mummy. And that's actually pretty good.
No.
And then number 4 was, if we return it, then everybody's going to come asking for their crap back. So we should destroy the mummy in the street so no one else starts asking for their
No,
stuff back. Now
that would be one or two. One or two.
I'm really torn between. Well, no. Number one is give it back. That's a non-starter.
Okay,
I think
number
it's
two.
Well, then two.
I think you should do three.
Oh my
Three,
gosh.
cut it in half with the
Yeah,
mirror.
because you get the effect of 4 also because you destroy it and you both get it.
I'm actually for a number 4, but do it the politician's way. So fake it
Keep everything.
and keep everything. Basically, destroy a fake mummy.
Make a fake mummy and destroy that.
Destroy that
I
fake
see.
mummy
Now-
and keep the original one hidden in your own personal archive. There you have it.
Too bad you can't suggest that. But yeah, could be
I lived
nice.
on the
Yeah,
communism.
not an option. So it's 2, 3, or 4. So we had 1 vote for 2, 1 vote for 3, and 1 vote for 4. So
Pretty much.
great.
What is your vote?
I guess I'm the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Three. It seems to go with Karoga.
It does. It does. It does. The Half King of Maxtopia exhibit is the least popular among museum goers. I don't believe that would be true. I think it would be much more popular.
Yeah, it's additive actually. Reductive
it's
and
not
additive.
only, it's also a science exhibit. So the mystery of mirrors. Wow.
Well, it's like the exhibits that they have of those preserved humans, right? Like skinned preserved humans. People like pay
Plus,
top dollar to go see that.
Who knows what
crap.
we'd find in there if we cut them in half? Maybe he's got
true.
gold.
Geodes, man, geodes. Whenever you cut something in half, there's
we
a
did our
geode.
issue for today. Waste them all.
We waste them all. You get more in 5 hours.
I know, but people only have a limited amount of time they want to look at Kurogan.
I'm excited to play this now.
Trust me, it's fun. Oh, and you will want to go with the paid option unless you want to actually play it every single day.
No, you don't need
Oh my
to
God,
play it every
whoever's that
day.
is,
I
I'm so
didn't go
happy.
with the paid option.
I did.
You gotta
Depends on
play
how
it
much
once a month or
It's a
so.
one-time thing. It's a one-time payment. It's like that's under $5.
Oh, okay.
Captain, I think I know what I'm going to buy you. I need
Dear
a P.O.
Lord.
box. I'm going to ship you a couple of white noise makers for your room.
How about building a new wall?
I'll be back in a few.
I'm
Okay.
going to get you
Bert.
one where you can put a white noise outside and a white noise inside.
That would be
Should help.
perfect.
Yeah. I'll see what I can find you, buddy. Oh, definitely. God dang, man. That even made my ears shriek.
Yeah, like what was the problem there? It sounded like a hot iron being dropped on the bottom of a foot.
Trust me, I'm fortunate. You actually get the pleasure of hearing it more than I do.
Oh, pleasure. Yes, that's the word I'd choose.
Trust me, I hear it through
That
my headphones.
Sweet sound.
Funny.
I found a fun history fact as I was going because I'm kind of going through putting my history lesson together. There were actually 5 U.S. presidents who were not. They were sworn in, yes, but they were not inaugurated. There was no inauguration ceremony for them.
Wait,
of course,
what's
they were.
the difference? There's just no
the
ceremony?
difference is- well, no, the difference is okay. So what happened was with the majority of them. Let's see how this works. I think all but Nixon. I think they were all due to assassinations and death. Yeah, John Tyler. So basically, an inauguration ceremony, like what most presidents have. There's generally not an inauguration ceremony if the vice president takes over. They
Oh,
just do a swearing in to the office,
Right.
but they don't.
Right. Right.
They don't do
Okay.
like the inauguration ceremony per se. That's what that meant.
Like
I
that
just thought that
photo
was
of Johnson and Jackie. Yeah.
It would
and
be. It was Ford, Arthur, Johnson, Fillmore, Tyler. Tyler because of Harrison's death after a month of
Ford because of Nixon's resignation.
Fillmore after Taylor died.
OBJ
Johnson
was
obviously
Kennedy.
after the Johnson after the assassination of Lincoln. Arthur after Garfield's after President Garfield, and Ford after Nixon resigned. So I sometimes throw little nugget facts like that in my history lessons because I find them interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but
I've got like 3 websites up right now on my history stuff. I got a Ducksters. I've got the presidents and timelines that has events, and then I have another one up that has another set of events and timelines. So I'm kind of going
hey,
through them,
Jedi
seeing
Bill.
Hey, Bill. And now I'm just seeing which ones I want to add together. Like I said, I think I'm going to get all the way from 1865 to right before World War One.
I did a story once about the founding of the Republican Party in Ripon, Wisconsin, and
Yeah.
and it's so I was just sort of rereading up on this, and the party sort of started in 1854. By 1856, they had a convention, and like by 1858, I think they'd won the House and the Senate, and then the White House in 1860. It's like such a fast. It's just like bam.
Well, if you
They
read
came
up
from
on
the
that, you
Whigs.
probably know this. A lot of the Republicans, a lot of the people that were part of the Republican Party were of now the defunct Whip Party. The Whip
Whigs,
Party was
yeah.
losing.
Whigs,
Yeah, the Whip
yeah.
Party was losing influence, especially the divide between the Northern Whips and the Southern Whips, and it eventually became a lot of the Whips left and became part of the Republican Party.
Yeah,
So
I think you
that's
mean
how. Yeah,
wigs.
and
Wigs, like what you put on your head, wigs, except with
yeah.
an H. Are you
But
saying
what I
wig?
thought
It
was
sounds. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Just being.
What I thought was interesting was the Democrats ran 3 different people for the Democrat nomination for president. They ran 3 different people, whereas the Republicans ran Abraham Lincoln, and he ran on an anti-slavery platform. When I did the research and I looked at how the Electoral College went, even if the person on the Democrat side had gotten all of the Electoral College votes from the other 2 candidates, it still wouldn't have been enough to defeat Lincoln. But they didn't do themselves any favors by running 3 candidates.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna run Ross Perot and Nader and.
Well, the guy he went up against president is the guy he lost the Senate seat to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy he ran against this president, and I got to look up the guy's name now. LICOL.
There's a lot of chatter out there about the possibility of this being another sort of realignment time. That's not what I'm going for with the Republican Party, but you know, there's so much. I mean, people have been talking about this for years now. The desire to have somewhere else to go.
Right. I would be among those. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting that it doesn't have like third parties usually fail. We don't have enough history to really say that, but usually fail. But when there is a realignment, it happens incredibly quickly.
You don't always fail in smaller elections. in municipal elections or state elections, you'll see some independents here and there.
That's really where it
In
needs to
in
start.
the
It needs to
two-part.
start.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, but and then to grow from that, of course, but the two-party system is established. Just that. I mean, the fact that independents are there is it's a non. It doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, but it matters the fact that they're there, but it's never going to be anything because it's a you're right, I'm wrong system. It's American football, and my team's better than your team, and that's the deal. And it's never going to change. It's very tribal.
Stephen Douglas was the guy I was thinking of. Stephen Douglas is the one who beat Lincoln for a seat, and then he lost out to Lincoln for the presidency. That's what I was trying to remember his name.
I think we've gotten to sort of peak these parties anyway. I mean, you're right that they're. I totally agree that they will eventually cancel each other out, and I keep like showing people that saying that a almost perfect 50-50 split is polarization isn't quite right. 50-50 split is also a random distribution. But like
they will never cancel each other out. There has to be some like way more pandemic, like asteroid Earth awful thing, something just mind-bogglingly awful that we actually can't deal with. You could argue, yeah, we're not having a good job dealing with the pandemic, but something even worse that forces, like, forget the politics about the masks and everything, and just forces everybody together. Because as long as Manchester United plays Arsenal, you're with us or you're against us. It's just going to be that way in politics with the two-party system the way it is, and for a third party to break in there, I don't see it happening. It'd be great. I agree. I just don't see it happening, and I'm not being miserable about it. I wish that it would happen. I just don't see the possibility the way that people's mentalities are trained in that tribalistic with us or against us thing, and no compromise.
Sorry for jumping in. I have to leave now because I need to go to a conference call that I just got an invitation to. I would like to say thank you very much, Captain Check, for having me on the panel. It was great to meet you, Andrea, and I hope see you around on other channels as well. And goodbye, everybody in the chat. I will probably come back, but I don't know how long the call will be and how long the stream is going to be.
No problem.
So for now, thank you very much and take care.
Bye, Joseph.
And Bird, what are you planning on streaming today? And what is? I can't even think what day it is today. It's
Wednesday.
Wednesday, so it's Deep Space Nine Wednesday. So I guess Bird's asleep. Okay, no problem.
I got an interesting history thing here I want to learn about. I'm curious why Johnson vetoed statehood for Nebraska.
That would be an interesting question. Okay, and
Congress overrode the veto, but I'm curious now. Little
that's
things
something
like
to look
that.
into. And sorry, I was busy for a little bit, Jedi Bill. Hope you're doing well.
My connection froze for a while, but I'm back. So I missed everything that I wanted to hear, but that's okay.
Well, that's one of the good things about YouTube. You can always go back and listen to it.
Oh, right. That's so smart.
So, and so, but Bird of Prey 5, are you awake yet? Or
I just got back. Yes, what's
okay.
up? I was
It was-
looking at how GameStop stock is up a crazy amount for some reason. I'm trying to figure out why.
That's weird.
That is weird. And unfortunately, do not buy. In fact, if you own GameStop stock, probably
GameStop. If you own GameStop, you sell it now because you're freaking rich. It tripled in price.
Yeah,
At the
I
opening,
honestly,
it's up
I
to
am
308.
I am no stock expert, but from what we're looking at now, it's not going to last. More than likely, sell it. Get your money out of it.
I'm trying to see if there's any actual news as for why GameStop is up.
Yeah.
But
all I see is people on Twitter. GameStop extends Reddit stock surge on boost from Elon Musk tweet. Wow.
That's power.
GameStop
So I wonder how
extended
much
its surge
backroom
Wednesday as
trading.
bullish day traders kept the upper hand over short sellers who started to capitulate. The stock rose 140% to 354.83 as of 9:30 a.m. in New York, having surged more than threefold in the past 4 days. The meteoric rally left short sellers counting the cost and battle with the day traders who have taken to Reddit to encourage others to follow their lead.
Sell. Be smart. Make your money. But what I was going to ask you, Bert, was what time is Deep Space Nine Wednesday going to be today?
Likely, well, we'll just set it at 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
Today.
So it's 4:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Yes.
If you would like to join us, Paula, you can. He is on YouTube.
I don't know how much you get out of it if you're not a Star Trek fan.
Well, that's true. But, you can enjoy the chat. If you don't want to watch, you don't have to go to the screening room. You can just listen to Bird ramble about it and enjoy the chat.
Hey, Cap, I actually did find the reason
What
for
did I just
the
hear?
Nebraska thing.
Go for it.
So turns out the issue was the President Johnson at the time, he did not like Congress dictating Nebraska's state constitution. So I guess he didn't like how Congress was involved in their state constitution. So he vetoed it and the Congress overrode him. And it's the only state to have been admitted to the Union over a veto.
Yeah.
That's interesting. The only other one I found was funny is technically speaking, West Virginia was made a state technically illegally. That one I thought was funny when when I was looking up why Virginia and West Virginia split, and basically Virginia, that part of Virginia and the other part of Virginia, the Virginia now and the West Virginia now were much different as far as cultural setup, such as Virginia was more industrial, whereas West Virginia was more the agricultural area. They did have slaves, but they didn't have like as much in the slave or had much interest in it as, say, that side of Virginia. So when Virginia seceded, which by all accounts was unconstitutionally illegal, what happened was these group of people in what is now West Virginia decided to set up their own government and called themselves Virginia. And of course, that was illegal, but and the United States kind of was like, well, technically this is illegal. And there's a lot more details to it, but the funny part is like the federal government's like, well, yeah, it's illegal, but so's what they did. So it's an illegal double negative. We're going to make this legal kind of thing, But it was funny to read about that.
I
I
Yeah,
just sent you a link in the chat that was accidentally about Nevada, so ignore it.
unfortunately, with unless you're a moderator, you can't send a link in chat. You can send a link backstage if you would like into the private chat.
Okay. Oh well, good.
kidding.
So it didn't send to
When
you.
you put in a
Paula,
chat
I
link,
see
but it
your
doesn't show
message.
up for anyone else.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we understand that.
Yeah.
What did Captain Trek say? In what, Captain? In the private chat?
I said
Oh,
if
never mind. I
if
see
she
it
wants
now.
to put it in, she could put it in the private chat. That way, it could be checked out, and then one of us could put it in the public chat if it were appropriate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking about something else. Never mind.
No problem. But
Did you guys know that the First Amendment to the Constitution was actually supposed to be limiting the number of constituents to representatives to 30,000 actually, and it was that was the only thing that George Washington, like expressed an opinion about in the constitutional conventions, and now we're up to like 650,000.
Man, though, if it was still 30,000, though, could you imagine?
It'd be like
I mean,
1,600 members of Congress. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And I actually did the
Oh my
number.
God.
No, I did the numbers last year. I actually looked up the number of if they went by one representative per number of people, you'd have over 1,000 people in the House of Representatives right now.
Yeah.
and not only that, just think of just how all those little gerrymandered districts would come. I mean, it's bad now. It'd be
I'm
worse.
super for. I think we have to like increase the size because it's totally artificially capped at 435 in like 19.
I agree.
Yeah, but I don't think we need to get it all the way to 30,000.
No. Well, what's interesting is when you look at the Constitution, all it says in there is it states, a representative per this number, but it never sets, a cap or anything. It never says there's a max amount of
Right.
House of Representatives. There's no, unlike the Senate, where there is a set number per state, and originally they were normally appointed by governor until the constitutional amendment came in to make it, you vote for your two senators. But the senators has always been limited to two people per the Constitution, whereas the House of Representatives never actually set up a fixed number, and that's probably for a reason, a good reason. So they have at times changed the number, just like the Supreme Court. Because actually, I'm about to get into a point in here where the Supreme Court goes from 7 to 9. Its current number now. But I think when the Supreme Court originally started out, it was 5 Supreme Court judges, and then it was moved to 7, and then it's currently been at 9. And it's been that way for over 100 plus years. But in the House of Representatives, they make new, if they wanted to increase it, they'd have to pass a new law to basically repeal the last law they put up that said, you have 435. So, for example, based on that law right now, say Puerto Rico became a state. Okay, it was entered into statehood. Puerto Rico would get its 2 senators and at least, depending on its size, probably 2 representatives in the House. And they would probably temporarily allow them to have, because it has happened before. It happened when Alaska became a state and Hawaii. They increased the number of representatives temporarily until the next election. And then but unfortunately, if you have, say they get 2 more representatives, that means to keep it at 435, some other states are going to lose their representatives. Hence why we do a census every 10 years, because that's what helps set up the district lines and the representatives and how many you get.
The one thing is though that when they increased it to Alaska and Hawaii, but that was at the same time that they capped No, they increased it. You're right. They increased it a little bit later, but the 435 is the only time the Congress has ever artificially capped the number of representatives, hence making the proportional representation like skyrocket. And I tend to think that, we don't have a parliamentary democracy, and I think kind of thank God, but we should have something more like what they have in England, where you kind of can expect to have a representative for your neighborhood kind of thing. And I think now that we aren't so dependent on the size of the Capitol building matching the size of the Congress, we should, get closer anyway.
Yeah, what you're talking about is the Permanent Appropriation Act of 1929. That's the one that capped it at 435. That's
yeah. Yes. Yeah. And they I think it would help with a lot of things, including I think it would be a lot harder for to buy a congressman if they were much closer to their representatives. I think it would just be interesting. It could reshuffle, congressional delegations. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that you and NB Geek should definitely be talking on his channel about this a lot. Oh, I think you two would actually get along quite well.
I think we need to find a way to end gerrymandering.
Yeah.
I don't know how, though, but
that's harder.
Unfortunately, to get rid of gerrymandering, it's going to have to be it's got to be state and local levels. You can't rely on the federal government to do that. And that's the biggest thing I always tell people.
Yeah.
Stop worrying about what the federal government's doing. They're dealing with the federal stuff. Spend more time worrying about, I ask people sometimes, I say, do you know who your House of Representatives is? No. Do you know who your senators are? No. Do you even know who your mayor or your city council member is? No. Like, you might want to know that stuff before you start bitching about why things suck. And you can make more, you have more power and change on a local level and a city level than you are going to have on a federal level. And in some ways, you're going to have more power, you're going to have less power at the state level, but the biggest power you have is your local elections. And sometimes I think people just throw those off and don't think about them. And unfortunately, that's bad.
Yeah.
Andrea, I'll tell you what, if you ever want to talk politics like this, have these kind of civic conversations and stuff with history and stuff like that. I have a show I do on the weekends, but I can also throw it at certain other times too. We could pick a topic and spend like an hour and a half dissecting it and just having a good civil discussion.
Oh, I'd love that. Yeah. I'm going to draft you all into the damn fine party too.
I actually, what I tell people is I say, please understand, I'm a conservative, not a Republican. And I sometimes get asked, what's the difference? I said, Republican is a private political organization. I said, conservatism is an ideology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I would love that though. I would love it. And I really want a place where people can put forward ideas that no one's talking about. I'm just so sick of us knee-jerking reacting to the other side's idea, as if the whole world were set up in sides. It just isn't that way. And
it's like, for example, I had someone the other day try to say I said I was a Trump supporter and I'm speaking for us in this. I said, you do not speak for me. You speak for yourself and no one else.
Yeah.
I speak for myself. My wife speaks for herself. Actually, my wife, oh God, I told her this after I saw the thing. I said, fuck, because I live in South Carolina and I was on the fit and I was just about to not vote for Lindsey Graham and I ended up doing it and he lost his spine again. And I was like, fuck, I wish I hadn't voted for him. My wife was like, yeah, I didn't vote for him. I was like, I wish I had done that.
Yeah. Well, my brother and I are the children of a Democrat and a Republican. And I think that's why I became a journalist. But you know, I just like I was going to these dinner parties with some friends last year, and I didn't get invited back after I said at one dinner party that I really didn't think Trump was that bad, that like social security checks were still going out, like the world was not ending. And because it was all sort of liberals down here, and you know, I just piss off everyone.
I do it too, but my biggest thing is I beat them up with facts.
Yeah.
I try to leave emotion out. I mean, I can get passionate, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather talk facts. I'd rather do research and learn because then I have people saying, "Oh, I'll bet you're not. You know, how are you teaching your American history?" I'm like, I'm teaching the good, the bad, the ugly. I can't remember which one it was, but after we did the revolution, uh, I was talking about one of the presidents and some of the shenanigans he did. And my son just literally goes, "This guy's a jerk." It's like, yeah, he was.
Well, when you say talking about facts, I don't want to. I mean, like, what do you do in a situation like with the election and the?
Oh, with things like that, well, that would be that's a conversation you and I could have because
Yeah,
that would take quite a while for us to dissect that.
Hey, Paula, I have a question for you. I know you asked before, but if you're still in the chat, how long does it take to get to the funeral home?
She said about an hour. She said it's about 60 miles, I think.
Ugh. Okay, so yeah, definitely couldn't today, but yeah, he does it every Wednesday. So you know, you're always welcome.
Hey, I got a question. Paulo brought this up too. Who's got the tiny kitten? Because yeah, I heard the kitten too.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
me.
me too.
Oh, from my home, it's about
That's
25
awesome.
minutes.
No, we love it.
25 minutes.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Nice.
Well, is there? And what time did you say, Bird? You want to do it today? About 4:30 Eastern? Is that what you said? Or 3:30? I don't remember.
God, I hope I didn't wreck things by bringing up politics. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, not
No,
at all.
you didn't. Fine. We all
No,
have our
unfortunately,
opinions, and we all just deal with it.
unfortunately,
Not a big deal.
with having kids in the house, the router got knocked over, and yay, kids. I'm still of the opinion I'd rather move into that playhouse of yours. In me, I.
It ain't mine yet. It ain't mine yet, buddy. But with everything going through, you know, with the appraisal and everything, I haven't gotten anything in the emails from the underwriter, which I'm taking that as a good thing because that means I don't have any additional paperwork I got to mess with.
Is this the place in Indiana?
Yes, I'm moving to. Yes, so my oldest daughter, who's 20, she moved out of South Carolina back in 2016. Moved back to my old hometown of Granite City, Illinois, which is why I generally say I'm from St. Louis. It's just easier, but it's right across the river. Most of my family lives there. I grew up there. My wife's family lives in Indiana. Damn it, Burr or Cap. I'm not taking the bait, buddy. Not taking the bait today. So we decided we had no. Oh, where'd Dave go?
I don't know. He might have been knocked out.
Okay. So we are moving to the border of Illinois, Indiana, and we'll be about 2.5, 3 hours between my daughter and my future grandson when he's born in June, and then her family lives Some of them live in Indianapolis. Some of them live right in that area. So, yeah, we're going to be a
Sorry.
few hours away each, but we're going to be closer to home, family. The house I'm getting is much bigger. Well, actually, shoot, the barn is bigger. My house is 1,636 square feet. That barn is 1,980 square feet.
Wow.
The house is 2,480 square feet, and it's on a 1.45 acre of lot. So it's going to be a nice upgrade.
It's beautiful.
It's an older house, but it was remodeled back in 2015. So it's got a new roof and everything on it. And yeah, Dave, it is a beautiful. Yeah, Dave, I agree. It is beautiful. It's actually.
I told you I was gonna buy it if you weren't.
Yep.
Yeah, that barn and that the house and the tree house, man, dude. Sheesh.
Plus, already a fenced-in area for my pups.
Beautiful.
Well, congratulations
I have
on your grandson too. Your impending grandson.
Well, yes, my also I have a niece. I think she's 7 now. Doesn't live too far away, so when her and my sister-in-law, her husband, and if they come to visit, she'll have that nice little playhouse to play into. My kids are gonna probably play in it a little bit. My daughter's already said, she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go sit in a playhouse when I'm bored and just chill." I'm like, "Okay, go for it."
That's great. I went to college in Indiana, and
So did my wife.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she went to Anderson University.
I went to Earlham, which is in Richmond, Indiana. No one's heard of it. Don't worry.
Oh, Paula, yeah.
Yeah, Paula, I understand that. Yeah, this is just too good a place for us to pass up. And I'm ready to. I've always said I want a house. I'm not a city guy. Never have been. I've grown up in rural most of my life. I can't stand the cities. I really don't like big cities at all. Makes me uncomfortable. Too many people. Everybody's running faster than all hell. Like they're all in a big hurry. So
I agree.
I enjoy the idea of living out in the country and having a much more open area, some breathing room and stuff. But I'm ready at this point in my life for that. But yeah, Bird, my wife was in when my wife went to New York with our son for their field trip. She said, "Man, people around there just walk so damn fast."
Terrible. Oh, that's a fire truck. I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, now it's going the other way. Yeah, well, you guys have heard that when I run for mayor of New York City, my platform is going to be to fill in the subways with concrete.
And really
don't know if they'll get you elected, buddy.
We'll stay to surface buses. That'll be fine.
I always joke about reintroducing the gray wolf to Rock Creek Park in DC so that we can take care of the deer and the junk.
No, Rock Creek is nice. Leave it alone. It's okay.
But it has a serious problem with joggers. They need to be culled.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with that. That's a bit of rollerbladers and joggers. It's like, man.
Somebody's going to go up to one thinking, oh, hey, doggy, doggy, doggy. Not going to last very long.
That's okay. People do it to bison in Yellowstone, thinking that they can go up and pet them, and they get gorged.
I like this.
And then they're surprised about it. I thought they were domesticated. Really? Really? Okay. You earned it.
I like being in a city, but I like going to cities, but now that, the internet, it's like, why? Amazon.
I hate the city. I hate everything about city life. Some people love it. I know people that, I lived in New York for a little while in Manhattan. I hated it. I hate my friends that live there and go, you just don't appreciate living in a concrete jungle. And I don't.
In a 500 square foot.
Yeah,
May
how much do they
2000,
like it now? They
2001.
can't go out and they can't go anywhere.
Oh no, they
Not-
swear, oh no, man, you're just not a New Yorker. I'm like, no, I am not. I guess I am not. That's okay, right?
Hey, I'm
Well,
like this
not
every
as
time I
fun.
went.
Some people.
Every
Yeah,
time I went
I
back
don't.
home to Yeah, every time I went back home to Illinois or Indiana or any place in the Midwest, I was just like, every time I'd come back home and my wife and I talk and be like, man, wonder if we could get a place up there, move back to the Midwest. And it was always a kind of a flight of fancy thing, but I think it was really something we both really wanted to do. As I'm going to be honest, down here in South Carolina, these summers are fucking bad.
Yeah.
These summers are bad. And I mean, there is like no shade, no trees anywhere. At least where I'm going to be, there's going to be some trees.
You could always hang out behind the kudzu, right?
The what?
Kudzu, or is that just North Carolina?
Oh, in Virginia.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't think that's a
kudzu.
South
It just
Carolina
covers
thing, buddy.
everything. Okay. I
But,
don't know.
Have you ever been to south of the border?
I have.
Yeah, we used to stop there driving up from
So I guess I
Florida
did.
back and forth.
Where the hell was
I've
that?
been
Where
to
did that
I've
go?
been to the border. I've been to the border. I've never been in Mexico though. I've been to
Yeah.
Canada, Germany, Greece.
South of the border in
No, he
in
means
South
the
Carolina.
fireworks,
south
the
of the border.
fireworks and
No,
tobacco stuff.
Oh my God! Do you have any idea how many times I've driven past that thing and never stopped?
Oh,
You
it's
should.
I was in. I used to drive past it all the time in North Carolina. When
It used to
lived
be
in
one
North
of the
Carolina,
highlights
I
of
was stationed at
the.
Camp Lejeune.
See, we had family in
the trip.
Florida, but Mom O'Prey was not fond of airplanes at the time. Later on, she'd go on to work for an airline. In fact, she worked for an airline early in her life. She worked for American. And then her last job before retiring to take care of me was JetBlue. But during the middle part of her life, when we were traveling frequently, she did not like airplanes. So every summer we'd go down to Florida, we'd road trip. And so south of the border was a big thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so awful, but they do and wonderful. It's awful and wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
But they also have a console original Galaga machine. So
sweet.
Yeah.
I always just love the signs. I love driving past the signs. That was like entertainment.
Yeah.
Oh
The
yeah,
signs
only
also
23 miles till south of the border. Get ready to stop.
God, I'm
Put your pants on.
Ron John Surf Shop. They had signs hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, then you
Yes,
get past it and you get that one last sign. Hold on, bucko, you missed it.
Yeah. Jose says, turn around.
Yep. I had forgotten. It's been a while since I've gone by south of the border. When I normally drive up home, I don't go that route. But I drove by it all the time. But I was at the time when I was doing it, I was married to my ex-wife, and she was a nightmare on road trips. So let me tell you. And we had and my daughter was a baby back then, so really didn't want to stop. Because I'd go from North Carolina down to Jacksonville, Florida, to visit my mom.
What would that be, about 6 hours?
I think it was 8. I think it ended up being 8 hours by the time we got done. I could check. It's pretty easy.
Paul, I very much envied that game system that Richard had made. Growing up, my dad put together and had a video game route, like Pac-Man and Centipede and Arkanoid and all the way up to about Street Fighter. He used to have all these video games used to be in our garage. It was his workshop. So I used to grow up playing these games like right in my garage for free, which was awesome. And one of the things that got me into becoming an electrical engineer. And so as soon as I saw that stand-up game behind him, I was like, oh, yes. One of the things I always wanted was a stand-up game, but at this point in my life, since I can't stand, it really wouldn't be of much use.
My brother was asking if anybody does ham as a ham radio operator, I think.
Yes and no.
Ah,
I don't right
I
now,
know.
but I
I
could.
used to have a license a long time ago, and I know people with licenses.
My brother's into it
So
now, I
I.
think.
Oh, okay. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
so Will is your brother. I
Yes.
missed that.
When I was I hung out for a long time and eventually texted my brother and was like, I've been listening to these rando people for like all this time. Come listen to it and tell me if I'm nuts.
I've never been a ham radio guy, but I figured if I was born 20 years earlier, I would have been.
Yeah.
I find it absolutely fascinating. Like I said, I was always electrical engineering and design stuff was always my thing. But I do have to say, I assume he's seen it, or maybe everyone has. Frequency, for a
Yeah.
movie from the year 2000. One of my all-time favorite movies. It's a ham radio centric movie.
Yeah.
I love to
I
pump
won't
up volume.
I won't spoil it if anybody hasn't seen it, but I strongly recommend watching it.
You said it's called Frequency?
It's called Frequency.
Oh.
It came out in the year 2000.
That was a
Not
good
to be
movie.
confused with a TV
There's-
series that lasted 1 or 2 seasons of the same name, and it was
Right.
of a similar. They changed the plot to a TV show, but watch the movie over the TV show.
Cool.
I love the Garth
Yeah.
Brooks music in that movie.
So my friend in elementary school, his dad was from Hungary, and it was an avid ham guy, and his call sign was KB4USO, and it was very unusual to be issued a USO call sign, but because he had immigrated under apparently dire circumstances, and was so avid about it, I don't know what he actually did. He must have done something more than I know, but they gave him that like special, they kind of let him have that because that's what he wanted for some reason.
Cool.
And he was on one of the highest hills here in Arlington, in North Arlington, over by Cherrydale. And
where the
he had a
TV
small
are.
tower. He was right behind where the car dealership is on that little knoll
Yeah.
there in Cherrydale. And he had a small tower. I guess it was, I think it was, what did he say? It was a quarter meter or something like that. Or I don't remember how he described it. But this is back when you had to, for your basic license, you had to memorize Morse code. You couldn't use voice. It was all Morse. And now that they've changed the license a little bit, so you can use voice through a repeater. Oh, KC3OMB. Okay. Anyway, but so he taught me a little bit about ham and stuff like that. So I'm not a ham operator. I don't have all the equipment, although it's fascinating to watch these guys on YouTube. I mean, it looks like a starship in some of these basements,
Yeah.
it's like what in the hell it's like we used to have a unit and the antenna was the big thing, the antenna and everything to make the antenna, like tune the antenna properly. That was it. And they've got this just like, okay, well, I'm following the atmospheric interference right now, and in about 30 seconds I should be able to communicate with, and it's like, holy crap, this is fascinating. Yeah, it's really cool stuff to watch.
My brother has like a screen that's tracking all of the airplanes going overhead too. I don't know.
Oh,
He's
we
nuts.
have that on our cell phone. It's
And
called Flight Tracker.
Joseph, I'm not going. I do not write stories about people without telling them. And I promise you, I'm not like just sitting here being nice so that you guys all say something stupid and I can get you. I'm not that person.
We know.
Oh, don't worry.
that's
We'll
what
say
you're
something
doing.
stupid no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't. We truly are not the type of people who are going to care.
Okay, good. It was. I was responding to.
Yeah,
something
that's
else.
pretty much the deal. That's pretty much the deal.
You write about me, make sure you put in it's an O, not a 0. I'm kidding.
Should I get that? Oh, not a 0.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's
Bird
talking about
O
his name.
Prey 5,
Bird O
not
Prey,
Bird
not
0.
Bird 0.
A lot of people put 0 instead of an O, and they can't find me.
It's
Well, it's funny,
obvious.
Will. A lot of them fly over my house, but you can actually see on
Ah.
Flight Tracker the military flight paths. So when there's one flying over my house, and
Welcome back, Captain.
Thank you.
They fly all over. Hey, Cap.
Get your connection taken care of, buddy?
Yeah.
So we all decided we're going to leave the internet and become ham operators.
Cool.
Yes, this is the last stream. So
Are we? Oh, Joseph's is the last stream. Okay, cool. So as soon as he has a stream, it'll be the last. Awesome. So where are we going to get these ham radios at?
you can use my Amazon affiliate link.
The ham store, man.
Oh, the ham store.
Yeah.
Like a gerbil in a little cage.
Yeah. Yeah. Go to the ham store.
Are Jewish
No,
people
seriously.
allowed to
No,
be
no, no,
ham
no.
operators?
No.
I'm sorry, I had to ask.
I know.
But nobody laughed at my gerbil joke.
Actually,
I didn't hear
yes,
the
they are.
gerbil joke. I'm sorry.
I said the ham store. It's like a gerbil thing. Anyway.
Oh.
I'm sure we can pick up the ham stuff at Petco.
No, but they used to have Fairfax Radio used to be a thing. It was you could get that was like a radio shop where you could get ham radio stuff, CB radio stuff, and there was one in Cherrydale called Arlington Electronics, and that's where you went. That was beyond Radio Shack, where if you wanted the components to build your ham radio, that's where you'd go, and you could ask the guys behind the counter and say, "Well, I'm having trouble with this transistor and this capacitor." Well, you have to reverse it, and that. I mean, it was just awesome.
Well, I say we're from Washington, D.C. as a shortcut. We're actually from Annapolis, Maryland. William and I.
Good old Maryland.
Yep, Maryland.
But
not
that's not Chevrolet.
No, I have a house in Chevrolet. We're my parents are still in Annapolis.
Is that anywhere near Frederick?
No, Frederick's sort of northwest, a little of Washington. Yeah.
I don't know much.
Annapolis is quite a ways to the east. You know, obviously the Naval Academy and some pretty good restaurants.
And the oldest continuously functioning state capital in the nation. And the place where George Washington signed the Treaty of Paris. Can you tell I'm from there?
No, not at all.
Well, at least you know your local history. There's a lot of people who don't.
True.
I can tell you all of the representatives from Maryland, but
I collect every.
And Will says there actually is a ham store. It's called HRO, Ham Radio Outlet.
I just looked at it.
I think it's
I would have
just
called
to
it
the
CQ.
south of Spatula City.
Who's playing Mario?
That was my ringtone.
Nice. Let's do the Mario now. Take one step and then again.
I don't know.
I might have seen that show once or twice as a kid.
No. Really?
It's a possibility.
I
Oh, hey, Cap. I think the Cap. Got some nice. Got some white noises. Got some nice white noise stuff here for you. They're actually pretty reasonable. You want something with a decorative color?
As long as it covers noise, I don't care what color it is.
Will, that gives a whole new meaning to da dit.
Aw,
Sorry.
little puss, little puss puss. Oh, don't
I
be
thought-
sorry. We love pets around here.
I'd like to hear more. I mean, if you're like more tips about starting to do live streaming. I mean, if you guys want to talk about that, I don't have to.
Yeah, no problem. Well, this what Captain Trek is using is if you want to get multiple people on,
Mhm.
this is the best option. It's called StreamYard.com. There is a free version. It'll get you up to 6 people on. And you have limited hours a month, but it tends to be enough for most people. And then if you Captain Trek caught him on a sale where he could upgrade for $10 a month. He was able to upgrade to the version get you 10 people online. If you don't get it on sale, there's a 25 per month version, and that one also does 10 people online, but you get to take away the StreamYard logo in the top corner. You can replace it with your own graphic.
I can't imagine that we would use anywhere near the time in a month that we have on this show.
Well, you see, like Captain Track right now, he's been streaming what, 5
Almost
hours.
5 hours.
5 hours today, and he'll probably stream 5 hours again tomorrow. So he I think you get 20 hours a month on the free
20
version.
hours a month. I would use it in under a week. Yeah.
Right. But most normal people,
Now, who was
if
it
they
that did?
stream
Who was it that did
2
40
hours a day, that gives you a lot longer time. I'm sorry.
Normal people,
Or
and
who
I'm
was
not
it that
normal.
did 40 hours?
Well, you're not. We're not normal, Captain. You have to understand that.
So what are some?
Jedi Bill did a 50-hour stream.
Well, like I said, we're getting even further from normal.
So Andrea, I do. I have the same StreamYards pretty much set up that Cap has in certain areas, and I generally do my streams at set times. I have a set topic. More often than not, I have a set topic, and I go for an hour to 2 hours depending on the subject, but I try to keep them at about an hour. I'm just now starting to do some uploaded videos for reviews of certain things. I did one. Actually, I've done 2 or 3 so far now, and that's just something new I'm learning. Actually, Madam Geek's the one who's been teaching me how to work YouTube Studios because she was doing that for a lot of her uploading before I did. So she understood it better than I did at the time, which was great because that helped. So I was asking questions of her, and she's like, "Yeah, right here, right here." I'm like, "Oh, cool, thanks."
That's cool.
So yeah.
Now, if you want to live stream just you or you and somebody sitting near you, you don't need to use StreamYard. There's completely free software out there that lets you do that. It'll get a little bit of a learning curve, but it makes you get
OBS.
damn near professional results.
I've used OBS before, because I've done live streams, just not the way that Will and I are thinking about doing it. But I thought everybody used Restream.
Well, Restream lets you stream to multiple platforms.
Oh, okay.
That's their big thing is with Restream is you stream to them, and then they let you stream to YouTube and Twitch and Facebook and.
Isn't that what you're doing now, though, too, with StreamYard?
StreamYard's
Well, StreamYard, the version Captain Trek has, does allow him to stream to, I believe, 2 different locations.
3.
3, okay. 3 locations, max. But for the most part, 99% of people all do it come here through YouTube. Occasionally, we'll get a Facebook person.
I came through Twitch.
Oh, okay. He came through Twitch, so there you go. Awesome.
Not because I
just save everything first on a backup. Just back everything up before you do anything that way. Use a hard drive like a solid state drive and just grab everything you can if you're worried about changing anything. If you're worried about messing anything up before you make any change, just save.
I don't understand how that would.
I don't
that
know
would
how it would
work.
mess it up, but if she's worried about it, I keep everything on a backup.
There's nothing you would save though that would. There's nothing you could save that would. I don't
Okay.
even know how to explain that. There's nothing I could
so
save that I would then change in StreamYard and could go back to because I saved it.
okay, I'm still a little confused on what Paula's microphone issue is. Is it just possible it needs a simple troubleshoot shot through it and it might work then?
Or can you use StreamYard on a phone if you're trying?
logging him out.
You
Yeah,
can
try
use
StreamYard
StreamYard
on a
phone, but it's extremely
Draining.
uses an extreme amount of resources and battery life. So
Yeah.
you pretty much need your phone plugged into power
I was
to
just
use it
thinking
for
like
any amount of time.
she might be trying to join us. That's why
No,
she's
I
worrying
see
about-
what she's saying. She's worried
Yeah,
about
she wants to make sure she
logging
doesn't
them out of
accidentally
something.
log out.
Oh, you were
Okay, I
talking to
got
Paula. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I thought you were talking
I
to...
didn't know. I thought I had no idea who he was talking to.
I'm sorry, guys. I was watching the chat, and
Yeah,
I'm
sorry. I was talking
didn't
about Paula
mention
too. Hey, Cap, I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. I got to go up the store and get some hamburger for dinner tonight.
Okay.
Have any of you met in person?
Nope.
No.
Huh.
No, we have not.
If we were closer, I'm sure some
we were
of us
closer,
would
yeah.
have.
And yet you're at the like level of relationship where someone's like, I gotta go get some hamburger for dinner. See you later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some people
Yes.
share more than others.
True.
George, come on. So do you, man. Everybody does.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm not one of them, but not everybody has to say what they're doing. They can just say, I'm going to the store or I'll be back, or you don't have to volunteer. Of course, and I don't know if you're a sci-fi or Orville fan, but the Orville is a show by Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, I've heard about
kind
this.
of a parody of Star Trek, but then became its own show. That's arguably even better than recent Star Trek.
Huh.
And in the first episode of the second season, they had a show just called Geologia. And it's because one of the crew members, their species only urinates once per year. And so they have a whole ceremony around their Geologia, is what it's called. And overnight, Geologia swept through the nerd community. And so now when people need a break, it's quite say, I need to Geologia, I'll be right back.
How do you
And
spell
it is amazing how quickly it became socially acceptable to just say, I Geologia on a stream, where they would never say, I gotta go, take a piss. You just say, I'll be right back and leave. Now, people who would never ever say that say, yeah, Geologia break, be right back.
That's great.
That is like
It
a
just
good thing of pop culture.
Yeah, it entered the
that never
vernacular
happened.
immediately.
Yep.
He gave us a polite word.
That's great. I love it. I love like microculture like that. It's not really micro. That's not what I mean. But when there are like cultural trends that happen only within a certain place.
Oh yeah.
Especially when it's smart people, then it's a lot more fun. I am a sci-fi person, but and Star Wars, but not not so much a Trek person. My parents are the Star Trek people.
Okay, you'll learn. You'll learn. Except you have to
Will
not do
I take a pill
yeah,
for that?
yeah. If you say Trek and you're thinking about ads that you're seeing on television right now, no. You really have to. You really have to like just. You don't have to do anything, but I would suggest learning it from a older perspective and building up through it.
I saw all of Next Generation. I've seen lots of the old
Okay,
ones.
so you're already all right. So you're good to go. So yeah, that's the bottom line. Is we have some issues with some of the newer stuff. Issues, subscriptions, more like.
By some,
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, all.
Now, there are a few in our community who, for whatever reason, like this garbage, but we still like them.
I was kind of
Elihu
interested
who's in the
in
chat.
the card thing, but I haven't seen any of it.
We were
That's cool.
interested in
That's
it too
actually- that
until we
works-
started
yeah.
to watch it.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
were
you
interested
know.
in the card.
Yeah.
And I like
Yes, Elihu, more cats for Yosef.
I
It's
like
an ongoing hashtag campaign. Hashtag more cats for Yosef. What's the number for Yosef now? 7?
Don't forget hashtag annual crystal skull for bird.
Oh, jeez.
I like the comedian Tig Notaro, and I heard she was on one of the new series as like the doctor maybe or something, but I don't really know anything about it.
Well, you do. You just said who?
Tig Notaro. She's a comedian.
Not familiar.
No, that doesn't ring a bell. But
She plays. She got cast out of it's very strangely. Here, she is in Discovery, and she plays.
That's Jet Reno, isn't it?
Yeah, Jet Reno. Yeah,
Jet Reno. Yes. She plays an engineer.
Oh, okay.
Who put her engineering skills to work as a doctor in the first episode, keeping people alive by her mechanical skills.
Ah. So, you all sound kind of dubious.
I actually of the Star Trek Discovery show, which I generally hate, I actually do like her character a little bit above the rest, but a lot of people feel the opposite.
I don't.
We have our.
I know
Discovery
Yosef is
Defender.
back. Here's our Discovery. Our Discovery apologist is here.
I'm the apologist because by far it's not a great Star Trek series, but I have definitely more love for that show than any other guy on this panel. So
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
That's the fact. And you know what? I love Tig Notaro. I love her humor, her delivery, her everything. She is fantastic. I know that her humor is not for everybody because of the dry delivery, and
I think she's hysterical.
presents everything. She's historically exact. Completely.
I would like to see her in something else. Completely.
You can find some stand-up bits on YouTube, and she has actually a really, I would say, sad life story.
Yeah.
Because she has double mastectomy. She had serious breast cancer, and
but it ended up like launching her career because she.
You know what? That one stand up that she did, it's actually she was supposed to deliver a stand up the day she found out that she has cancer, and she completely revamped the whole show, and it became basically her
Yeah.
breaking, like how do you call it?
All of this yeah, she just
Breaking performance. And fun part is that the other stand-up comedian, the guy, what's his name? The guy, the bearded one. He has very crude
Louis
humor.
CK. No, not Louis C.K.
Lucy K, yeah, exactly. They are good friends, and he's the one who was basically supporting her throughout her beginnings. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she had found out that like her mother had died like a couple weeks before, like all this stuff happened, and she
Her
went into
mother died. Her partner left her at the
yeah,
time. She got
breast
cancer,
cancer.
breast cancer. So basically, and she made out of this out of those facts, she made a stand up.
It's
And
one of
it's
the
not a
funniest
comedy.
things I've ever seen. It's so funny.
Yeah, and actually a TV show. I
Oh yeah.
The TV show. I'm not sure if it's on Netflix or somewhere else, but it's like 2 seasons of the TV show. It's like a few episodes of for in 2 seasons. Basically something like a story of her life, and it's intriguing and interesting, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
But definitely, Captain Trek, if you are interested, or anybody or anyone on the panel, some of her bits are on YouTube, so you can watch her comedy. As I said, it's not for everybody. It's not for definitely not for everybody, but it speaks to me. So Josef's unpopular opinions. Look at my name, right? So I love I love her comedy, and she is the best character. And the fun part is, Andrea, she is on Discovery only here and there. She's like a guest character there, and they actually made as well some inside jokes on the show because she appears here and there during the season among the main cast. So where were you? And she says she said something. I was fixing this or that. But for something like 5 episodes, when she wasn't there. So literally they're making their inside jokes there as well. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I had to come on the panel because whenever they talk about Star Trek Discovery is not the funny topic here because the guys really don't like it, and I'm trying to balance it out.
I would rather have a what's the word? Root canal.
And I always say that root canals are not the worst thing a dentist can do to you.
That's true too. I read a lot of science fiction. I watch a lot of science fiction. I've just never been a super Trek person. I've been more interested in it recently from like political theory, actually, because it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can find actually this is one of those things that they did on Discovery. They went very very much to the left in terms of political messaging.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things. And once again, I'm a European. I have like the US politics is for me basically something that I follow as a curiosity. I'm not living it, and I have nothing to do with it. And I can tell you that sometimes the messaging is overboard. Sometimes people put into it more than there in reality is. So this is how I see it.
Huh.
For example, for Picard, because somebody mentioned the Picard show here on the panel, was that people were talking that there is so much politics in that show, and I can tell you, as a European, I have not seen the influence of current politics on the show. The show failed on many levels in terms of too many abandoned plots and missed opportunities. but I didn't see there like political messaging. Some people were.
Oh, I agree there. I just think the show failed.
There was because what happened is many of the actors, including Patrick Stewart, were talking in interviews about how they want to show the politics in the show in a way that would fit into the 24th and 25th century, but it didn't show in the series. It wasn't there. I didn't see it. The controversy about the interviews didn't translate into the show. This is the best way how I can explain it.
Maybe you couldn't see it because you grew up a commie pinko.
Well, let's put it this way: even people here in America couldn't see it unless they had watched the pre-interview crap with Patrick Stewart and all them. I avoided that, quite honestly, because I don't care about their opinions. They're Hollywood actors. They're people. They have opinions, and so the hell what? Shut up and act. That's your job. Entertain me. You're fine.
I'm not sure if you even caught all the hate that the what was it Captain Marvel movie had from the MCU movies. Because of the statements that Brie Larson made, and she was very vocal, like she wants to be the how she wants to translate her political views into the character and everything. You watch the movie, nothing. It's just a sci-fi movie. That's the thing that the movie wasn't the movie wasn't the greatest one, but it wasn't bad at all, So
what are your recent recommendations for television or movies, everybody?
You know what? Orville. The Orville in terms of sci-fi, definitely check that out.
Okay.
Another popular one, not with me, is The Expanse.
Oh yeah, I've seen part of that. It's all right.
And
it's tedious because you have to really like just power through it. It's really great sci-fi, but it's like reading Dune for the first time and being like, I have no idea what's going on here. So you have to be introduced to the entire ethos of it, and it's worth it, I guess, if you have some time. But it's really kind of slow. It's not something you can just watch an episode in the middle of a series like a Star Trek episode, knowing it's Star Trek and going, oh, they're gonna go to a planet and check some shit out.
Yeah.
It's so complicated. There's politics in it. It's deep.
It's ambitious.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's ambitious, definitely. And Andrea, do you have Netflix?
Yeah.
Check out the show Away.
Oh, I saw the first season of that. That was good.
Yeah. So, and actually, unfortunately, there is going to be only this one season.
Oh, okay.
They unfortunately canceled it, and I was actually a bit disappointed.
Okay.
Actually furious, not disappointed, because they canceled it. Because I loved that show, because it was a drama, it was sci-fi, it was family, it was everything. I loved that show. Yeah, and the characters were just great.
For sci-fi on Netflix, if you haven't seen there's 2 seasons of Lost in Space they redid.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
That was pretty good in my opinion.
Yes,
the second season better than the first.
Great.
And actually the first season was good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And in non-sci-fi, I would assume you've already heard of or seen, but if you haven't, Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai.
Is that the Karate Kid thing?
Yes.
Yes. And
And
it's
even if you
excellent,
weren't a
and
fan of the Karate Kid movie, it
No, I
is a
saw them all.
hysterical
That was
show.
my generation.
Right.
but hey,
Yeah.
Bert,
I
would you
mean,
agree? Would you agree that at least in order to enjoy Cobra Kai, you would have to have seen the first Karate Kid?
I
Because
think it would
you would
help,
have
but
no
I'm not
idea
sure.
what would happen. What's going on here with, and
Yeah,
I
you
know they
should
have
probably
the
watch the
flashback.
first Karate Kid,
Which is
if you've
also
never
available
had.
on
But
Netflix.
I'm pretty sure she's just said
Isn't
she's seen
Mr.
it.
Miyagi dead?
He is dead, but he's not a character in the show. They just talk about him
He's not.
past tense, so it's okay.
Oh, are we
It's
talking
really
about Cobra
good.
Kai now? Is that what I walked into?
Yeah.
God.
I'm just saying, if you haven't seen Cobra Kai, you should watch it. It's 3 seasons, 10 episodes, half-hour episodes generally. It's really, really good stuff.
Good, like good, or like fun?
No, really
Like
good.
fun, the best
Fun,
stuff
good.
on television
Okay.
in since The Office.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great.
I'll put it to you this way, Andrea.
With acting.
This is how I describe Cobra Kai, and my wife could even give you her view on Cobra Kai, and she loves it. It is the gold standard of taking a past franchise IP, honoring the legacy characters, and building up in a cohesive, proper direction the new characters.
Yeah.
What else is
Pretty
tried?
much.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was poking fun at the idea of that, it being the gold standard of that, trying to think of something that has done that.
Yeah, there's really not a lot I can
No.
think of.
There would be
Queen's Gambit.
Stargate.
Queen's Gambit.
Stargate would be
Nailed it.
Yeah. Queen's Gambit is a great it's great as well in terms of
Queen's
non-sci-fi.
Gambit.
Battlestar Galactica 2004, maybe?
Yes, Starbuck.
Yeah.
Frat you. I love Battlestar Galactica.
Orphan Black, Vikings, and Lucifer. Yes, all good shows. I've seen them
Oh,
all.
I love Lucifer.
Lucifer, yes.
Lucifer is
My son
fucking
is
cool.
watching Lucifer. Oh, did you guys hear the good news? I don't know if you heard about this, but the 5th season's not going to be the last season. They are going to make a 6th season now.
No, really?
Unprecedented.
That show was canceled. That show was canceled like 5 times, and they are resurrecting it.
It's like
There must be-
Futurama.
Yes.
Well, Fox did what Fox does best. They take a great show and then they cancel it.
And then there is Netflix.
Netflix gave 10 episodes for the 4th season, and they initially were going to have 16 episodes for the 5th season, broken up into 2 parts. I've already seen the first half of this season, and I love who they got to play God. I just absolutely, when I saw who showed up to finally play God, I'm like, I love this. And I cannot think of the guy's name off the top of my head, but he's the guy who played.
Let's not ruin it for people who
Nope,
haven't seen it.
Okay, no worries.
Oh,
But,
it's a Neil Diamond thing.
It's a good show. I enjoy Lucifer quite a bit. I've actually read the comic book, and the comic is so different, but I still enjoy them both. But there are similarities, especially with Lucifer not liking being worshipped.
I didn't.
He does not. It's like
What's it
one
called?
point, Chloe's like, "I thought you would like this stuff." No, that's my father's thing.
I didn't realize it was Neil Gaiman, however you pronounce that.
I think it's Neil Gaiman, but I could be wrong.
What you said was
I
funny
read.
anyway.
Well, Neil Gaiman wrote my favorite comic book I've ever read, and that was Sandman.
Yeah, Sandman. Oh my god.
Ah,
I love that. Actually, when I get a chance and I sit down, I actually did buy off of Amazon the audio of Sandman. And when I get a chance, I'm going to sit down, read the comic while listening to the audio.
Ooh. I feel like Sandman was when like the Gen X set, like really figured out that comic books like showed the world that comic books were going to had to be taken seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, there was, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I cannot think of the name of it now because I believe it's defunct, but it was whatever Sandman was under. It was a DC
Yeah.
because that's where Hellblazer was. Hellblazer, that's where John Constantine was pretty much at, was in Hellblazer. Another great comic. Actually, one thing about Hellblazer that's interesting, if you guys didn't know this, is John Constantine actually ages in the book in real time.
Huh. Wow.
But what was Hellblazer under? What was the name of that? Because that was really one of the best of the. One of the things was because this company allowed them to keep their rights to their characters. It wasn't a pay. It wasn't a pay for play thing.
Oh.
You don't need to ask twice in this group about some recommendations about some pop culture stuff.
It was under Vertigo. The imprint was called Vertigo. That was the name of it.
Yeah, well,
I will
Dark
say this.
Horse.
No, it was not Dark Horse.
No, he's asking. Yeah.
No, Vertigo was under was a sub company of DC Comics.
Now, weren't they the ones that did Destroyer Duck, or was that Dark Horse?
I don't know that many Dark Horse comics per se, other than when I used to collect the Star Wars ones.
Okay. Oh, so they okay. I don't know what era that was because Destroyer Duck was where the first short of Brew was in. That's the one comic I collected.
I keep trying to put a picture in none of the chats will let me paste a picture. I guess that would be assumed you wouldn't want to do that if you're on a video platform.
A picture
you can
like
go to your
directly into a
camera
chat.
and activate your camera.
Thank you.
You can activate your camera and Captain can put it as long as it's not.
Not necessarily camera. If you want to share a picture, there is a button on the bottom of the page, and there is like a share screen. And
you can pick whether you want to share an app window or your entire screen. You might not want to share your entire screen.
Yeah.
But if you have the picture up in like Windows Photo Viewer or something, you can pick to show an app, or you could show a tab of your browser.
It's forcing me to change my security preferences, so it just doesn't feel that important.
If you want to like paste the picture into like a image site like Imager.com, you could send a link or whatever, post a link in the private chat. I mean, it's up to you if it's that important.
Here was a good one. Here was a good one that came out of Vertigo. 100 Bullets. I love that. That was a good series.
Oh, I think Andrea got lost here a little bit.
It happens to be.
Oh, she might accidentally hit the leave studio.
Yeah, she clicked away herself away. Yeah.
Better put in the chat how to.
It just Andrea, if you hear this, just hit the back button.
I usually do that about once an hour by accident.
Of course.
Harry Potter series.
I don't mean to.
No, well,
Vertigo was actually the comic books I started really getting into because I wanted to get away from I was getting older and stuff, and I was like, I don't want to read about the same freaking superhero beating up the same villain again. I want something more substantial. And I was able to find a lot of that in Vertigo comics. Because most of these comics had endings. You know, they had actually, here's a great one. I love this series it's called Fables. What it basically is all of your fables growing up stories, and they all live in New York. And there's a reason why they live in New York. And the leader is Snow White. Head of security is the big bad wolf.
You're unstoppable. Weight loss is easier
Sorry.
with a new partner.
What the hell?
And off of
Was that just on my phone?
No. It was on YouTube. That was an YouTube ad playing because Andrea came back to the stream and probably had YouTube playing in the background. Correct?
More than likely.
My computer
Oh, sure
crashed.
upset the kids, didn't it?
My whole computer crashed when I was
Releasing
trying.
videos on YouTube is kind of
And
like
now
throwing
all
messages
of
in
the
bottles after turning signal.
Everything's coming back, yeah.
Cap, check your Twitter DM real
Hey,
quick.
not Ryan Johnson. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, we were talking about comics.
Like the show Once Upon a Time. No, Elihu, in a sense, yes. In a sense, yes, but the storylines are completely diverged after that. But yes, in a sense, Once Upon a Time would be. In fact, a lot of people thought Once Upon a Time was ripping off Fables, and I said no. That they're taking a similar concept, but no, they're not ripping it off. I actually had to get into a lot of comic book discussions with people on that one. I said the show is literally nothing like Fables. I was like, yes, you have similar characters, but this is public. These are public domain characters.
Hey, not Ryan Johnson. Yeah, we were talking about comics.
Yeah, not Ryan Johnson. I was talking. I brought up Vertigo comics, mainly Sandman, 100 Bullets. The one I did not like, and this is just because of personal reasons, was Preacher. I read the whole thing. I didn't care for it. And I left it at that. I just didn't like some of the religious stuff that was in it. And I was like, okay, no big deal. It's not for me. I'm done.
It just says, "Tell me a story" is more like Fables.
I'm not familiar with Tell Me a Story.
Oh, doesn't ring a bell.
Then what
Well,
about
Fables, they actually had Fables, and then they created a series called Jack of Fables, which was about, I believe, Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk. It's been a while since I've read it.
I had no idea about the Harry Potter Snape prequel that somebody mentioned in the chat.
That would be Elihu. He's our resident scientist.
Is that
Not Ryan Johnson was into Valiant, Malibu, Image mainly, some other smaller independents. Good.
I used to
remember when.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember when Valley and Malibu were coming out, and I remember when Image came out back in the '90s. You know, it was fun. You know, that I'll say one thing when we got to those was it gave us a different type of comic book to read, and for a while that was a welcome change of pace for us.
I used to watch one called Moon Shadow, which was the first one to be hand painted. That somebody just told me that in a comic book shop. I didn't know that. Yeah, it was beautiful. That was one of the best things about it. And Watchmen, of course.
Watchmen is a masterpiece, even though the guy who wrote it is completely out of his mind. But I guess that works.
Yeah.
Watchmen never worked for me. I never got into Watchmen.
What
honestly.
Madam Geek said that I said, even though the guy's out of his mind, Madam Geek opens the door because she's doing some baseboard painting. She's like, "That's why it's a masterpiece."
Yeah.
No, so it's about you, NB. Okay.
Wah, 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 wah.
My favorite scene I actually enjoyed the Watchmen movie. I think it stayed about as close to the comic as you possibly could. But I will say my favorite line from the comic actually made it into the movie, and that was where Rorschach goes, "None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me." I had that as a ring. I had that as my text tone for a while.
Yeah, not Ryan Johnson. Yeah, the prices are going up and buying every title, but that was kind of the thing. It was like baseball cards. It was a collector, like you wanted to see the next story and you'd collect them. You wanted to have the whole series.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the problem was in the 90s, and they still have been doing it now, which is really annoying, is all the god dang crossovers you'd have. It's like say you go buy Amazing Spider-Man. This continues in Web of Spider-Man. Now I gotta get Web of Spider-Man. Continues in Spectacular Spider-Man. Now I gotta get Spectacular, even though you didn't even collect those comics.
Yeah,
Say
it
you
was
only collected
commercialized
Amazing
it was
Spider-Man.
commercialized to a point where it was difficult to keep up with a story.
Yeah, it got ridiculous. And then every year, some great epic ending apocalypse story was always coming out. Like this was going to change everything. Okay, look, you can do the Infinity. When the Infinity Gauntlet came out, that was unique. That was different. That and Secret War were like really, they were few and far between apart. Then they just became like every couple of years they'd have some crossover crazy shenanigans.
Hey guys, Paula, answer Paula's question.
It should work.
Yeah.
If you can use that on the computer, it should work just fine, just like any other headset. It should be fine. I'm using my cell phone and my.
If it fits in the hole, it should work. Yeah.
Yeah.
If the jack fits in the Xbox, it should fit in the jack on the computer.
The question is if it's like a combined jack or two different jacks, and
it should work.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Usually, if the headset, usually computers have like only one combo jack.
Yeah, Paula,
you're worried about.
If it's a USB jet, if it's USB connected, just plug it into any of the USB ports. If it's the long jack, just look on the side. You should be able to look on the side of the computer, and there should be one there for headphones and microphone. And then most likely you should get a hot plug and play, and you should just get a simple connection and say allowing it to connect to the jack and to the headphones.
Let me do it like this. If the headphones have two connectors, one is probably green and the other one is pink. Green is speakers or headphones, and the pink one is microphone. If you have a computer that has those two plugs, they will be probably on the back side of the computer if it's a tower. If it's a notebook, it will probably have only one plug, and in that case, unfortunately, you cannot use that headset. What you can do in this case, if you have a notebook, you can use the microphone from the notebook and use the headset, which is then the green one that you plug into the notebook. And you will basically have only the headphones on, and you can use the microphone on the notebook.
I think she was saying that her mic was the problem, though.
Well, it says it has two separate jacks on the computer, one for the mic, one for the headphone. Yes, that is normally the case. Does the headset have two different mics, two different plugs?
Also, I apologize for stopping everyone and being like,
No, it's completely okay.
No, I am actually an IT guy, so some of us, we're IT folks, so we kind of troubleshooting is kind of what we do.
Yeah, the easiest thing would be just to use your phone like I am and just use the headset that comes with your phone. It's a wired headset. Hooks you right up. You don't have to go through the computer. You don't have to do any of that stuff.
Thank you for calling IT's Slovakian service. This is Joseph.
Have you restarted yet?
Joseph would definitely be most helpful. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not the guy you want on the other end of it usually.
Headset is one jack for
Headset,
both.
one jack for both voice and mic.
Okay, so in that case, on the computer on the front side, do you have a jack? Because that should be then in that case a combo jack that would connect basically both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, here we go again.
What do you say?
I say REO Speedwagon.
That's right, right? REO Speedwagon. How is that incorrect?
Well, actually, that's the correct way they say it is. Me, I actually don't say it that way. I say it's Rio Speedwagon.
Oh.
I was just wanting to see if they were actually I wanted to see if anyone was actually paying attention. To see if I actually, I pronounce it REO. I pronounce it Rio Speedwagon, not REO.
Okay, Paula. So what you'll do, very simple. If you have the phone jack that has the microphone and your headphone. So just go to YouTube and go to Captain Trek's stream. He'll have a link for you to click on that will take you to StreamYards.
Now, when you go to StreamYards before,
you will turn your camera. Hang on. You will turn your camera off unless you want to be on, and you'll be able to choose an avatar if you want to, and if you don't, that's fine. And then you will hit join stream.
Now, one thing I do recommend, Paula, is if you keep the link to when you hit on the StreamYard link, it's going to open up a new one when you go in. Make sure if you still have the YouTube up, you turn your YouTube all the way down. Otherwise, you're going to have crosstalk at about 6 to 8 second delay.
Yeah.
So pause the stream or mute it.
Yeah, mute the tab.
Like constantly? But I'm doing it, but I'm always on my headphones, so you don't hear it, but I hear like echo. Yeah.
One of the things about going to the comic book shop, though, I was just talking to my daughter about this the other day, is like it was the only way to find out about like music that wasn't on the radio, or anything that wasn't in like mainstream culture.
Yeah,
that is true. I used to go to the comic book shops a lot, partially because I was a pen and paper RPGer, and honestly, I'd love to get back into it. I got a few new RPG books from that, but it was something. My friends we would make a decision: did we want to buy comics or did we want to buy a new game to play? And we'd usually buy a new source book. We played a multi-sided game. I did not play D&D. I make that very clear. We never really played D&D. I've only played it once or twice, but I played a game called Palladium. I played White Wolf games with vampires and werewolves, and then I played West End's Star Wars, which was the game I ran. So we'd go over on the weekend. Hello, Mr. Cactus.
Oh, Mr. Cactus, how are you?
No, you do not need to create a StreamYards account to join, Paula.
We were hardcore into like Infocom, like Zork and Wishbringer and Leather Goddesses of Phobos, and but
don't forget Hitchhiker's Guide.
Totally, Hitchhikers, yeah.
If I wanted to listen to music I couldn't hear on the radio, I'd go to like a Hot Topics or a Spencer's.
Did Hot Topic? I remember Spencer's. Well, I don't know how old you are too, but
I'm 41.
I don't remember Hot Topic existing.
No, they probably didn't exist back then, but I do remember Spencer's, and I'd go in there, and they'd have that little machine that would let you pick. Do you want to listen to a song from certain things so you could test it out? And me being who I was, I would go in there, and first thing I'd find is and I just do this for the hell of it to piss my girlfriend off, is I'd find ICP and I'd say, hey, listen to this.
What's ICP?
Insane Clown Posse.
Ah, okay. Magnets? How do they work?
Not Ryan Johnson. Oh, you played Rift? Oh yeah. Rifts was the game. Rifts and Heroes Unlimited were the two we played the most. Rifts was a lot of fun. Rifts had all the cool technology stuff. Whereas Heroes Unlimited was a great game because you could basically really create your own hero from scratch. And they had so many different options for how you wanted to create a hero. It was fantastic. Hey, not Ryan Johnson. Maybe one of these days I would love to see if we could ever get people together and maybe get like on a Discord or something and set up a time where we all, do like a virtual role-playing game. I would love to do that. I absolutely love RPGs. I like pen and paper so much more than I like RPG games, like the MMORPGs. Those aren't really my thing. I guess maybe because I enjoyed always having the more freedom that comes with pen and paper.
You like stats, man. You like stats.
No, I like I like being able to have.
No,
options.
chasing stats is all those games are, and that's a lot of fun. No,
Yeah.
I like it too. Don't get me wrong. That's what they're all about. Is you're chasing a stat in order to accomplish a goal, and it's a lot of fun. It is. It's very scientific.
Okay, I see
love
what
it.
you mean by
I used to play Car Wars, and we used to. I mean, you sit there and measure out 3 seconds of gameplay over 45 minutes because you're doing calculations with protractors and stuff on a piece of graph paper. It's great fun, actually. It sounds dull. It's not. It's really
I think Eli
intriguing.
who's going to get his bagel.
Oh.
One of the things with, like for example,
Okay, here we go.
Are you there? Another chick.
Here we go.
Just make sure the mic's unmuted.
Yeah. I don't know if the mic's plugged in or not, but
well, we're halfway through the battle here.
Well, you're on the stream.
Yep.
you're on stream.
Down for a minute.
One of the things with Palladium that was different for like World of Darkness, White Wolf, is D&D's multi-sided dice game, whereas White Wolf
No,
is
we can't hear you.
No.
single die game. No, we can't hear you right now, but we're halfway there. We got you on here, so we can definitely help you get your volume working.
I think it might be the connection because there was a little pop there.
The mic is not muted. Okay, and it's plugged in. Are you using a headset mic that has its own mute? To make sure that that's off, which
you
should
hear me
control the
now?
one that's on
there it is.
Yes,
there it is.
My headset was on mute.
That's okay.
Okay.
Oh, you sound so good though.
Welcome.
Welcome.
This works good.
Sounds great.
It had me sign in, but it was my YouTube account or my Gmail account, so I already knew that. I didn't have to make a new sign on.
How are you doing, hon? Person I don't know but feel caring about.
I'm doing all right. Keeping myself out of trouble until things this afternoon.
Well, it looks like
Henry
you
is
have
new to our community.
Yeah, looks like you have a pretty nice gang here.
So far, my husband really loved him, so I gotta trust him.
Yeah.
Andrea, I don't know if you ever got to meet him. Admiral Oliver Franklin Doom, Richard Simpson. This guy was, just such a bright spot on so many people in this community. I'm not even sure he realizes how many lives he touched in the community.
No.
I don't think he realized it himself because it's nothing he ever expressed to me about.
He probably didn't even realize it. Yeah, absolutely. He was just doing his thing, and the way he did it, the way that he just had the soul and that determination and that wit that it's so above and beyond.
Yeah, my family's been great. My sister's husband has been super sweet. Richard was his favorite.
Yeah, it's interesting how, like I think a lot of us have said, we may have never met him personally, physically, but man, we knew so much about him, and he knew so much about us. And it's like I tell, like we said, you can see what you see here on the StreamYards when it's it's posted, but it's like there's so many things that people don't see, that the personal DMs we have, that talks back and forth. Captain even told me about him talking with Richard on the phone and stuff. There's when we talk about how our community is, and we try to always explain it, it's like we are a really strong community, and he was definitely someone who helped make it stronger.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just, I've known you guys for approximately 5 hours now. And he just seems like he had such a big, impactful, lovely personality from everything I can tell. And I think that stuff is the stuff that matters. It's the only stuff that matters.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I agree. I think a lot of it too was when, unfortunately after his passing, it's when we all started doing our reflection, and that's when we started all realizing, more and more, his impact on this community. Because, we don't, he didn't brag about, who he helped out or anything. He just helped out people, and that was it. It was never something he brought up or made a big deal out of. So it's, so it was interesting how, I would have my conversations, and then, we started learning more about other people's. And, Cap, you told me, we've all shared stories of our time talking to him personally. And it's like, yeah, that was just how he was.
Yeah. His coworkers have the same things to say about him at his old store and his new store at Home Depot. They're going to miss him terribly. But I've had a lot of feedback from many of them that say the same things.
Wow.
Not surprising.
I'm not
surprised.
And I know, so one of the things he used to do, and I don't know if he probably said it, but he would sneak things out of my house to go with him to work food-wise, so that his coworkers that couldn't afford their lunches would be able to eat.
Oh,
I did not know that. No,
That's
he
right.
never mentioned that.
So I would
Sounds
bake things
right.
like banana bread and things so he could take it for them, because I knew he was helping them. He did that selflessly.
No, he never mentioned that.
No,
But-
he did mention something about taking banana bread. That's
Oh.
about the only thing I remember.
But
Yeah.
the reasons behind it, no, he never revealed.
No.
At least in those streams where I
Not
was,
on
and I
streams.
think I was on many. I think I'm not sure even if I missed one of his streams.
But you know what? I don't think he probably even thought twice about it. It wasn't like even
Never.
a thing to him. He
No.
was just like, that's just what you do. That's the kind of guy he was. That's really, I'm not surprised.
I think he
Not
stopped eating the bananas I bought him, so that I didn't have to
So you
make
could make-
banana bread.
Now that does
I
not
do not eat
surprise me.
bananas.
Paula, I've got an interesting one. I'd love to let you try sometime if you're interested. When I get up to Indiana, my wife makes an amazing zucchini bread.
Oh, I love zucchini bread.
Yuck. Yuck.
You
My
do?
wife makes an
Okay.
amazing one too. It's awful. Ah,
Yeah.
I'm
It was
glad
a-
you guys
my
like
wife
it, man.
made
Maybe I
first,
can give you my share next time.
Nah, man, my wife made zucchini bread for the very first time for me. Oh God, honey, when did you first make it? Was it back in California?
2007, I think.
Yeah, 2007, and it was the first time I'd ever had zucchini bread. I'd never heard of it before, and I fell in love with it. My wife can do some.
We made it a lot growing up.
With zucchini. It's interesting what she's able to create with it. She's even canned it in jam.
It's so abundant because it grows like wildfire.
Where are you?
Indiana.
Oh, that's right. You said so.
Yeah,
It's the one thing in a garden my mom can't kill.
Oh, Paula, I've got. Oh man, I'm gonna have to find this one picture that I have from back when we were in Florida, and we had made these box gardens. Oh no! Sorry, this was California before the box gardens, and the only thing we could get to grow worth a damn was that zucchini. That stuff would just grow and grow, and there's this zucchini my son picked, and he's just a little boy at the time. And there's this picture of us holding the zucchini next to him, and it's about half the size of him, and he's just got this little cute smile he always has on his face with it, like he was so proud of himself, and it was so cute. But yeah, when we moved out of California, we actually had to destroy that zucchini patch because it was the only thing that seemed to grow. But boy, we never ran out of zucchini for a long time, did we, honey? Now, honey, I have a question. That what you're doing now, is that stitching when you're doing that thing? Cross stitch. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know who you were talking to.
You want to hear something funny about that?
Sure.
Richard cross stitched.
Oh, cool.
You gotta pass the time on the ship.
I shocked when
Well,
I
how do
found
you
that
sew the
out.
patches
He
properly?
did cross stitch.
Oh, that's interesting. I did not know
How
that
did he do
about him.
patches?
Yeah.
He couldn't figure out how to
Isn't-
put patches on his uniforms. I had to do that for him. But he could cross stitch.
That's something else.
I have no idea how.
That's really interesting. And I don't think any of us knew that.
No, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Actually, you just I think you just scored some points with my wife here because she thought that was very interesting.
You gotta pass the time on the ship.
Yeah, I usually pass the time on the ship playing cards.
So if he's in the Navy, he goes in the Navy. Out at sea, how does not pass the time?
Was he Navy?
Yes,
US
he was.
Navy.
Oh,
He was on the.
He served
Theodore
aboard the
Roosevelt.
USS Theodore Roosevelt.
oh wow.
Yep. He saw active duty on there.
Wow. I'm from Annapolis, so it's always like Navy is the thing. But do you know that men, they think men are the original knitters and kind of that kind of sewing because of making fishing nets. I read that somewhere recently.
Yep.
Hmm.
That would make sense. Well, I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it?
There's a fair amount of people that are guys that knit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they
hide it a
didn't.
little
They didn't work in the
nowadays, but-
sweatshops during the Industrial Revolution, though, did they? Not many. That was left to the young ladies, unfortunately. Those
And the
dangerous
children.
sweatshops. Yeah, and the children. Just throwing that in there, just in case we start losing perspective here. Yeah, men sew fishing nets. That's awesome.
Hey, you know what? I look at it
But-
this way. Sewing is a form of art.
Yes. Oh man. I mean, I told you that Rachel graduated in textile design, so I have to deal with that all the time. She chose a good job though, running a construction company.
You know, my daughter back in California, my wife entered something in a sewing contest, and was what? It was a county fair, and my wife and my daughter entered something, and she helped our oldest daughter at the time. Worked with her, helped her to sew it, and they both won prizes for it.
Cool.
That was a really cool picture. So I had them with their, their little didn't you both win a first place in your section, in your category? Yeah, they won. They both won first place in their
It's
categories. That
o'clock.
was pretty cool.
Smack that kid around.
Did you hear that, Cap?
No, not exactly.
I'll send it to you in a DM.
Good idea.
What's everyone going to do today? Do any of you work? What's happening?
No, none of us work. Now, of course we work.
Technically define work. I'm a homeschool.
Doing things that you don't want to do for money that's not enough that you think is worth.
Oh no, I'm thankfully in the very fortunate position of being, like my wife, retired and disabled from the military.
Mm-hmm.
So I can focus on teaching my kids or being lazy.
For you.
Yeah, and I just finished my work because it's 6 p.m. where I am working from home, so I can be on this type of streams. Yeah.
I'm
Oh, by the
supposed
way,
to be
hon.
at work.
Oh, well, hon.
Yeah, normally I'd work at this time of the day.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm the
retired,
kind of
but I just got off of work at 6 a.m. because
Oh.
I work for extra money. So I can buy pizzas and stuff, which I do not do. Because it's a lot cheaper to make them yourself.
My work is kind of giggy, you know.
Yeah.
It speeds up and slows down, and
Now, are you a professional journalist? Like that's
Yeah.
your job? You are. Okay.
yeah. Well, actually,
Well, you sound like a more competent journalist than what I'm seeing, than what I see on mainstream media.
yeah, you'll probably hate this, but I worked at NPR for years.
Why would I hate that? I'm actually a
Why
big
would I hate
fan,
that?
and my wife's cousin is now a reporter for NPR.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I was just assuming that people,
And
you know.
and I've been on the Kojo Namdi show several times.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm a big fan of NPR out of WAMU.
Yeah, I covered.
88.5 FM,
Yes,
Washington, D.C.
your NPR station in the nation's capital. I covered the White House and Congress and hosted All Things Considered and all that stuff. Yeah.
You ever do anything over at Lisner Auditorium?
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, I might have been the sound guy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've done a bunch of things at Lisner. You know, when you're an NPR on-air person, you know, you kind of do the dog and pony show begging for money constantly.
Yep.
Hey, Andrea, I had an idea for a stream that you and I could do together.
Okay.
If you're interested in this, I was wondering, would you be interested in doing a talk about the compare and contrast of the Articles of Confederation to the U.S. Constitution?
Ooh, that would test me because I'm not like I carry a Constitution around in my purse, literally at all times.
It's funny, I have one right here.
Yeah, but partly that's defensive because when you work in the Capitol, you're sort of constantly having to take it out and show it to various people who want to keep you from doing your job.
Morons. You can say morons. It's cool.
Yeah. but I don't know the Articles of Confederation nearly as well. So I would love to do that. That would be a good exercise.
Well, Andrea, absolutely. We can set up a time. My schedule is virtually flexible with the exception of me moving. But that's not until next month. But overall, I could definitely put something. And no, take your time to do as much research as you'd like to do in it, and I'll do the same. So you have, what you feel is a comfortable amount of knowledge, and of course, I want you to have, like me, notes, research, whatever you pull up, because that's
It's not a test, right?
yeah.
No,
But
no,
I think
test.
a lot of people don't. I think a lot of people don't realize that when the Articles of Confederation, I think some people don't realize that there was a constitution prior to the Constitution. It was called the Articles of Confederacy.
Yeah.
And we actually only had one branch of government at that time, a legislative branch, an actual pretty much single body.
Yeah.
And if you look at the differences for why the Articles failed, and it's something I had mentioned, Andrea, when I was doing my history lessons, I had pointed out originally when they did the Constitutional Convention, it was to modify the Articles of Confederation. But by the time they got done, they ended up writing a whole new constitution. So they had
Yeah.
to vote to invalidate. They had to vote in, a new constitution to take over the one that was getting replaced. And of course, it had to go through the Constitutional Conventions. And then, of course, 3/4 of the states had to agree to it.
Yeah. I think it's so fascinating. And I hope we're not boring any of the other people, but
No, you're not.
The Articles of Confederation and the conventions and the Federalist Papers, like whipping back and forth. It's just like such a fertile idea moment, and really it's a triumph of the Enlightenment, of like the Enlightenment thinking. And one of the reasons, I mean, I'll make you this deal. I'll come on this podcast with you if you let me wax poetic for a while about the apportionment problem, George Washington, demanding that it go from 40,000 per member of Congress down to 30,000, and that it really, by all rights,
it's a quid pro quo.
Oh, no, you can do it.
Yeah, the
Andrea,
First
I
Amendment.
actually didn't know that.
Yeah, and it
Oh,
really.
I didn't know that.
honestly
No,
could have
please,
been the
you are
First
going to be more than what. No, you absolutely. You bring up anything that is relative to it, I will be more than happy to hear it. I love learning new stuff about civics.
Yet it's apparently a Scrivener's problem. The way that the final draft came out has like some weird little problem. It just became until like not enough states ratified it. But it should have been the First Amendment to the Constitution. We'd be, the Second Amendment would be the third. And nobody knew.
I think one of the interesting things I did, Andrea, when I was doing my Civil War history this year, I did what I called the Road to the Civil War, which I started with the 1820 Compromise. And then, I moved forward to like the Kansas-Nebraska Act, why Texas wasn't admitted into the Union originally, the Dred Scott decision, the fall of the whips, the emergence of the Republican Party, Lincoln's presidency, and then of course and then I went into what I called that was a little bit of the rubber bands. And I said the rubber band really started to stretch in 1820 with the Missouri Compromise, and then it just kept getting pulled and pulled for 45 years until we had the Civil War.
Yeah.
And if you and I tell people, I said, if you really dive into the history of those 45 years, you understand they were trying to prevent what ultimately happened. The problem is they just kept making compromise after compromise after compromise, and they were, for lack of a better term, kicking the can down the road. And unfortunately, they kicked that can for 45 years, and it turned into the Civil War.
Yeah.
And the Dred Scott decision definitely was one of the worst. Was, in my mind, the worst decision the Supreme Court ever did.
Yeah. And the Scopes monkey trial. Yeah, hardcore. It's amazing to, people have been so, like, I understand why people have been so upset and about, recent politics, but I keep trying to like rein, and I have friends on all sides, and I keep trying to rein in the ones that are like the most outraged about Trump. It's like, and yes, there are some real serious challenges here, and we have to think about it carefully. But if you think this is really threatening our pillars of democracy, like the institutions that we have, it is not. The Civil War did. The spread of abroad of Mussolini. Those were serious threats to the institutions of democracy. A bunch of bozos breaking into the Capitol and taking selfies. Yes, they did some really terrible things, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it too much, but I just think I don't know.
I tell you what, Andrea, if you want to have those conversations, I will fire up streams and you and I can have them as much as you like. I love this. These guys will let you know I love these kind of conversations, and I am totally fine with somebody disagreeing with me.
Mhm.
All I ask is people be civil.
Yeah.
That's all I ever ask is, be civil with me, I'll be civil with you. And
That's not
there
true.
are times that
That's not true. You also ask that they support with facts.
Oh, I asked them to back it up with facts. Yes.
That's
I know.
so that's all. That's
Oh, screw you.
I know.
He does ask that. So that's important.
Does
I
everybody
do
hate
try
me
to ask
now?
questions, but if I ask a legitimate question when I ask something, I'm not trying to be, they think I'm coming off as being an ass. I'm like, no. Okay, you say there's systemic racism. Where? Okay, here, here, and here. Okay. I look up the place where it is. I said, do you understand who's been running that place for the last 50, 100 years? They don't like it when I point that out.
Yeah, it's not my bailiwick. I try not to comment about things that I really don't,
I try to go for
Not an-
context because to me, context is the important thing.
Yeah.
I say context matters because I think it's the most important thing. You can
So are
still
there-
have an opinion, but
Are there
let's have a
people
little
in this
context.
group who also there are people who supported Trump and people who didn't, and all around, or
Let's leave it at all around.
okay.
Definitely, there's people who were pro and against.
Okay, that's all. I wasn't asking for a
But
show of hands.
we keep it as civil as it is.
Yeah.
Well, Andre,
I'll
you
raise
bring
my
up a good
hand.
point.
I don't care.
We
Me
had
too.
we had a question pop up one time between me and somebody else, and I don't remember if it was Dave or if it was Professor, but they asked us a question. You're a supporter of this person, right? Yes, we were Trump supporters. And we said yes. And they said, do you agree with everything he's done? I said, no, of course not.
No. Yeah.
And I said, if anybody ever agrees with everything somebody does, there's a freaking problem. Unless it's my wife, which is totally allowed.
Good, smart man.
She's my wife. And she is always right.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if that was me, but I agree with that. Is like, do you agree with everything somebody's ever done? Then you're just a sycophant.
That's worship. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, support.
Yeah,
my worship
that's brainwashing.
My worship is singularly to Yahweh and Jesus Christ.
Mm.
But I take religion and ideology, conservatism, and try to keep those separate because my Christianity is my religion. My ideology is conservative. If there were conservatives on, and I said this, if there were conservatives on the Democrat side, I would be willing to vote for them. I mean, by all accounts, when I look at history, you look at, for example, John F. Kennedy. By the way he talked, he would be considered. He would never make it on a Democrat ticket now.
Yeah. Well, I just think I'm a super institutionalist. I hate both parties equally. And I care.
I
more,
agree.
Yeah, I care way more about like ideas.
I don't hate
and
them. I disagree with them.
I think they're just. I think they're
It takes a
basically.
lot to hate somebody, and I don't hate them.
Yeah, you're right.
Both parties, the parties, not people.
Yeah.
The parties. I hate the parties.
Yeah,
I can
I
agree
think
with
the
that.
parties are evil.
Yeah.
I agree with
The
that.
people.
The way that the way that it's organized, yeah, I'm with you there.
Well, it's like I try to. Well, we need to remind people too that these political parties, whether they be Republican, Democrat, Green Party, Libertarian Party, Conservative, people I think are really misunderstanding. They're not functions of government. They are private entities, and their focus is government, but they are private companies. Period. RNC, DNC, they are private.
And they're basically non-ideological. They are there only to elect their side. That
Yes,
is
exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
I think it's
okay.
I don't think it's going away, but that's
No,
why I'm
no,
starting
no.
another party. Now you can all be awed into the silence of my insanity.
No, nothing of the sort. Nothing at all. This is the kind of discussions, civil discussions that we can have here.
Oh yes.
Nobody has to agree. That's the whole idea of discussing a subject.
It's awfully nice
You know,
to people like this.
well, to be able to see the other, somebody else's perspective of something, but with a little bit of dignity.
Yeah.
Say, okay, I understand. I might disagree, but you're not necessarily wrong. But I don't agree with the way that you think about this, and that's fine. That's fine. That's what it's all about. Can we start teaching civics to the youngins again? Well, NB Geek is doing that. It's one of the things that he does specifically. So it is happening, believe it or not. It is happening. Might not be happening as much as it should be in the social school system, but it is being done. So have no fear.
Well, you can all join me in working for infrastructure. The least sexy thing government does, but the best it does, I think.
Well, to quote Caddyshack, well, the world needs ditch diggers too.
Yeah.
And you know what? They do. They do.
Yeah.
They should just be paid, well, some hard ass work.
There really have been.
We actually, Cap in KG. That's actually the biggest thing I do with my homeschooling. Is my passion is history and civics, and I do teach it. Andre, I'll tell you one. Here, I did this last year for 6th grade for my kids. I explained the Electoral College out to them. Yeah. And my wife has she has a map of the United States quilt. So I laid the quilt out on the floor. I explained how the Electoral College worked in the areas. And then I explained what the popular vote was. And I explained how the difference was. And then I explained if the popular vote was the way to go, this is how our current society would go. And I spent about 45 minutes to an hour explaining it. And then I ended it with, I asked him, I said, so which one do you think is the fairer, the popular vote or the Electoral College? And mind you, one of my kids was 12, one of my kids was 9, and they both said, oh, the Electoral College. Huh. They understood how that was a fairer system. So I must have done something right explaining it. But I didn't point out which one was my preference. I mean, I'm a big proponent. I mean, I'm a big supporter of the electoral. Hell, I'd like to see the electoral college be done for governors and
And I'd like to abolish the electoral college the way it is. I think it does not represent the people. I think that the only way to fix it is to get rid of it.
It only exists to keep the people. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I didn't
No,
realize.
no, please go on.
It only exists to separate the people from voting. I mean, the whole thing about it enhancing the weight of rural places, that's not at all why it's there. It's
no.
there because the framers wanted to actually create sort of a committee of very educated sort of people to choose the president.
And hence, that's why there were so many limited areas on how you could vote back then. Well, for example, remember the House of Representatives was meant to be, for lack of a better term, think of it as basically branched off the House of Commoners.
Yeah.
And then the Senate was based on, for lack of a better term, House of Lords, where, they're not elected. That's where, and at least I use that because it's the closest example I can think of.
Yeah.
And that was how that worked. And yes, of course, the Electoral College, could it be better? Yes, I think it could definitely be better. I don't think it should be abolished, though, Cap. I would not mind some revisions. But
the only changes that could be done would be on a state level. Yeah, as you've already stated. Unless it were abolished and were set up properly.
I don't even know why you would do it on a state level. I mean,
I don't either.
You can't do it on a state level. No, you can't do the Electoral College on a state level because it's
you have said yourself. You have said yourself in Big Geek that because my opposition to the Electoral College is this all or nothing bullshit.
Mountains.
Yes, we did talk about that.
It leaves a lot up to the states.
It does.
Yeah.
Well, there is that. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Cap. To get rid of the Electoral College or change it, yes, takes a U.S. constitutional vote. But how they decide to do their delegations, yes, is left up to the state. That's why, yes, I agree. The all or nothing thing is a problem. We have a few states that don't do that, but there's only 2 of them. And unfortunately, the reason why you're probably not going to get that at the state level is because both sides are going to say it's going to cost them power.
Yeah.
And one of the other reasons why you will never get the Electoral College abolished is because you will never get a constitutional amendment passed that is going to be where all these states are going to really give up all their power they have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a little bit of power, but if you got rid of it and it went to a popular vote, as one of my favorites conservatives, Andrew Wilka, said, you would go from an electoral college to basically an electoral constitution where only about 8 to 10 cities are really going to matter in the whole grand scheme of the election. Now, is there a way we could do this better, modify it,
All right, Joseph.
make it more equal? Yes, I agree there are ways to do it, but you are right. When I said you are right, I did say that when it comes to the delegates and stuff, a lot of that is left up to the states.
And greetings, Mountains of Elysium, and sorry to hear that, Yosef. Have a good walk. And now,
there are 2 states also that have passed, changed their redistricting process so that it isn't partisan, or it's a lot less partisan, and it's so much better. But it's hard to imagine that spreading to other states too, because necessarily the people in charge are drawing the districts and would have to vote for to lose their power to draw the districts.
Hey, Bird, are you there?
Bird,
I am.
please.
Can you
Thank
hear me?
God. Yes.
Yeah,
Hey,
there you are.
Yes, I'm here.
So just on a completely different note, I've fallen in love with this game, Train Simulator World 2. It's really cool. It sounded dull as hell. and I
Richard
got
played
into
that.
it, and it is actually
Really?
because I actually thought of because you can custom skin an engine, and I thought of making one for him, but nobody would be able to see it because I'm on a PlayStation 4 and nobody plays that. I could do, but I would do it over like a long period of time. I wouldn't just write his name on it and just call it done. It'd be like a work of art. I'd try to yitza it. But yeah, I've been playing that, and I've been learning, but I've been learning the engines and the startup procedures, and it's just I used to think it was a joke when I'd see it because it wasn't my kind of game. My kind of game is like a game like, well, I don't know, I like a lot of strategy games and things like that, but I watched a video of it and was like, this is exactly what I want out of what people were using the Starship simulators.
Mm-hmm.
All your
I've seen it,
like there's
but I've never played it.
no battle. There's no battle. Well, it's not really play, but what you're doing is you're constantly looking at time, your velocity, stop. Basically, it's a docking simulator, except you're on rails. So when you have like a long period of time, you can just sit back and chill, and the graphics are pretty good, even on a PS4.
Let me
On
ask you a
PC,
question.
Hmm.
Is it possible to crash in this game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Even when you do your own, because I did that. I took a bullet train through London Railroad Underground on the simulator, and so I was going 230 miles an hour. I think the speed limit was 20, and it let me do it for like a long period of time, and then it just went, you derailed. But it said in the description that when you do your own, you make your own, it's actually called off the rails mode. Like physics go out the window and you don't have to worry about physics. Well, I guess that's only to an extent because I definitely derailed. I also derailed on another one, but yeah, I mean, like it's actually quite cool. I'm kind of a train fan anyway because that Western Railroad trip that my wife took me on is a scenic railroad.
Cool.
And they used the turntable and everything. It went from Cumberland, Maryland to Frostburg and back. And in Frostburg, they detach the engine and use a turntable and turn it around. And you can, I actually have a video standing right like next to the turntable. And it's just something else to see. And it's so much fun. I mean, the startup procedures and everything, I've got a whole notebook of it. And it's just, literally, it shouldn't be that exciting, but it is, because not only are you worried about timetables, but you have to worry about certain speed limitations and alert systems and magnets. And yeah, it's a simulator. And yeah, I guess it sounds boring, but if you get into it, it's quite something, man. Worth checking out.
Richard used to play it.
Mrs. Doom, I have a question for you. What was his interest in? What was his passion for trains about? Do you know why he enjoyed trains so much?
Yeah, where his family's from. He always said he was from Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania, but he was born in Indiana. But his family was all from Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh area, and the Pennsylvania Railroad. A lot of the people worked for them. Like his grandfather was worked on the railroads. I don't know what he did, but so he always had a fascination with the railroad itself and the history of it, because he was a history person, and where it went and what happened over time, and things merged and changed and got bought out. And he loved the locomotives because he did model railroading.
That kind of reminds me of
So he'd
Walter
make the little
Burnley.
model railroad trains.
Well, that's what's so great about this game is it's not like an overview of like a train set or anything, but I mean you're driving them and you can mess around with them. Like you can go into the Cumberland Yard and attach coal trains and fill them up if you want to. If you want to run, you can do that, and you can kind of. It's so much fun. It's like having a model railroad set on your console or computer, except it's not the overview one. There's other ones that do that specifically for PC, but since I'm limited to my old PS4, but it was quite a nice surprise, and it's quite well done.
Sounds really
And
cool.
that's the thing. Even my wife, who hates all video, she loves board games, thinks video games are a waste of time, and she appreciates that they're artistic. She's like, "Wow, what are you listening to?" Oh my God, is that a movie? No, that's a video game, darling. But she even thought that this was really neat. Like it wasn't just a combat game or like I love 8-bit games, like the older styles. You know, you have this advanced console and you buy a game for $15 that looks like 20 years ago, and it's like the best game ever.
That's
But
cool.
no, this one's so neat. I'm taken by it, obviously, because I always looked at now. Okay, so there are the other ones like Bus Simulator. That doesn't sound like any fun. Trains are freaking awesome. Buses, not so much.
The bus simulator, you basically got to pick up passengers and follow a route.
Yeah, well, that's what you do with the trains. But the trains are like, so like what I was saying is, it really reminds me of like the Starship simulators and things like that, because you're looking at controls and you're constantly like on guard about, okay, I got to hit that, and then I got to hit this, and then watch your speed, and then, here it's time to dock and docking. I mean, that means pulling up to a platform. It's train simulator, but you're docking, and it's really important to do it the right way. And it's so cool. I know I'm gushing about a stupid train simulator, but it's the first game that I've played in a year easily that impressed me.
The only way Bird of Prey 5 would play that is if it can crash.
It can. He asked. It can.
Oh, good.
So,
my love of trains, my love of trains comes from the fact that I mostly grew up in Illinois, and I grew up around train tracks. And actually, my grandparents' house was right next to a train track, so I would hear trains go by all the time. And whereas some people might find that annoying, I actually find the sound of a train going by very soothing. So, for example, when I bought my house here in South Carolina, being next to a train track was actually a nice selling point for someone like me, because I enjoy getting to hear the sound. It's
would you like that Blues Brothers apartment, like in Chicago, like right next to the racetrack? It goes by so often you won't even notice it.
MD Geek, people can actually look online and get the schedule for the train when they go by their house.
Yes,
I do. Hello, Nigel. What's going on?
Yes, Eli, I did know that. I didn't know that back then, but back then we didn't have internet, so it wouldn't have been much of a, unless 411 was going to tell me.
Can you tell me the next train schedule, please? Well, they should be able to connect you to some controller, let you know.
Nah, it was always interesting. I love the sound of a train. There was a song even done called Night Train, and it was talking about
Guns N' Roses.
They were,
Guns N' Roses, right?
No, not Guns N' Roses. This was
no. Night Train was about booze, man.
Oh
no.
Are you talking about Night Train, the malt liquor that used to be?
Oh, like Mad Dog 2020.
Yeah.
Talking about the song.
I think that's what it was about.
and Boons.
Strawberry Hill.
Oh.
Now, the song I'm talking about was by Jason Aldean, and it's called Night Train. And the whole point of the song is they're going out in his truck, and they're going to go listen to the trains go by.
When 9/11.
I think I know the song. I'm on the night train. That one?
No, not the one I'm talking about.
Oh.
I don't know music that well.
I
so.
want to hear the 9/11 story.
I don't want to interrupt anybody.
No, please do.
If you don't interrupt, then it'll never stop.
You'll never get a word in, okay?
Please interrupt.
Well, let me first say that I really have to go in a minute because it's almost noon and I've been on here for so long. You
Welcome.
people, I don't know.
People?
You people.
I'm not a sheep person.
On 9/11, I had just started going on air at NPR, and I was reporting more or less locally at a station out in Flagstaff, Arizona, and NPR had sent me out there, KNAU, and 9/11 happened, and NPR was, like every news organization, was super understaffed, and so like on the 12th, September 12th, they called me back to DC.
Anyway, I guess it's back on.
There were no planes. So I took the train from Flagstaff, Arizona to Washington.
Wow, 3-day trip.
Yeah, it was the Southwest Chief across, Arizona, New Mexico, and all the way across. But then once you got to a station, there was nothing else to do. All the rental cars were completely gone, no planes. And so the trains were super overpacked, and they just had Amtrak agents in the stations like waving people towards sort of, oh yeah, there's a train going east over there. Like go see if you can find it.
Going east there, north there, south there.
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. In America, we do not have the best rail system.
No, it's so sad. But we're so big.
Yeah, we are big. We have a terrible rail system, though. But still,
The game that I play is usually mostly on British rails, so it's a lot of fun.
Oh, I was thinking they could make the game more challenging and put it in like 1850s England, and then you have to figure out.
They're working on that. They don't have steam engines ready yet, but
all these little villages.
The Cumberland Run they do have.
Yeah, and
But
the
you have
little
to use a
villages
diesel.
had time separately. Did you they had to have the timetables, the train tables in England were the first thing that standardized time. Because until then, most little villages just kept the time that their church clock kept.
Yeah.
And it was all off. So it would have to, you'd have to calculate, well, I'm going to be at Bognor Regis 5 minutes for, instead of blah, blah, blah.
Well, before you go, since you said you were at Flagstaff,
Yes.
have you been to Sedona?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Love Sedona. Love Slide Rock.
So beautiful. I've even stood on a corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, well, I got oceanfront side property in Arizona.
I put my email
Great
address.
location for surfing.
Yeah. I put my email address and Twitter handle in the private chat because I just didn't think it was a good idea to put it in the public one.
No, don't do that.
Here forever.
Yeah.
But,
Good idea. I
but
sent
I'm-
you a friend request, by the way.
Oh, good. On Twitter, I'm Radio Babe, and my email address is really easy. It's just acbrook@gmail. And it's really good to meet you guys. I will be back.
Great.
My
Nice to
wife,
meet
Madam
you
Geek,
too.
flat
That's
out
good to
said-
hear.
Welcome very
It's good
much.
to meet you.
It was good to meet you. Madam Geek flat out said she goes, "Oh, she's going to do well on this channel."
Well, I'm gonna have to have you guys on. I'm gonna have to try and convince you publicly to join me in my fight to take over the universe.
Okay, Andre, I'm now following you on Twitter.
Well, why don't you join us in that fight?
Because you're not taking over the universe.
Oh, I think that we're well on the way.
We're all Pinky. She's the brain.
You guys are like fly paper.
I was gonna say, if my
Yeah.
husband was here, he said he already rules it.
Oh,
Of
Oh.
course.
I'll be thinking of you guys this afternoon.
You take care. It was very nice
He
to
was
meet
the
you.
admiral.
Welcome to the community. And
Nice to
please
meet
come
you.
back.
Yep.
Really good to meet you guys. Thank you. I don't know how to get off, so I might just never leave. But
There's
Oh,
a
leave
little thing on
studio.
the bottom. It says
Leave studio.
Leave studio, the red X with the circle. That's what you click
And
on.
if you can't find it, feel free to stay.
Yeah, why not? Hey, what else you gonna do? Everything's closed.
Yeah, no, Costa Rica. Nothing to do. Sorry, I have to rub it into you people up there.
Up there, where are you?
I'm in Costa Rica.
Oh,
She's
80
down there.
degrees, 5. Yeah.
We're up here.
damn
Not
it! It feels like 39 and it's partially raining, and we had gusts of 50 to 70-mile-an-hour winds in the city last night. Damn you!
Sorry.
Hey, by the way, Elihu, I've counted 4 strikes now.
For what?
For your lighter.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
It was nice
Yeah,
to talk to you.
That was five lights from last night.
Why did you smash your bowl into the ashtray?
Why did I? I tapped it.
Yeah, he
No,
tapped it. He didn't
it sounded really loud, man.
No,
I'm sorry.
you don't
I think my mic is up a little loud this morning.
No, that was the light tap. Trust me, I've been around stoners my whole life, including my parents. Trust me, that was not a loud crack. That was a light tap.
I have a glass
That's a
ashtray.
light tap.
Hey, that was a light tap.
His was a loud tap. Enough said.
Well, you guys, I think I'm gonna have to excuse myself as well. But I'm glad I
Aw.
got it figured out.
Well, I'm glad you did too.
Yeah.
And you are welcome to join anytime.
Yeah,
Love
see you
having you
later.
on.
Whenever you want,
And-
whenever
We'll be there later.
All right.
And yeah, we will be
we're
there
gonna
later.
Yeah, we are going to be there later.
Take care of guys. Got paint in the hallway. I'm done with that for the day.
The only way I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, I'm not
tonight
sure
is-
still exactly what's happening. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Yeah.
My
We
sister's
will do everything we
coming to
can
get
help
me,
you out.
so I don't have to drive.
That's good.
But I definitely appreciate that. But I got to make some
We appreciate
adulting
you
phone
coming on.
calls here, so
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I will be able to at least the next couple days because I am not returning to work until next Monday.
That's good.
I will have my mornings to myself.
And you're welcome on here. Ain't you, Captain?
Glad I was
Absolutely.
able to attend.
Or return to work whenever the hell you want. Seriously.
Man, I wonder who's watering all those plants in the
Technically,
office.
I only
if
get 2
everybody's
days
not
of
working.
bereavement.
If everybody's
No, the
working
hell
from
with
home,
that.
who's watering
That's
those all
bullshit.
Days?
You're a human
And
being.
I get 2 days bereavement.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
no, that's
insane.
bullshit.
2
That's
days
bullshit.
for a
No, when my
spouse.
mom
2
mom
days.
died, my dad
Yeah.
had to bring a certificate in order to get days off, and I'm like, that is absolute non-human bull crap. You just take as much time as you want. If they can't deal with
Yeah.
it,
Well,
they can't.
I'd be screwed right now.
Well, yeah.
The coroners
You
aren't
work in
releasing
the
them.
medical
I won't
department,
probably
don't you?
get it. The estimate is like 5 weeks. No, I'm a software developer.
Oh, you're a software developer. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember who it.
Yeah.
I
Oh, that's
just-
all right.
Apologies.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I won't get his certificate of anything. 5 weeks is the estimate time right now. It's because of COVID.
That's bullshit.
It's a wonderful excuse.
Uh-huh.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Well, they said it's because the coroner's overworked and they're not getting them help because of everything.
Right.
How have the cats been?
Obviously, Locutus is one we think about a lot of, but how's Locutus doing? Or Manning, however you call him.
When I got up this morning, he was upstairs this morning on the back of the couch waiting for me to get up. Well, he was upstairs from the basement.
Right.
And waiting for
That's
me
unusual.
to come downstairs because we've got, I guess people call it a 3-story house.
Mm-hmm.
With the basement.
I'm sorry if you guys can hear that.
He hung out for a little bit. But he's sleeping somewhere now. And they're doing okay.
When cats sleep so much, by the time they're 5 years old, they've already slept a total of 2 years.
But I'm gonna get out of here.
Oh, before you go, Paula, I want to say hi to you in actual voice.
Uh-huh.
And I hope you're having a good day. And
hello.
We're all with you.
Take care of Not Ryan Johnson as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
It's a pretty
thank
good
you.
morning so far. I did some knitting.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Watched all the stuff.
Thank you for coming here.
I'm gonna get out of
and
here,
talking
and
with
you
us.
guys
Paul,
be
we'll
good.
see you later.
Don't do
okay?
too much
Yes.
orneriness.
Oh, check out Empty Trekker's ticket streams. He's
I'll
putting out
catch you
some,
later.
films,
Yes.
Have a good one.
In case everybody's wasn't yet.
He's putting up
How you
what?
doing, Canuck?
He's putting up Admiral Frank Albadoon's rules. His rules of life. He's posting little video clips of them.
Yeah.
Oh, Anti-Drecker is?
Yes, I love that.
Okay.
I'll send you the link later, Paul.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you on Facebook.
If I have something that I would like included with the rules, reduction to them, so that when they're distributed, people know.
Yeah,
what
just
they're from, who they're from.
message me. I'll make sure it gets them.
Yeah. He'll take care of it. Yeah.
Canadians are good for something, okay?
Okay. Who? Where?
Just send it to me, Paula. Rambling Canuck.
Which one of you
Robert
am I
Knowles.
messaging?
Yeah, Robert Knowles. Yeah, just send it to me.
Oh,
and it'll be done.
Oh, you're hiding. Oh, there you are. I didn't
Yeah.
see your name on there.
Just send it to me. I'll make sure that I'll make sure it
'Cause
gets
then you'll
done.
have the whole file with this stuff. Because it'd be preferred, to have a little bit about him to say what it was for.
Will do.
Okay, I will do that later.
Sounds good.
But I got here. Okay, bye.
Have a good day.
I hope things go better. Thank you.
Yeah.
I got to give her all the credit in the world for coming in here and hanging out with us. I hope that whatever we're doing is helping her during this time.
She's strong.
I'm sure she is definitely strong. I just hope whatever little bit we're doing, we're helping in some way, shape, or form.
I wouldn't be that strong.
I don't know if I could. I don't even want to think about that.
Me either.
Sorry, I couldn't jump up when you sent me the link there.
Oh,
Cap. I was
no
on my way up
problem.
to the store.
No
Had a couple
problem.
of things I had to grab before getting ready for this afternoon.
Yeah.
Canucks. So it's going to be streaming on History with R&R, right?
That's correct.
3:45 Pacific time.
Yes.
5:45 Central, 6:45 Eastern.
My time. Yeah, I just want to
6:45
make
real
sure I
time.
was
Okay,
confirmed
got
on
it.
it so we can. I'm fairly confident there's going to be a lot of us there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, we lost Berg.
I think he fell asleep finally, and Sassy hopped on his lap and disconnected.
Is there any? Hey, for the link, is there any password or anything? Because I already have the link saved, but Is it like a special
For
thing, or is it just going to be
no, just
streaming?
stream with history with R&R.
Okay.
I got to get going, guys. I got an appointment at 1:00.
Oh,
in
no
10
problem.
Have a
minutes.
good day,
All right,
Bird.
I'll talk to you guys
We'll see
after
you later,
later,
Bird.
whatever.
Kapla,
Take care.
Bird.
Kapla.
Kapla.
Okay, I'm extremely confused. If he has an appointment at 1:00, it must be at his place because
Yes.
Yeah.
no way he's getting there in 10 minutes.
He doesn't go anywhere, so it couldn't be anywhere else.
I'm just saying, I
Yeah,
don't think
it's
he's
across
going
the
to get
city,
somewhere
man.
in New York in 10 minutes.
He's going to use his transporter, okay?
I still don't think he's going to get somewhere fast. Yeah, please hold. All transporters are currently
Mountains, well
busy at this
stated.
time.
Mountains, well stated.
Yes,
Thank you,
well,
Mountains.
yes, Mountain, very much. That is well stated. Absolutely.
Damn, there's a lot of storm damage from last night.
What'd you have?
Heavy winds, 50 to 70-mile-an-hour gusts, heavy rain.
Well, it is January. Now, wait a minute. You're in Arizona, right?
No.
No, you're in California. Oh, that's
Yes.
right. So you got to deal with California weather, which is dry heat and a
No, that's
lot of
Arizona.
rain.
That's Arizona. Arizona's
This is
dry heat and a lot
San
of rain. It's called
Francisco.
No, that's
monsoons.
also
No,
that's also NorCal.
Yeah, it's dry heat and a lot of rain. That's called Arizona. Summer, then monsoons. I grew up in that, okay? And Obukus. I grew up in that. I know what it's like to get blinded by sand and dust.
I saw a real sandstorm one
Yeah, so
time.
do I. It's not fun.
Oh, yeah.
And Obukus in Phoenix.
Man,
oh my gosh,
it was unbelievable. No, it was in was it Montana? I think maybe. Man, it just was just this entire horizon advancing, and there was like in the very very long. I was on top of a hill, and on the very long distance, there's this like truck like running away from it. I don't think they were running. They knew what was up. They lived there. I didn't. I was like, what the hell is that thing? It was just this brown cloud just rushing. And when it hit, it wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't like a super, like one of those ones that like eats your skin off of your body, but it was like terrifying still. And it was like, what the hell?
Hey, Cap, can you share my screen real fast?
Sure. Let me, as soon as I can get it to share. There we go.
This is some of the damage we're experiencing in the area. Yes, that is a house being split by a tree.
Yep,
Okay.
seen a lot of that in Florida back in my days.
That happens in my neighborhood.
And here's the bad thing about this: the root is up, so basically got blown onto that house, not fell.
Oh, now I understand.
Yeah,
That's a little different.
Yeah, this is how bad it is. Okay. See, this is the root of the tree.
Is it possible?
Now I get it. Now I get it.
So was it that strong, or
that's-
was it possible the tree was a little rotted at the roots and died?
These are very, very strong winds.
Now, look, there was an atrium in the middle of that place that had a tree growing through it. Now,
Yeah,
that's
I'm like,
messed up,
oh,
man.
shit.
That's some really serious stuff.
I wouldn't
Wow.
share it if it was a regular tree falling on a house, but I'm like,
No,
wait
no,
a minute, that got
right,
uprooted and pulled.
Yeah.
Damn.
So we had an event called a Derrick show or Derrick show or something like that. That was like basically a tornado in a straight line. It didn't circulate like a funnel, but it was like a high wind event that's really unusual, at least around here in Arlington. And there was a tree limb that was in my front yard that ended up going past my house into the backyard over to the other side of the backyard on top of my shed. And it's an exact match. I mean, that it was that limb. And that I'd never seen weird stuff like that. And it basically went right past over this hill right here, past my neighbor's house, right past my backyard, and down the hill. And it was like this one weird wind event, because usually we don't get those because the river is really close. So most of the wind events happen over the river. Right. So we don't get too many weird things like that. But that one smacked us. We've had a couple of micro bursts, as well. But that was.
Dave, if you want to talk weird weather and wind and tornadoes and stuff, talk to Weather Kate. She's the tornado chaser.
Yeah, well, I've been in them. I've only seen one forming, and I was in one once without realizing it. Yeah, I was because that was when I was driving across the country, and I was camping at every KOA place. I was truck camping. All right, driving across the country with my girlfriend, and we were in, I don't even remember the name of the town. But they had a place, and the gate, for some reason, after 10 o'clock, they locked the gate. It's like, oh, well, we can deposit money, but up in the mountains, you can just deposit money or not. And they might come by and check. But, they close the gate. So, if, the entire place catches fire, you can't get out because the gate's locked. But anyway, so unfortunately for them, they had a parking lot right outside of the gate. So that's where we slept, in the back of the truck. So, and there was a massive hailstorm, lots of wind, no problem, sleeping in the back of a truck. Next day we go into town to get food, and there's trees everywhere, and there's smashed cars on their sides and shit. It's but the McDonald's was open. And it's what the hell happened? It's oh, you weren't around here. The tornado hit last night. It's yeah, we drove through a hailstorm in order to camp, and we just sat there and camped. It must have missed us by, I don't know, a mile or two. But man, that's the destruction. And the other time was I was at Skyland in the Shenandoah National Park, and we were looking at our balcony, my wife and I, and it was bad weather. And there's a peak over to the left when you're looking out the balcony towards Luray. And I could see, and I'd never seen this before, the actual wall cloud swirling. And I was like, I think that's a tornado forming. From everything I've watched, in every documentary I've ever seen, in every book I've ever read about tornadoes, that's that. And Rachel, my wife, was like, oh, you're exaggerating. Next day, there were 2 tornadoes that hit Luray in the valley that we were looking at the lights at from the ridge. But yeah, that was some crazy stuff. I mean, we were talking, I think somebody had said that, I don't know, maybe 6 hours ago on the stream, that they'd like to see a tornado, but not be in one. And I still didn't see the funnel. I saw it forming. I definitely saw it. But never seen the funnel.
I've always wanted to see a tornado up close.
No, thank you.
I don't know about how up close, but yeah, me too.
Well, not up close, but not like the cow and the Twister.
Not that close. Man, what a great movie for a tornado enthusiast. I mean, that actually. The hell with the bad CGI, which is bad by now. Back then it was cool, but now it's oh, that's laughable. You can do that on your tablet.
Yeah.
But, man, but it was such great fun. It was such great fun. It was a good movie. It was a lot of fun. The cow, it's like where'd you get all this beef? Do you see my cows? No. Oh.
If they want to drop sensors inside of a tornado, they want the tornado to catch it. No, that's not going to work because the outer wind bands. Hello. You're going to take the Sophia and fly directly into the tornado, then drop the the little instruments. Done. Movie over.
Well, don't worry about it. Tornadoes in Kansas should be dissipated by the weather net, unless you're a Q. Boing,
really funny
boing.
is how
Little
we all got that
reference time.
reference right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I was actually kind of astonished that everybody nailed that one.
Oh, I must have been out that day. What
Actually, not
happened with
astonished.
you?
Proud.
I
Proud
must
is
have
more
been
like it.
gone that day. I actually saw the closest I think I've ever been to a tornado was probably a couple of miles away. Unfortunately, I was also drunk outside my apartment, so hurricane winds and tornado going around, and I'm just like, I'm gonna sit out here and drink some beer. Probably my smartest move, but thankfully I survived. Hey, well, thankfully I survived. Being that dumb.
Hey, Mountains, Sharknado was fun. Was fun in the same way Evil Dead stuff was fun. It's like it's obviously not to be taken seriously, and it might as well have been a cartoon, and it probably is at this point. And it was great. It was terrible, and that's what made it so great. That's my opinion about Sharknado. I would watch it again. If nothing else was on.
Question: Can you guys hear that?
No.
Okay, good. I got my audio setting correctly. Good. I'm watching the NASA spacewalk. That's why.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So make sure I got my audio adjusted right, so you guys can hear it.
Yeah. Good idea.
Well, I'm going to be honest, guys. When it comes to the Evil Dead movies, I don't like any of them.
What do you got against Ashley?
I don't like the movies.
Okay.
You know what? I actually kind of have to agree with that. I never really cared for it. It just kind of bored me. I like the character of Sam Ash, but whatever his name is, I guess that was the one from
Ash.
Burn Notice.
Ashley.
But I like the actor. He's kind of funny. He's quirky. I hear he's a nice
Bruce
guy.
Campbell is a good actor.
Yeah, Campbell. Thank you. Yes, but yeah, I just never. That wasn't just my thing. Yeah, you know. But I did like him in Burn Notice.
Oh yes.
And
Burn Notice was a great series.
You know what I thought was funny, because there was still a parody bit about it. Michael Weston, he always is telling you exactly what you need. Then you're a spy. You do this. You know, it's like, fuck you, pal. Maybe we do it different over
Hi, Mad Eye.
Hello, Maddie.
Maddie,
Hey, Maddie.
Mad Eye.
How are you?
Hey, Maddie.
Not tired yet? You've been streaming for, what is it, 6 hours now?
7 hours, 2 minutes, 19 seconds.
Yep.
Oh my
and
god.
counting. Well,
yep.
Oh,
Maddie, we had
crazy.
we had a nice new person that's going to probably become a regular member. Very intelligent person. She's a reporter.
Cool.
And very intelligent about history and politics, and also has a good sense of humor. And so that should be fun.
Awesome. Who was that? I was kind of watching whilst I was working, but I wasn't always paying attention.
Andrea.
Oh yeah,
I don't
saw that one. Andrea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cap, thank you for bringing her on.
Figured out how to
because
come on, and it was pretty cool.
I feel like I can actually have a very intellectual, civics, and history conversation with her. And I think we are going to make some streams together, because she is the first person I've met in a long time who is willing to talk and actually have a rational discussion. And I'm actually looking for that.
You don't get that often.
Her introducing her to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she knows her stuff for real, and it was kind of cool, because she was very sheepish about initially coming on. And yeah, pretty cool.
That's
Not that
great.
you're not. I'm just saying, just she's
Yeah.
new. That's all. She's new.
I'm all news now, right?
So,
Hey guys, today is the
Sorry, baby.
1 year anniversary of the famous headline. They got a lot of attention around here in the Bay Area. It was from a sheriff. He said, "quote Large boulder the size of small boulders completely block an eastbound highway." You guys don't
Okay,
get
there
it?
was like a cute puppy there, so I missed half of what you said. I was like, "Ah, puppy!"
Oh, puppies? You're just easily distracted by puppies. Wow, you're some Melissa Bonest. The headline said, "Large boulder the size of small boulder is completely blocking eastbound highway."
That headline is interesting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about the puppy thing. He just jumped over here, turned on his back, and it's like, "Hey, I want your attention."
Yeah.
I cannot disappoint my Lucas. This is
He's
my
such a cutie.
and my puppers.
Oh, everybody's got puppies.
Country puppy. I have no puppies.
Oh,
I don't know where mine is. Oh, I actually know where mine is. Mine's here.
I'm trying to get my female. I'm trying to get my female over here, and my puppy here is like, "No, come here, Jade. Come here, Jade. Come here, Jadey, baby. Oh, look at that cute little doggy. Look at that cute little doggy. Look at that cute little doggy, Jade. Come here, Jade. Come here. Come on up. Come on the couch. Aw, that's so adorable. Jeez.
Oh. Yeah, she's terrified by any sound whatsoever.
Did you just get nipped? Looked like he nipped you.
Yeah, I have no puppies, or kitties, or mice, or snakes, or gophers, or ferrets, or rabbits.
How come?
Fish? Do you have fish?
Yeah, I actually do have a piece of half fillet in the freezer.
Well, that counts.
We'll count that.
What kind of fillets?
Oh, it's just cod. Just have a fillet of cod.
Okay.
That makes me think I have
I think I have
cod
halibut.
in my freezer as well. There's only one problem. It's been there for at least a half a year.
Hey, a few months ago, I found a hot pocket and a half a bottle of freezer in my hot bottle of vodka in my freezer. Didn't realize it was there. Like, score.
That's a good one.
Probably because you were 7-8 joints in at the time.
That's all right.
Sounds like a light morning.
There we go. There's 8.
Hey, Kat.
Look at this.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Yes,
Right.
What?
This. My doggy here.
Trying to get the.
Look at this.
I don't see your dog. I just see Dave asleep at his mixing board.
There we go.
He's just like, give
Thanks,
me
Kat.
more attention.
Yeah.
Give me more
I just was showing the doggy thing. He was showing it. That's all. Yes, look at that. Roar. Roar.
This is Lucas.
Hello,
Named
Lucas.
after Luke Skywalker, of course.
Obviously.
Of course.
I thought it was named after that old football movie.
Nope. Luke Skywalker.
I knew actually that it wasn't.
Now,
Roar.
here's the bigger one. Who knows
Yeah,
why I named
Franny
the other
does
dog?
the same thing. See the licking? See the little licking thing? The little kisses being blown? Franny does the same thing with a little belly rub.
Sorry, I was
Yep.
Sorry, I was watching the Spacewalk. What?
So my dog left me because my brother came back home. So Okay. This is all I've got now.
What happened?
My dog left me. My brother came home, so she was like, phew, gone.
Oh, the dog ran away. Traitor!
I know, right? She loves my brother more. But I have this little thing, so he loves me
Dog's
more.
off, cat. Take it off your ugly ass face. Come on.
Well, I didn't know you were gonna put your ugly ass face on.
Yeah, dude, please.
I need to give you a warning every time. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
you gotta give me a warning.
That is awesome. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you have to give me an ugly
That I
ass
did
face
not expect.
warning. It's cute.
Fluffy little thing.
That I did not expect.
And he loves attention as
Oh.
well.
Of course.
How old is that?
About
How
5
old is your
months.
bunny?
About 5 months old.
So he still is technically a bunny.
Technically is, yes.
Is it so? Wow.
He
Never
will grow bigger,
actually
hopefully. I like them big.
seen
More
one
meat.
as a. Is it a bunny or is it a lop or a bunny?
It's a bunny. It's not a lopsopsa because the ears are too perky and thin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to be exactly ginormous, but he's definitely not those tiny ones. It's hard to
I've
tell.
never
because
seen one that's so docile as not like a lot of people have quote unquote pet bunnies, but they're always out in cages and stuff. I've never seen
this
one
one
that's
loves
like
running around.
it's more like a
There's only one
ferret.
rule: he's not allowed in a bed, so he tries to get there all the time. But he plays with my dog all the time and stuff like that. He's like super
Really?
brave. Isn't scared of anything. The dog's more scared of him than the other way around. He just like jumps a little bit, and the dog goes like, "Oh no!"
Maddie, if you like that, you'll probably like our newest addition to our family in my house.
I like all animals. I don't like rats.
Yeah, I hate rats and mice are disgusting. What's the point of having them as pets?
Exactly.
Can you move it over your face?
Thank you. That's better.
That's a guinea pig, isn't it?
Yes, this is our
It's a
guinea
bat
pig.
without its
My
wings.
daughter's- Yeah, this is my daughter's
Awesome.
guinea pig.
Oh, it's cute. It's just sitting there like the hell.
They are burrowers, so see, she's getting under my beard. She wants to hide now.
You know that the problem with that guinea pig is it has absolutely no idea about the world economy at all.
Or how much they are a delicacy in South America.
And healthcare, man, healthcare. Oof, jeez. Freaking guinea pig, man. They're amazing.
I haven't had one yet. I heard they taste good.
I knew you were going to go there.
I have had rabbit. I like the taste. I've had deer.
Hassenpfeffer.
What's the name for the wild pigs?
Boars.
Boars.
Boar.
Yes, boars.
Wild boar's good.
Humphrey? Lamprey.
Domesticated boars, okay, too.
Fish. Weird
Horse,
fish.
horse is stringy.
Lamprey. Yeah, lamprey. I've had all kinds of weird
No,
wild.
that's gross. Fuck lamprey. No, you can have your lamprey. Your nasty eel, freaking dune worm.
I don't say I like the taste.
No.
It's a delicacy.
Yeah.
So I
You
didn't
can
like
have
it
it.
as a kid, but I
More
would
for
still
you.
kind of eat it. Now, if somebody offered me one, I'd be like, heck yeah, give it to me, because I've not had one in like 15 years. I just kind of eat one and be like, I'll be fine for another 15 years. But
Yuck.
Maddie, I don't know you very well, so I'm curious. Where's your accent from?
it is from Eastern Europe, Latvia specifically.
I'm sorry, where?
Latvia. Just chuck it in Google Maps. It'll make more sense than me trying to explain it honestly. It's a tiny little country.
Latvia by Slovakia.
It's above Slovakia. Just keep
Yeah.
going up, up, up,
Yeah.
and underneath like Finland and Estonia.
Hey, yes, it. Yes, it.
I'm sorry, what was it called again, ma'am?
Latvia. Latvia.
Yeah, I
They've
think
been
I've heard of
involved
that.
in a whole bunch of political intrigue in the last 20 years. You should know.
No, I've heard the name before. Don't get me wrong.
No, I mean it's an absolutely tiny country. So if you've not heard of it, it's completely normal. It's like smaller than most of the states in America, to be honest.
Oh, like Luxembourg? Luxembourg's about half the size of my county, which is the smallest, one of the smallest counties.
It's bigger than Luxembourg because Luxembourg is quite small. We have
Yeah,
something,
see,
they have
Luxembourg
something
is
under
like it's
2
like
million
one
people.
train stop, and you can see the other stop. I mean, seriously, it's like you really can. And they inspect your passport at each one. It's like, really, guys, come on. Like, nobody got on or off. Like, you could actually see it. I'm not kidding. I mean, yeah, it's not like a football field, but you can actually see the other stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful paint on the places.
It's something like 1.7, 1.10 million people. Depends on who you ask and how you do the counting.
Right.
Okay, so it's over near the
Thomas Potts. Hello,
area.
Thomas Potts.
You said hi to Thomas and not Yitzy?
Give me a
I did
second.
say hi to Yitzy, but Yitzy's been in here for a long time, and Thomas has not.
Oh, I didn't
Hi,
know that.
Yitzy.
It's and I've already he's been here.
Thomas?
I didn't know.
I didn't see it.
I'm just caffeinated and stoned. Hey, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. So, you know.
So your country's over near the Baltic Sea.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just okay. So Baltic Sea, Northwest Sea. Okay, I
Balkans.
see. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm a history guy. I'm a civics guy, but I love learning about other cultures and stuff. So if I ever ask a question, please understand it's all because I'm actually interested.
Or drunk.
Oh,
Not
Jesus
a problem.
Christ.
Yeah. But what he's saying is he's not being condescending if he's asking you a question that sounds weird. He's actually curious. And
I am
I do
not
that
easily
too. You know,
offended, to
it
be
might
honest.
sound condescending, but it's not.
You'd struggle finding something that would offend me. So shoot and ask me whatever you want.
Bang.
Yeah.
I'll answer to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, the four-dimensional divergence of an antisymmetric second-rank tensor equals what?
Here we go.
4 square.
What he
No.
said.
3r cube, actually. I don't know. I hate numbers, man. I hate numbers.
I mean,
Well,
you just
I asked her.
shout out random words and
There
you
was
actually know
no
what you're asking.
stipulation. There was no stipulation that there was going to be an answer for my question. I asked her the question. So there you go. And that is your fun for the day.
And I can honestly say that question did not sound condescending and did not offend me. I mean, I have no idea what the answer, but
It offended me because it involved math.
I like maths. I'm currently homeschooling a 9-year-old, so
It's Maxwell's equation based on Faraday's work for the equation for light. The answer
know.
is 0.
I hate math, dude. I'm not fully awake yet.
Matt, today is our last day of our second year of homeschooling our children. As far as what I mean by homeschooling, I mean we did 6th and 7th grade year, our 5th and 6th grade year, and today is our last day of teaching for their 180-day mark. My wife and I have been homeschool teachers now for about 18 months.
Mhm.
And I tell you what, one of the most rewarding experiences and decisions I've ever made in my life. for not just me and my wife, but also our children.
Yeah.
It has really been a treat. I love the homeschooling, and one of the things my wife and I actually really love about it is I have such a passion for American history and civics, and my wife has passions in other areas like science and stuff. That as we're putting these together, we're learning new stuff as we're going. So
Oh yeah.
it's been it's double rewarding. It's fantastic. So how is your homeschooling going? I mean, I don't know what the
I'm not
country's homeschool
braving
rules are.
myself yet with new stuff. I'm sticking to kind of what the school is showing, and what's in your forehead? Oh, sorry, guys. I will
Maddie,
move
I
on
have a
to
question. If
adding
you don't,
more stuff, but at the beginning it's just like basics and catching up to kind of like finding out what she knows and not. Because I'm only been properly doing it for, well, by properly I mean a few hours a day only. Or was it since the beginning of January?
What's up?
okay.
Ooh, sorry.
Are you doing?
My dog
Are
is
you
my
doing
dog
an
is barking.
actual? And what I mean by this is, you see, in America, homeschool, depending on what state it is, there's different requirements, regulations that you have to abide by per the state. It's not one of our federal. So, are you doing homeschooling because of the lockdown, or are you doing homeschooling because you've chosen to go that route? I'm just curious because I want to make sure I understood the clarification.
No, in my case it's not voluntary. I'm doing it
Okay.
because of the lockdown, but I'll see how it goes because I'm working from home permanently now. So if it goes all right by summer, I think she might stay home. It depends because she really likes school. She likes going out there because of the children. It
Yes,
just
and
feels like a
my
bit of a waste of the time to send her there for 6 hours a day and, you know, not really learning much or learning whatever they want her to learn. And it's like,
I don't know what to say how your country does with homeschool.
I think we
Because
talked about this before. It's basically super lax. You don't even have to do
yeah,
exams.
you told me
There's no
it
check.
was somewhat lax. I will say this: we do about mostly no more than, as I said, no more than 2 hours of school because it's not needed. I mean, but it's also we have to take into account. I'm dealing with 2 children versus one teacher, 25 kids.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a whole different gambit
No,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah, we have to. And now I actually got into an argument with someone who said, "Oh, these teachers got it easier now." I said, "How the hell do they have it easier now?" "Oh, well, it's all virtual." I said, "Let me explain something to you." I said, or I said, "Let me put it to you this way. What do you think is going to be easier? Looking at 25 students physically where you can walk around and see what's going on, or watching 25 different Zoom videos?"
Yeah.
Who fell asleep?
I think that's Captain Frank. Oh no, is it
No,
Dave?
no.
So
Yeah,
who's doing that?
Not me.
Somebody's just messing with us.
What?
Homeschooling
No,
is
I-
really interesting.
like
Like
somebody
homeschooling
snoring.
can be one
I
of the
heard-
most wonderful things in the world because you have a control of what you teach your child. Nobody
yeah.
can indoctrinate your child and teach them all kinds of shit or like show them the news. Like they're showing my child the news in the school, 15 minutes a day or something. They're watching the news. And nobody's ever telling her that, you know what they're showing there is absolutely mostly bullshit. It's all propaganda. So they've been told from that little age, when they're tiny children, that whatever they see in there is what they should believe in. So she takes they take everything at the face value.
I can kind of agree. And
That's why I
disagree
watch
with
most of
that.
my news platforms.
Well, I can kind of agree and disagree with that, with the whole news thing, because one of the things that they had when I was in school, and it was very educational, was a show called Channel One. And it was just a kids' news show. It was basically teaching news and stuff via, in a kid's language. and it wasn't political, it wasn't partisan, it was just. And when they actually had, and I remember this very well, they actually had a 4-part segment about a young lady who was dying of AIDS. And you got to understand, this is the 90s. This is still a sore subject. So what they did was they sent home permission slips and they asked the parents, are you okay with your kid watching this? If not, I mean, they basically said, we're going to air this, but if you don't want your kid watching this because of this topic, go ahead, because AIDS obviously involves sex and stuff. And my parents being, even though strangely enough, my parents are conservative, my parents don't want me ignorant. So they wanted me to understand what the hell that was.
Yeah.
Now I feel better. Everybody's on camera but Captain.
Yep.
No, Cap's not going to come on camera.
Nah.
He's incognito.
Hey, they did the same thing with The Day After. That came out when I was in 6th grade, and they sent home like warning permission slips saying this might be too heavy for your kids. Remember that old TV movie, Day After?
Yeah, The Day After.
Yeah.
I look at it this way. I have no problem with a school wanting to CYA them, be like, hey, this might be controversial. We're going to show it. If you don't want your child watching it, let us know. That puts it in the hands of the parents. They're the ones who are going to make that decision.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the way it should be.
It's like she goes.
I don't have a problem with it. I just thought it was weird that they thought we couldn't handle it. They had no idea the violence in the movies and the comic books that we already experienced. Yeah, it was dark and it was scary because of the dramatic acting.
Trigger a little child.
But
I mean, I watched X-Files when I was like 9 or 10. I managed to like slip an episode, and I still remember that. I was kind of terrified. Like, I still remember as if I watched it today because
they were
was like
pretty
got into the
scary.
PCs and they
I was
turned
never
out to
scared of
be
X-Files.
like nightmare or something.
Really, not even the toilet monster.
No,
during
I
the
was never
monsoon
scared.
in
I was
Florida?
never scared of. I was
Yeah,
never scared
toilet
of
monster,
horror
man.
movies.
Come
But I
on.
know it's all fake. I know it's not real. I'm not really into horror movies, but I know the genres and the triggers and stuff.
Right.
I don't watch them because I know it's like, okay, it's all fake and stupid for me. I don't get into that.
Yeah, but we all looked at the toilet for a long time after that episode.
Come on, we did.
Yeah, you know we did it.
That was messed up. Getting sucked through a toilet by a big squid beast that appears in the lamp over the head as well. That was fucked up, man. It's great writing. It's good. It was good, scary stuff.
Spacewalker's
Good,
over.
scary
They're back. They're back into the airlock.
How'd it go? Everything good?
Yeah. Yeah, everything's
Guys,
good.
I'm gonna have to go. I've been here for a half an hour, so that's enough.
Yeah.
I'll see you later on. Good stuff to
Toodles.
do.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Bye. It was nice seeing you.
Later, Maddie.
Thank you. Nice seeing you, Maddie.
She's a nice lady.
Oh, absolutely.
She obviously, I looked at a little bit of the geography of the country she's from. It's got some really pretty landscapes.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of Latvia though before.
Yeah, dude.
No, I've heard the name before, but I've heard the name before. I know that, but as far as ever looking up its geographical location, no, I've never done that before.
Fair enough.
Never came up.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But what'd she say? Their population was like 1.1 million?
Yeah, something like that.
People are like in my county. Like, cheers.
Oh God! Could you imagine how much? Could you imagine how much better our country could be if we weren't so damn big? Nah, just not necessarily size, but maybe population-wise. It'd be a whole different ball game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow! I cannot believe it. Well, gone almost 7.5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and call this a stream. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Tonight, we will be having the memorial service for, Richard Simpson at 5:45 Central Time.
6:45 Eastern.
Yes, and you can find the link in the description. It will be on not on Rambling Connect channel. It will be on History with R&R tonight. Again at 6:45 p.m. Eastern, 5:45 Central. And again, thank you all for coming. I'm looking forward to seeing people there. And have a good day.
I'll see you all there.
Yeah, we'll be there.